Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was True Dragon Emperor. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. After school, once the meeting ended, Azazel and Rosweiss left because they still had duties as teachers. The Occult Research Club prepared for the school festival with the remaining members. Issei and Kiba were assigned to power-related tasks. Issei glanced at Rias. She was studying the meeting documents and did not seem to have returned to her usual good mood. He worried that if he did not reconcile with her before the festival, it might cause difficulties. He felt he ought to apologize, but he did not even know the cause of her displeasure. While he was lost in thought, a light ran across the tabletop. It drew a circle and turned into a familiar magical sigil. Issei recognized it as the Phoenix family's magic circle. He wondered whether it was a communication spell and if Razor had sent it. A holographic image projected from the circle, revealing the face of a young woman with an elegant, high-class air. Her hair was styled up and adorned with fine ornaments. Ravel exclaimed at the sight, calling out to her mother. Lady Phoenix greeted them and apologized for calling at such an hour, noting that it was still school time in Japan. Rias explained that it was indeed still school time. Lady Phoenix then asked whether Rias and Hyoudou Issei were present. Rias stepped forward and greeted Lady Phoenix politely, saying it had been a long time. Lady Phoenix looked around the room until her gaze fell on Issei, who positioned himself where she could see him. Issei introduced himself and offered a polite greeting. Lady Phoenix returned the greeting and apologized for announcing herself so abruptly, explaining that she had been unable to visit personally. Issei learned from the conversation that the Phoenix family were the main suppliers of Phoenix tears and that they were facing increased emergency demand. Kiba murmured that this explained why Lady Phoenix would be occupied with such matters. Rias assured Lady Phoenix that they would take care of Ravel while she was away. Lady Phoenix thanked Rias and then spoke to Issei, asking him to especially look after her daughter. Issei was surprised to be singled out but assured her he would protect Ravel as best he could. Lady Phoenix expressed relief and satisfaction at his response. Ravel blushed visibly and seemed flustered by the exchange. Lady Phoenix reminded Ravel that she must support Rias, obey her seniors, and deepen her relationship with Issei, since Ravel was a member of the Phoenix household and should behave honorably. Ravel responded in agreement and appeared determined. Finally, Lady Phoenix addressed Issei again. She acknowledged that Issei aspired to become a high-class devil and clarified that Ravel was her daughter and currently served as Lady Phoenix's bishop. Ravel did not belong to Razor. Issei acknowledged the point. With her business concluded, Lady Phoenix apologized once more for the sudden call, urged Ravel to maintain proper conduct, and then bade them farewell. The projection brightened briefly, and then faded away. The sudden greeting from Lady Phoenix had been driven by concern for her daughter and courtesy toward their household. Although there were things he was unsure of, Issei sighed. Rias, unsteady on her feet and about to leave the clubroom, caught his eye. Issei asked where she was going. Rias stopped and, without turning, asked Issei if he would protect her. Issei did not understand why she asked such a thing suddenly, but his answer was clear. He would protect Rias. Rias then asked if he would protect Asia and Aquino as well. Issei said he would protect them too and wondered aloud what had prompted Rias to ask so many questions. Rias lowered her voice and asked Issei what she was to him, who she was to him. Issei struggled for the right words and replied awkwardly that Rias was Rias to him. Rias scolded him, calling him foolish and beginning to cry, then hurried out of the clubroom. Asia ran after Rias. Asia turned back to Issei with tears in her eyes and accused him of being thoughtless, then followed Rias out the door. Issei stood there stunned, unable to grasp why Asia was angry as well. Kiba sighed and told him that his behavior had been wrong. Issei asked what Kiba meant. Kiba explained that he could understand why the girls were upset. Aquino added that it was natural for Rias and Asia to be angry. Zenobia, sounding annoyed, said that even she, someone who did not pick up on these things, easily thought Issei had been out of line. Irina and the others joined in the rebukes. Kaneko coldly declared that he was the worst. Issei felt bewildered and guilty and considered going after Rias, but Akino stopped him and warned that the current Issei would only hurt Rias more if he chased after her. Issei asked Gasper if he had really made a mistake. Gasper, squirming apologetically, agreed that Issei had been wrong. Ravel, panicking, apologized and asked if this was her and her mother's fault. Akino placed a hand on Ravel's shoulders and reassured her that Ravel need not worry, blaming Issei for not having thought about the important things between himself and Rias. Akino then urged Ravel to sit and prepare tea. Issei felt like the biggest villain in the room and did not know what to do. After the rebuke from his clubmates, Issei wandered aimlessly through the streets of Kuo, needing fresh air and space away from the heavy atmosphere in the clubroom. Words from his friends replayed in his head. He felt hurt, betrayed, and painfully alone. He tried to understand why they could not see what he was going through. Flash images and taunting impressions haunted him, the silhouette of wings, a mocking expression, and a cold voice asking if he would give himself for someone else. Insults and memories tumbled through his mind. He gripped his face and started to breathe faster. In his head, pleas and accusations mixed, someone claiming danger and begging for help, someone else belittling him, and another voice lamenting a wasted date. The emotions he had suppressed for months rose to the surface. Tears he had kept hidden began to fall. Issei questioned why he felt so alone. He had helped his friends face their own struggles and been there for them, yet now he felt ignored and misunderstood. He wondered if he had been deluding himself about the care he thought he had found. He recalled being treated as a trophy by others, displayed for their advantage, and felt used. The sense of being underestimated and looked down on had been familiar his whole life, long before he became a devil. A fierce desire to assert himself flared within him. He wanted to prove he was not inferior and to stop being treated as someone to be paraded. Anger built quickly, and a tense, red aura began to shimmer around him as he lost control of his emotions. The aura crackled like energy in an anime scene, signaling that Issei was on the verge of unleashing something powerful. He felt his consciousness slipping, slowly fading into the abyss. Giving up would have been easy. A roaring voice in his mind, Draig, the Red Dragon Emperor and one of the two heavenly dragons, called to him and snapped him out of his funk. Issei's head snapped up and his eyes refocused. The voice of his partner dispelled the darkness. When he looked around, a bitter smile touched his lips at the sight of where his body had taken him. The fountain at Kuo Park, the place where it had all begun or where it had ended, depending on how one looked at it. Draig asked in his mind if he was all right. Issei managed a genuine smile and told Draig that he was fine, apologizing for worrying him and explaining that some unwanted memories had surfaced. He hated feeling weak and helpless. Draig said he knew and suggested that the crow was bothering him again. Issei admitted that no matter how hard he tried he could not get her or her words out of his mind and wondered if she had been right about him, whether he was really such a hopeless loser who still felt insecure after defeating a god. It was not often that he shared his thoughts so openly, but Draig was his partner and knew everything about him. Issei trusted his friend, and the thought made him smile forlornly, though he did not know if things could return to how they had been. Draig told him not to be so hard on himself and reminded him of how he had been at the beginning, weak and clueless about the true scope of what he was getting into. Issei protested, and Draig, annoyed, insisted he finish. Issei tried to calm him down, and Draig continued. Draig recounted watching Issei defeat a fallen angel only days after becoming a devil, outwit and defeat Riser Phoenix, a high-class devil who had been stronger than Issei's king, and then fearlessly take on Kokobile, a powerful foe who had survived the Great War. He had watched Issei hold the Hakuryaku to a standstill and achieve Balance Breaker in almost record time, defeat a god, and force the wielder of the true Longinus to flee, humiliated and wounded. Draig said that, regardless of what others had said or would say, Issei should hold his head high and be proud of who he was and take pride in his achievements. He reminded Issei that some might call him weak, but from Draig's many hosts, Issei was by far the best. Issei did not have natural talent like others, but he had something they did not, an indomitable will to live and to win. Draig urged him to wipe away his frown and be himself, and he finished with a blunt, teasing remark. Issei did not know whether to laugh or cry and settled for a mixture of both. Draig's words had touched him deeply. Praise from one of the most powerful beings to ever exist was a real boost for someone as fragile as he. As he reflected on what Draig had said, he realized his friend was right. For so long he had sought the approval of those around him, constantly trying to please everyone, sometimes at a cost to himself. All that had brought him was pain. Even now others expected him to prove something that was already plain. He had given so much of himself and nearly died on several occasions to show he cared. He was always expected to jump through hoops, but he was tired of living up to everyone's expectations. For the first time in his life he wanted to be selfish and do things for himself. He acknowledged that he had ignored his own issues while fixing others, and he resolved that it would not be the case any longer. Issei thanked Draig and admitted that he too had been concerned with what others thought, forgetting to live by his own principles. He declared that he was done always going out of his way to make others happy. He affirmed his identity as Hyoudou Issei, the Sekyudai, and vowed to do as he pleased. He stood on the bench and punched his fist into the air, ignoring the incredulous stares of people around him. Draig laughed and asked what he planned to do next. Issei sat back down, scratched his head, and said he was not sure. He did not want to be around the Occult Research Club for a while, not because he hated them, but because he was disappointed. He still considered them friends but doubted things would be the same. The bond they had shared had fractured in that room. He would no longer go out of his way to make them happy. He would try to be a good friend and comrade, but no more. For now he needed to train. They had 2 months until the raiding game against Sarorg, and he had to improve if he stood any chance against him. He could feel that he was on the brink of something, but an invisible wall kept him from reaching the finish line. Draig observed that the Bale Devil was indeed a worthy opponent. Draig noted that, like Issei, the challenger had no natural talent but had honed his body into a dangerous weapon. However, being born a pure-blood devil gave him greater natural strength and stamina than a reincarnated human could hope to possess. Issei acknowledged Draig's point and admitted that, despite mastering the boosted gear, his base level was still insufficient to match a pureblood's natural advantages. He then brightened as an idea came to him and sprang from the bench in excitement, believing he had found a way to boost his base level. Draig responded with a wry comment about his sensitive hearing and asked what Issei had in mind. Issei explained his plan in careful, excited detail. Drawing on what he had learned in biology class about the heart and circulation, he proposed applying those principles to his own body and their unique situation. The plan sounded risky, almost suicidal, and Draig bluntly pointed out that the chances of failure were extremely high. Issei remained calm and resolute. He said that he knew the risks better than most, having put his life on the line many times for others. Now he wanted to do something for himself, break out of the metaphorical cocoon that had held him back, cast off the leash that restrained him, and finally soar like the dragon he believed he could be. He told Draig that his opponent was a worthy test and that, if they succeeded, the transformation would show the world the full might of not just Hyoudou Issei, the pawn of Rias Gremory, but Hyoudou Issei, the unstoppable Sekyudai. He finished with a confident, somewhat mischievous grin that expressed determination rather than anything crude. Draig chuckled at his partner's stubbornness and declared that he, Draig the Red Dragon Emperor, would aid Issei on this quest until the end. Issei smiled gratefully and promised to survive, confident that his indomitable will would carry him through. He vowed to overcome the challenge as he had overcome others. They fell into a comfortable silence and enjoyed the quiet of the park. Issei's fractured relationships were not his priority. His focus was on getting stronger. He knew what he needed to do but required a secluded place to carry it out and the aid of certain people. He planned to consult a fallen angel to organize the location and to ask Ravel for help because she had access to an item that could further strengthen him. A few hours later, the atmosphere in the Occult Research Club room was somber. Everyone was present except Azazel, Rosweiss, and Ravel, and the room lacked its usual energy. Zenobia wondered aloud where Issei had gone. Irina offered a dramatic, earnest prayer that she would help him find his way back, lamenting how someone she had known since childhood seemed to have lost his focus. The others exchanged small smiles at their friend's banter while their thoughts remained on their favored pawn. Rias sat at her desk looking despondent, and Aquino urged her to be hopeful that Issei would come around with time. Asia echoed that hope enthusiastically, and Zenobia added that Issei could be dense, but he had support around him if Rias reached out more directly. Aquino tried to lighten the mood by recalling how Rainier had coaxed Issei into a date long ago, but the name of Rainier suddenly brought a ripple of dread through the room as everyone remembered the past. Gasper shyly retreated into his box, and the group's expressions shifted to realization. Aquino, seeing details she had overlooked before, felt ashamed that she had not recognized how much he had been struggling. She understood now that the man she cared for had been carrying burdens, and the weight of that realization settled over her. A short, neutral moment of silence bridged the gap as everyone absorbed the truth and prepared to act. Because of Issei, she finally accepted herself and made peace with her father after years of resentment and self-hate. She should have understood his feelings better than anyone. She had never hated herself more than in that moment. Asia covered her mouth and let her tears fall, murmuring that after all this time Rainier was still involved in his past. She could not believe she had let Issei suffer and never thought to ask him about his feelings. She admitted to herself that she had selfishly wanted him to confess to Rias so she could follow. She felt undeserving of comfort, despite Issei having helped her regain the ability to pray. Kaneko was silent, scolding herself inwardly for being thoughtless toward someone she cared for. She had promised to be his steadfast guardian, to stand by him through everything. All the talk of being closer to him made her regret how she had missed the emotional pain he must have carried, especially as a cat demon who practiced spiritual arts and should have been attuned to feelings. Kiba clenched his fist and directed his anger at himself for failing as a friend. He realized he had overlooked Issei's silent suffering even though Issei had endured punishments and hardships to help others face their own demons. Irina asked for an explanation, and Zenobia and Gasper watched with concern. Aquino patiently explained the circumstances of Issei's relationship with Rainier and how it had culminated in a fatal confrontation. The others reacted with horror at the idea that the cheerful, perverted pawn who had always smiled for everyone had experienced such trauma only months ago. Zenobia and Irina felt remorseful about how they had treated their friend. They needed to apologize. Gasper wept quietly, and his sorrow snapped everyone, including Rias, into action. They felt disgusted by their earlier behavior and extreme worry for their beloved friend. Rias, feeling guilty and panicked for doubting him, prepared a transportation magic circle with tears on her face, determined to find Issei and beg his forgiveness. A red flash later, the members of the Occult Research Club found themselves in the Hyoudou residence basement. They rushed to the living room. Rias ran forward in anguish but stopped short when she saw Azazel seated calmly with a nervous-looking Ravel beside him. Rias demanded to know what he was doing there and whether he had seen Issei. The other club members watched with grim faces. Azazel set down his tea and, with an expression that unnerved them, told them that Issei was gone. The club reacted with stunned disbelief. Rias and Aquino were stricken, Asia sobbed, and everyone felt as if the world were collapsing around them. Their only thought was to find Issei as quickly as possible. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. The members of the Occult Research Club fell into stunned silence, horrified at the thought that Issei might be gone and wondering if it was because of how they had treated him. Worst-case scenarios raced through their minds. Asia fainted. Zenovia's reflexes were quick enough to catch her and lay her on the couch while the others slowly regained their bearings. Azazel watched with a mischievous glint in his eyes and Ravel covered her face in silent exasperation. After the initial shock, the club snapped into action. Rias erupted in outrage, demanding to know what he meant by saying Issei was gone. She teetered on the edge of a breakdown, imagining he had been taken or that she had pushed him away. Waves of guilt and self-reproach crashed over her as she prayed to the Lord that she had not driven him off and that it was not too late to make amends. Similar anxieties ran through the rest of the club. Ravel observed the scene with a reserved expression, still upset over their earlier treatment of Issei but determined to keep her composure. She told herself not to seek petty revenge, reminding herself that Issei would not want that. Quietly, she allowed herself a private hope that he might one day see her differently. For a moment her thoughts drifted into a tender daydream in which Issei apologized and confessed his feelings. She blushed and then forced herself back to reality, embarrassed. The room buzzed with a one-sided argument between Rias and Azazel, with Akino occasionally interjecting. Asia had come to but still looked shaken. Clearing her throat to get everyone's attention, Ravel spoke up. Ravel explained that there had been a misunderstanding. Despite Azazel's implication, Issei had not run away or gone astray. He had filed a leave of absence from school and informed his clients that he would be unavailable for the next 2 months while he took a training trip to prepare for the upcoming raiding game. Relief swept through almost everyone present, though Azazel sat in a corner with a petulant expression. Azazel then admitted that Issei had come to him earlier and asked for help with the leave. He confirmed that Issei planned to send updates through his familiar each day and had requested a secluded place to train without disturbance, and that Azazel had used his connections to arrange such a place. Rias, though relieved that Issei was not lost, could not hide her anger at Azazel. Her fierce devotion to Issei made her glare at him like a disgruntled guardian. Rias told herself she should have been notified immediately. At the very least he should have asked permission. Didn't he trust her enough to speak to her about this? She stopped her train of thought as she recalled the distance between herself and Issei. Did he feel the need to get away from her? The thought sent a fresh ache through her chest. She loved Issei more than anything, but with how things stood and the words that had been exchanged, a relationship between them seemed even farther away. She cursed herself for reacting so rashly and pressuring him into confessing. For one of the first times in her life, she felt a deep pang of regret. Despite those personal worries, she knew she needed to focus on the matter at hand and find out why Azazel had allowed Issei to leave without consulting her. Rias confronted Azazel with a chilling tone and an equally cold gaze to match. Akino stood at her side, glaring at the fallen angel governor. The other members of the Occult Research Club were relieved that their friend was safe but highly curious about what had happened. They had hoped to find Issei and apologize for the way they had treated him, but now it seemed they would have to wait a little longer. They could only hope it was not too late and their relationship with him had not been irreparably damaged. Azazel's usual jovial expression vanished. He narrowed his eyes and adopted a stern, expressionless mask that unsettled everyone present. The ORC had never felt the full force of the governor's displeasure before, and in the quiet of his scrutiny they were reminded that the man before them was one of the most formidable beings in existence. Ravel raised an elegant eyebrow at the drastic change, quietly impressed. Rias felt a tremor in her knees and did not hide how afraid she was. Azazel challenged Rias by suggesting that she was making it sound as if Issei were a prisoner and had no free will. The question struck Rias like a blow, and she faltered. How could he say such a thing? Had Issei left without telling her because he believed she would not let him go? Rias insisted that she was not treating Issei like a prisoner and explained that her concern came from her role as his king and her unwillingness to see anything happen to him. She admitted quietly that she knew of the closeness between Issei and Azazel and had avoided telling Azazel about the earlier altercation because she suspected it would not end well for her. Azazel continued to scrutinize her, making her feel as if her entire soul were being laid bare. After a few long seconds, he broke into his usual goofy laugh. Rias and the members of the ORC released breaths they had not realized they were holding as his ire dissipated. Unbeknownst to them, Issei had already briefed Azazel on everything that had happened. Earlier, Azazel had sat in silence, processing Issei's account. He felt deep disappointment in the behavior of the ORC, particularly Akino, but he also recognized that the younger generation still made mistakes. Having guided and trained those heavenly dragons, he felt a paternal fondness for them. He had no children of his own. And the bond ran deep. He had a soft spot for the mischievous young man before him, and he was surprised by how calmly Issei had handled the situation. Azazel asked Issei if he was all right. Issei met the governor's gaze with determination. He admitted that he was not completely whole, that the hurt from the words spoken and those left unsaid lingered. He did not hate his friends, but he confessed to feeling some resentment and that his guard would remain up around them. He acknowledged the promise he had made to look after Akino but said he could not guarantee more than protecting her in battle as a favor to Azazel. Issei stated that he needed to walk his own path and take the first steps alone. He believed he stood on the brink of something important, a next stage in his growth, and he would leave to pursue it. He asked for Azazel's support if Azazel could offer it. Azazel, seeing the resolve in Issei's eyes, recognized that he would not change the young man's mind and he did not want to. He agreed that someone with such potential should be allowed to strive for the next level, to cross the final hurdle between being good and being great. Azazel nodded and arranged a secluded location far from civilization for Issei, promising not to reveal his whereabouts to anyone. Returning to the present conversation, Azazel finished chuckling and explained his reasoning to the Occult Research Club. He reassured them that they did not need to worry about Issei, saying that Issei had become strong enough to take care of himself. Azazel told them Issei had long since surpassed his peers, had endured a month on a secluded mountain under the harassment of a dragon king, and was accustomed to extreme situations. He said Issei's aura had grown more focused and driven and that he appeared to be on the verge of evolving. Azazel warned that Serorg Bale might not be ready for the unstoppable force about to run into him at the raiding game. The others were taken aback by the fallen angel's praise. Such endorsement was serious and not to be dismissed. Azazel advised the club to use the time to properly hone their skills so they could at least keep up with Serorg, his peerage, and Issei. He then left the Hyoudou residence, leaving the Occult Research Club deeply troubled. In the corner of the room sat Ravel, all but forgotten by the others. She had met with Issei before he left and kept that meeting to herself, a small, private comfort. She found herself replaying the memory. Ravel had raised her eyebrows at what Issei told her. When he had come looking for her, she had been relieved to properly apologize for the earlier misunderstanding involving her and her mother. Issei had waved off the apology and assured her it was fine, though she could see pain behind his eyes. Unable to offer more than support, she promised to help in any way she could. Issei accepted that offer and, to her surprise, asked for a very special item. Issei had asked whether she could provide any phoenix tears. He admitted they were scarce, but he said he would pay any price for even a single bottle. Ravel, blushing at his pleading expression, explained that phoenix tears were indeed rare and likely impossible to buy, but she offered to prepare a small batch using her own tears if given time. She presented it as a token of appreciation. Issei's face lit up, and he moved to embrace her. Ravel blushed deeply and let out a small squeak before fainting from the overwhelming emotion, leaving Issei bewildered and scratching his head. Ravel smiled to herself at the memory. She felt closer to the man she admired and relieved that Issei had trusted her with his plans rather than anyone else. She intended to support him fully and hoped he would return safely soon. She watched him go with a loving smile and a quiet wish for his safety. Later, Issei stood overlooking the dusty mountain landscape where he planned to carry out his training. He held 3 bottles of phoenix tears Ravel had prepared and allowed himself a small, appreciative smile for his kohai. After a moment's reflection, he cleared his mind and focused on what was ahead. Drake asked for confirmation, wanting a final verification. He was not overly worried about Issei's health so much as the gravity of their plan. He reminded Issei that others had attempted this before and had not survived the transformation. Issei stated resolutely that he knew the risk and was ready to face the possibility of death. He acknowledged that he was not descended from legendary heroes or prodigies, but that none of that mattered anymore. For the first time he felt comfortable in his own skin and determined to keep going, fearing nothing. Drake laughed and praised Issei's resolve, then asked for a walkthrough of the plan one more time. Issei ignored the sarcasm and began his explanation. Issei revealed that ever since the fight with Riser a few months ago, his left arm had been permanently transformed into a dragon's arm because he had sacrificed it for power. Issei told Drake that if the dragon could turn any part of his body into that of a dragon, he could probably reverse it as well, as he had already done with Issei's now partly human, partly devil left arm. Issei admitted that he had known this for some time and that the only reason he had not asked to undo the dragonification earlier was because the extraction method had been too intense to give up. that concern no longer applied. Instead of lamenting a weaker body compared to a pure-blood devil like Serorg, he planned to use the priceless tool he already had. If Drake changed his heart to a dragon's, Issei explained, the heart's circulation could theoretically reshape his body internally and perhaps produce some external changes. His senses, strength, stamina, endurance, and magical capacity could increase dramatically, raising his base attributes so he would not need to rely on his balance breaker constantly. Drake reminded him that no one had ever survived such a transformation and asked why Issei had the phoenix tears, warning him not to repeat the same lie he had told a phoenix girl about keeping the tears for training injuries. Issei's smile turned unnerving as he recalled their fight with Valle and how they had used a shard of Valle's sacred gear to take power for himself. He noted that, despite not having full access to it, they had succeeded. Drake felt a chill at the direction of the conversation, but Issei continued without regard for the dragon's discomfort. Issei argued that if they could absorb and integrate Albion's power, Albion being the direct opposite of Drake, then similar anomalies in the system presented more opportunities. He pointed to the strange events in the world, Kiba's holy demonic sword, the various balance breakers in play, and subspecies balance breakers. The system had holes, he said, and he intended to exploit them. Before Drake transformed his heart, he planned to inject the phoenix tears directly into his heart with a syringe. At that moment, Drake should begin the transformation and simultaneously analyze, adapt, and assimilate the properties of the tears into Issei's bloodstream to make the effect permanent. Because the Phoenix clan's abilities originated from an actual phoenix, a being of fire like Drake, the tears should be easier to absorb than Albion's power. When the process was complete, Issei anticipated having a dragon heart and body fused with the phoenix's regenerative and magical properties. Drake reacted with incredulity and blunt alarm. He reminded Issei that absorbing Albion's power had already cost him centuries of lifespan, and activating the Juggernaut drive months ago had left him with very little time. The dragonification itself was an enormous risk with slim chances of survival. Adding this reckless procedure would nearly guarantee death. Drake did not want his host to rush headlong into oblivion. Issei insisted he did not intend to die. He explained that Albion's power had been so brutal because Albion was the antithesis of Drake. Their powers were not meant to mix. The Phoenix tears, by contrast, were among the most magically potent substances in existence and one of the greatest healing items known. By absorbing and assimilating them into his body, his vitality and regeneration would increase dramatically and his magical capacity would receive a significant boost. If all went as planned, the procedure might even add some years to his lifespan. Issei believed the rewards justified the risk. Drake fell silent as he considered Issei's reasoning and reluctantly acknowledged that his host had a point. If the plan worked, Issei would become far more powerful, and that prospect was terrifying in its implications. The heavenly dragon's grin broadened into a laugh as he imagined Albion's reaction to Issei's future strength. Drake admitted that Issei was the most interesting and entertaining host he had ever had. Issei reacted with a rueful inner thought about being surrounded by unstable people, obsessive allies, eccentric scientists, and battle-hungry warriors, and accepted that his normal life was gone. He no longer claimed to be fully sane. Drake agreed to proceed. He estimated that the result would be roughly 70% dragon, 20% devil, and 10% human. Adding the Phoenix tears would grant exceptional regeneration, building on Dragon's already notable healing and boosting Issei's otherwise poor magical capacity into a much higher class. Drake warned Issei to brace himself and said the process would be extremely painful. Issei nodded and prepared the 3 vials of Phoenix tears, drawing them into a large syringe. He lay on the ground and placed the needle just above the left side of his chest. He took a deep breath and thought about everything that had happened in the last few months. From Rainier to becoming a devil, saving Asia and defeating Riser, attaining Balance Breaker, the Juggernaut Drive, and even facing a god. He had come a long way from being a hopeless loser at school to the powerful Hyoudou he was now. He finally had confidence in himself and felt free of the expectations and opinions of those who thought he needed control. He reflected with gratitude on all the people who had helped him along the way, from the ORC to Azazel, Taninasan, Vale, Kuroka, and Ravel. He was ready to say goodbye to this chapter of his life, to the ghost of Rainier, and to his naive and gullible tendencies. He was ready to begin the next stage and to take control of his own destiny. C whispered to Drake that he was ready and called it his red rebirth. He injected the entire contents of the syringe into his heart. The last thing he heard before an unbearable wave of pain seized him was his partner's voice, and he smiled as he slipped into unconsciousness. Drake told him to leave the rest to him. Pain so intense that his mind could not bear it forced him into a shutdown. He was unsure how much time had passed. As the soft, soothing rays of the sun warmed him, he felt his awareness slowly return. A rush of scents and sounds hit him all at once, and he grabbed his head instinctively, trying to steady the pressure. He noticed the fresh dew on the grass, the scent of earth, the fragrance of nearby flowers, and the lingering smell of his own sweat. He could hear bird song, the wind through the trees, and the distant murmur of a stream. The sensory overload left him disoriented as he pushed himself up. He tried to walk toward his cottage not far away but tripped over nothing and fell flat on his face. Irritated, he pushed himself to his feet and steadied himself, squinting at the blurry outline of his arms. His vision had not fully cleared. He tested his limbs and flexed tentatively. As a practiced fighter, he knew his body well, and he immediately noticed that his arms and legs felt longer and his entire frame felt heavier. That explained the earlier stumble. Drake welcomed him back to the world of the living. Se, relieved to hear the voice, told Drake he felt odd and asked if the transformation had worked, his worry evident. Drake reassured him that everything had gone smoothly and advised him to take time to adjust to his new body. Drake explained that his limbs were longer, his muscles and bones denser, and that he had grown a few inches. He recommended exercises to regain balance and coordination. Isse nodded and began a routine of sit-ups, push-ups, jumping jacks, and shadowboxing to reacquaint himself with his balance, reflexes, and kinesis. As he moved, Drake outlined the other changes. Drake said that Isse was now mostly dragon, with a smaller portion that was devil and an even smaller fraction that remained human, a necessary combination to retain the sacred gear. His bones and muscles had been repeatedly reforged to reach their current density. His body had optimized itself to accommodate spiritual and magical changes, which explained his increased height and enhanced senses, and his nervous system had accelerated so that thought processes occurred almost instantly. In magical potential, Drake placed Isse just behind an average high-class devil, an enormous leap from his former capacity, and reminded him that in Balance Breaker he could double his power repeatedly every 10 seconds, making his reserves staggering. Isse felt awkward at being called monstrous by the image Drake painted, but he pressed on with his training. Drake also explained the effects of the Phoenix Tears. Isse's risky choice had paid off. The limited regeneration from his dragonification had been greatly enhanced, allowing him to fully restore damaged parts of his body unless an instant death injury occurred. The regeneration was not identical to the Phoenix form and was slower and more grounded. He remained flesh and bone, but it was remarkably effective without relying solely on magical energy. If a limb were severed, his body would regenerate it over time, accompanied by pain and significant bleeding until it healed. Though not instantaneous, the recovery would be swift enough to be considered extraordinary. Drake judged this form of regeneration superior in its reliability, since it did not depend on constant magical input. Drake deadpanned at Isse's unbelievable luck and explained that the regeneration ability was ingrained into Isse's body at the deepest level. The dragonification had also boosted his vitality and stamina, which had already been high due to his natural predisposition. Drake estimated that exposure to such a potent source of healing had added roughly 30 years to Isse's lifespan. In short, he had become absurdly overpowered. Drake muttered that it was hard to separate luck from sheer determination and recklessness where Isse was concerned. Isse felt a little irked at the mighty Red Dragon Emperor calling him OP, but he was ecstatic with the results of the experiment. It could have killed him, but it had not, and he had come out of it stronger than ever. A giddy confidence pulsed through him. He felt like a new person, power brimming in his limbs, muscles coiled like springs ready to snap into action. He remembered all the insults being labeled the weakest Hyoudou and treated as inferior by high-class devils and the constant berating that had left him desperate for acceptance. The new body and power gave him the confidence he had been denied, and he felt ready to take on anything. Drake listened with an amusedly deadpan expression at his partner's exuberant thoughts. Once he had regained control of his motor functions, he walked back to his cottage to clean up and eat. He asked Drake how long he had been unconscious. Drake replied bluntly that it had been about 5 days. Issei reacted with disbelief at losing almost a week of training. Drake told him to keep his voice down and explained, in even tones, that the process had been delicate and lengthy. He described it without graphic detail. Issei's body had undergone a complete restorative reconstruction as the dragon heart integrated, and the heart had circulated its potent healing energy to bring the rest of his body into alignment. The procedure had required sustained effort, and 5 days was a small price compared to what might have happened. Issei grumbled about lost training time and already began mentally reworking his schedule, vowing to train twice as hard. Drake pointed out that Issei had been powerful before and, with the dragon heart integrated, his base form now nearly matched his balance breaker state. Drake hinted that he had a plan to mitigate the lost time, rubbing his hands together in a way that suggested mischief. He trusted him and let the matter rest for the moment. At the cottage, he stripped off his dirty, blood-stained clothes and tossed them into the hamper. He paused before a full-length mirror and did a double take. The changes were startling when seen. His eyes, once plain brown, were now a striking emerald that matched the jewels on his sacred gear. His vision was unusually sharp, able to pick out dust motes drifting in the air. His body had transformed into a lean, perfectly defined form built for speed and power, broader shoulders, pronounced arms and chest, a sculpted six-pack outlined by a V-shaped torso, and legs defined to perfection. He had gained height, rising from 5 feet 8 inches to 6 feet 2 inches, and his face had lost any boyish roundness in favor of sharper, more angular features. His hair remained brown but was tamer now, still slightly spiky but controlled, falling just below his shoulders with a few strands framing his face. He allowed himself the thought that his looks had improved significantly, leaning toward a rugged bad boy appeal, and briefly entertained the idea of tattoos or a piercing in the future. He felt hunger gnaw at him and reminded himself to eat. A short neutral moment passed as he prepared to clean up and gather his strength for the days ahead. He stared at his reflection and realized his body had changed dramatically. He looked far more imposing than before, truly like a dragon reborn. A slow smile spread across his face, turning into a smirk and then a loud, unrestrained laugh that sounded almost deranged. Issei assumed a victorious pose with one foot on a stool and celebrated that he was officially a handsome man, joking about being on a harem route as he pranced around the cottage. The dragon coiled inside his arm. Drake could not help but slap his palm against his face in disbelief. The dragon silently scolded himself for going along with his partner's ridiculousness, while Issei paid no mind and let his imagination run wild. He indulged in a vivid fantasy, then forced himself to snap back to reality. He laughed awkwardly, embarrassed by his own thoughts, and the dragon complained that he should stop being foolish and focus on training. He apologized and admitted he had gotten carried away, then beamed with renewed confidence about his appearance as he skipped off toward the bathroom. Later, they stretched in a wide open field of grass and dirt, dressed in cargo shorts and sneakers, warming up for training. He asked Drake where to begin. Drake instructed him to sit cross-legged, relax, and meditate. The field fell quiet, and for a moment only the crickets could be heard. I erupted in protest, incredulous that after all the effort and pain to obtain a body built for combat he was being told to meditate. Drake snapped that he had thousands of years of experience and that Issei should stop complaining and just meditate. He grumbled but assumed the lotus position and evened out his breathing. He had practiced similar meditation before while trying to understand the sacred gear, and after what felt like hours but was actually only about 15 minutes, a weightless sensation overtook him. When his feet touched solid ground again, he opened his eyes to a realm of fire and brimstone where a 30-foot dragon loomed before him. Drake asked what Issei planned to do now that he had the body he wanted. Issei admitted uncertainty after the Dragon Heart and Phoenix Tears transformations, and said he intended to continue physical training and modify the sacred gear. Drake questioned whether Issei meant the gear needed fixing. Issei clarified that he did not mean its abilities were flawed, only that he wanted to customize its appearance to reflect his rebirth, creating a unique base form and balance breaker that would still be the boosted gear but carry a distinctive look exclusive to him. Drake scrutinized him before letting out a small plume of fire and deeming those terms acceptable. Issei breathed a sigh of relief. Drake then proposed that, since Issei had been uncertain about direction and time management in his training, he had a solution and a set of skills well suited to him. Drake told Issei that he planned to let him unlock an unused ability of the boosted gear and that, when he was ready, they would meet the people who would help train him. Issei became excited at the prospect of testing new abilities. He felt that familiar weightless sensation as he fell deeper into the sacred gear. After a while he regained his bearings and immediately recognized his surroundings. He stood in a vast white space furnished with tables and chairs. A bar ran along the left side, lined with stools, and at least 30 people filled the room. This was his mindscape, the place where the boosted gear's previous hosts resided. It had become available to him after he used the Juggernaut drive. These were the voices that normally tempted him when he was in a bad situation, urging him to unleash the Juggernaut drive. Issei was immediately on guard, but he noticed a striking difference. Where the former hosts had appeared blurry before, he could now see their faces with perfect clarity. He realized for the first time that these were the boosted gear's previous hosts speaking. Most of them wore tuxedos and held wine glasses, looking every bit the gentlemen as they sat elegantly in their chairs. One of the hosts tapped an empty wine glass, addressing him in a refined tone and suggesting they had a particular solution to his predicament. At first Issei wondered what they meant by that. The former hosts began to agree with one another enthusiastically, prompting him to panic at the thought that they might again encourage him to use the Juggernaut drive recklessly. The hosts waved such fears aside, insisting they had moved beyond that approach and discovered something greater. They then presented a symbolic vision that they claimed was the source of a long-protected power. It was a strange and unexpected manifestation, but Issei trusted Drake and the host's intentions. The former hosts shifted to a more serious tone. They reminded Issei that he had once been called the weakest of the Dragon Clan, a shameless pervert, and someone who would never amount to much. They acknowledged those insults but said that his straightforward nature, grit, and determination had made him one of the most powerful figures in the world. They praised the way he had corrected their own past arrogance and cleansed hatred with his charisma, freeing them from the chains that had bound them. They said he had shown a future worthy of fighting for and, with a touch of wry humor, admitted that he had broadened their perspective on life. Because of that, they had decided to help him. The hosts offered to share their lifetimes of experience in numerous fields and to give him the training, knowledge, and abilities that would help him shine. They pledged to support him in his future endeavors. Issei stood in stunned silence, realizing that the boosted gear's former hosts, some of the greatest warriors who had ever existed, were banding together to train him. He knew he could learn much from them, and he trusted Drake, who had sent him here. Issei asked how they would help him. The dandy former host explained that Issei could continue his regular physical training during the day, but at night when he slept they would pull him into the sacred gear to train him in specific arts that would stick mentally. The next day he could practice and perfect those skills in the real world. Another former host, a wizened figure who seemed steeped in arcane study, stepped forward to address the issue of time for training. He said that in life he had explored many mysterious branches of magic and had discovered a time dilation technique that could temporarily slow time in a limited area. By using Issei's new reserves of magic together with the boosted gear, and while temporarily using Issei's body, the magic user could create a field large enough to encompass the training area and extend Issei's 2 months to the equivalent of about 8 months of training. Issei thought it was amazing and compared it to the hyperbolic training chambers he had heard about in other stories. The old scholar reacted with an awkward smile and took a step back. A different former host, a lean, focused warrior with the bearing of an old kung fu master, then spoke about combat skills. He pointed out that Issei's primary mode of offense was close combat but that he had no formal martial arts training. He was essentially a street brawler. That, the master said, was unacceptable. He offered to aid Issei in mastering a wide range of martial arts: taekwondo, aikido, muay thai, karate, judo, and more to supplement his current style. He intended to sharpen Issei's natural battle instincts into a far more refined and lethal form and to teach him how to wield his sword properly so it would not go to waste. Issei felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of learning real martial arts instead of relying solely on rushing in and swinging wildly. The former hosts outlined a plan. By combining nightly training in the sacred gear, extended training time through the time dilation field, and intensive instruction in multiple combat disciplines, Issei would grow significantly stronger. He would be trained in strategy, weapons, and disciplined fighting techniques that matched the lethal skills of the predecessors guiding him. Issei left that place energized and resolute, ready to begin the rigorous regimen that would prepare him for the challenges ahead. The next to step forward was a lanky man dressed like a biker, flicking a Zippo lighter. Pyro-senpai explained that because Issei was mostly dragon and had the phoenix tears in his veins, he possessed an exceedingly high affinity for fire magic. Pyro-senpai said he would teach Issei how to harness that fire, shape it into unique spells, and turn it into a weapon. The prospect made Issei giddy. He had long resented seeing others wield magic while he could not, and now he intended to make full use of the power. A man who looked like a Shinto priest stepped forward next. Priest Senpai offered to teach the lost art of sealing techniques and the Shinto branch of magic. As a fellow Japanese, he felt obliged to pass the knowledge along. He did not expect Issei to become a master quickly, but with sufficient study these techniques could greatly supplement his fighting style, setting traps and aiding his training. By drawing gravity and resistance seals on the body, one could build strength, stamina, speed, and endurance simply through regular movement. Priest Senpai warned that training would feel extreme and that muscles would be taxed, but with Issei's rapid regeneration they would recover much faster than normal, allowing him to train harder and raise all his base attributes. Issei's jaw dropped. This sounded incredibly useful. He recalled his previous fight with Serorg at the Gremory mansion when Serzex had said his limbs were weighted and he had still nearly overwhelmed Issei. Learning Shinto magic would also make him feel closer to home. He had always thought traditional Japanese magic practitioners were cool. He did not need to learn dozens of different magics like others. He only needed a compact arsenal he could turn into a deadly set of tools. The final senior stepped forward with the calm demeanor of a Buddhist monk. Monk Senpai observed that Hei was an exceptionally driven individual with an unusual reserve of willpower and life force. For that reason, he believed no skill was better suited to him than the one he intended to teach. It would form the backbone of Issei's offense. The monk explained that this obscure art had been passed from teacher to student in the old days and had largely died out centuries ago, but he sensed the potential for it within Issei. He named the power presence. Presence was an inner power that dwelt within every person, awareness of others' presence, a way to coat parts of the body or weapons to increase their strength, and, more rarely, the crystallization of will that could overwhelm others. Monk Senpai described the first aspect, perception. With mastery of perception, a user could sense the location and number of enemies outside their field of vision and even predict an opponent's immediate actions. At high levels it could discern surface thoughts and emotions. The second aspect, armament, functioned like an armor one applied to chosen parts of the body or weapons, increasing defensive resilience and attack power. Given Issei's fighting style, the monk believed this art was tailor-made for him. Finally, the monk explained that a select few could manifest conqueror's will, which projected their spirit outward and could momentarily stun or intimidate many weaker foes. Conqueror's will could be controlled but not trained in the usual sense. It was strengthened only by strengthening one's own mental resolve. The monk felt this power might dwell within Issei and offered to teach the ancient practices to unlock and wield his presence. By the end of the explanations, he felt his mind briefly shut down and reboot. The new powers sounded incredible, and he was eager to learn them. He smiled with a fierce eagerness for battle, and declared that with 8 months of training they would begin straight away to make him as strong as possible. He thought about Cerorg and vowed internally that the opponent would be in for a world of pain once he was ready. With that determination, he dove headfirst into his training. At the same time, Rias Gremory sat nervously, chewing her nails to calm herself. It was down to her in Asia to face the strongest young devil, Cerorg Bale, and Hyoudou Issei was nowhere to be seen. Earlier he had left 2 months ago to train in seclusion, and he had not arrived on the morning of the biggest day yet for her peerage. Those 2 months had felt endless to Rias. She struggled to focus on improving herself because she wanted to see Isse again and apologize for her earlier behavior. The worry had occupied her thoughts for weeks, and she suspected the rest of the team shared her anxiety. She knew being distracted before such a large match was risky, but she could not shake her concern. Her team was already on edge because of their missing pawn, so the trip to the venue did nothing to calm their nerves. Upon arrival, Azazel informed them through his familiar, the Skithblathner, that Isse would be delayed. A short pause bridged the uncertainty while they prepared without him. It still pained her to think that he had contacted Azazel instead of her. It hurt more to realize he could have reached out to her or her peerage at any time during the past 2 months. She wondered if he was still upset with her, whether he hated her and wanted nothing to do with her. She imagined impossible scenarios, like him leaving with Aphrodite, who she feared had drawn him away. Rias knew she was being ridiculous, but she could not help herself. She convinced herself that Isse simply needed time to sort things out, and she held on to the hope that when he returned things could go back to the way they were or maybe even become better. After arriving in the underworld, the Gremory peerage, accompanied by Azazel and Irina, traveled to Agrias, a city on a floating island in the Agars territory. The current head of the Agars clan had chosen the location for the match to temper the disputes between the Mao faction and the Great King faction. What had been intended as a raiding game to showcase the youth devil's power had become entangled in greed and high-level politics, turning the event into a proxy conflict between the two factions. Once their pre-game preparations concluded and they reached the stadium, the Gremory peerage learned the special rules for the dice figure raiding game. Each king rolled a single die, and combatants could be sent out whose combined piece values equaled the total rolled by both kings. These rules worked in their favor. If the match had followed standard procedures, Isse would have been disqualified for being late. As it stood, he did not need to fight unless Rias chose to send him, giving him time to arrive. The first match began with Rias sending out her knight, Kiba Yuto, to face Baruka Furkas, Cerorg's knight. Baruka specialized in controlling horses, and the match proved difficult for Hyoudou. He relied on deception and a surprising second balance breaker, Glory Drag Trooper from the Blade Blacksmith half of his holy demonic sword, to overcome Baruka and secure an early win for the Gremory peerage. The second match pitted the Rooks, Rosweiss and Kaneko, against the Rook Gandoma Balam and the Knight Libin Crossel. Balam's overwhelming strength and defense, combined with Crossel's trickery and his sacred gear, Gravity Jail, presented a severe challenge. Rosweiss' extraordinary intellect and Kaneko's remarkable resilience, however, allowed them to prevail. The victory came at a cost. Kaneko was taken out at the end, leaving her teammates devastated. The third match was a magic duel between Aquino and Cerorg's bishop, Coriana Andrealphus. The battle flashed with elemental magic from both sides, but Aquino's mastery of her craft proved decisive and earned Rias a third straight win. The fourth match paired Zenobia and, unexpectedly, Gasper, who volunteered against descendants of extinct pillar houses, Bishop Mestina Sabnock and Rook Ladora Bune. The contest was intense. Sabnock's sacred gear, Trick Vanish, sealed Zenovia's ex-Durandal and left her vulnerable. Gasper stepped up and absorbed heavy blows while stalling for time as he worked to unseal Zenovia's sword. He succeeded but was eliminated after a heroic effort. His sacrifice inspired a deeply emotional Zenobia, who recovered her ex-Durandal and swept through both opponents, securing a fourth win for the Gremory peerage. The fifth match was Queen versus Queen. Aquino against Keisha Abaddon, an extra demon from the House of Abaddon. The magical duel favored Aquino in raw power, but Keisha proved resourceful, especially with her clan's signature technique, Hole. Akino's unfamiliarity with that skill allowed Keisha to turn Akino's own holy lightning against her, giving Serorg's peerage their first victory. The sixth match saw King Serorg step forward to face the trio of Hyoudou, Zenobia, and Rosweiss. The three worked together against Serorg's monstrous speed and strength and his overwhelming Tuki. They managed to land a decisive blow that forced him to resort to his Phoenix tier, but his power ultimately proved too great and the trio was defeated. For the seventh match, Serorg sent out his queen again, leaving only 2 fighters in his peerage. Rias could not risk Asia, so she had no choice but to step into the ring herself. The battle was magic-intensive, with demonic energies STRNG through the air. Keisha pushed Rias to her limits, but in the end the power of destruction proved too much and Rias was defeated. Asia tended to her, administering healing after the encounter. With Serorg now the only remaining member of his peerage, he automatically took the field. Rias faced a difficult decision. A single combatant could not fight 2 matches in a row, and her options were limited. She still had her earpiece and was consulting with the rest of her peerage, who were recuperating under supervision in the medical room but able to watch the match. Akino, reclining on a hospital bed and recovering from her injuries, observed that A was not present and reasoned that their only choice was to send Asia out. Akino suggested that as soon as the match began Asia should forfeit. If Isse did not arrive in time, Rias would have to face Serorg herself. The others listened intently through their earpieces. Rias sighed and asked Asia if she could handle the task. Asia, Rias's devoted bishop, nodded resolutely and affirmed that she could. Asia pumped her fist cutely and declared that she would not let them down, bringing a smile to the king's face. Hyoudou and the rest of the peerage wished Asia good luck and said they would be waiting for her in the medical room. Rias asked if Asia was ready to go, and Asia nodded, preparing to step into the magic circle. A deep, husky voice interrupted over their earpieces, saying there was no need and that he would take over. At first they hesitated, then recognized the voice they had not heard in almost 2 months. Their pawn had finally returned. The peerage called his name all at once, relief washing over them. After 2 months without his presence, they felt as if a weight had been lifted. They had come to appreciate him on a whole new level. His absence had drained much of their motivation. Asia, Akino, and Gasper shed tears unashamedly, and even Kaniko's eyes were a little misty though she tried to hide it. Kiba and Rosweiss were more reserved but no less relieved. Rosweiss in particular seemed unusually emotional. Rias whispered his name softly as tears rolled down her face, feeling as if a huge burden had been lifted. He had an uncanny ability to calm people, raise their spirits, and give them courage with his presence. Now that he was here, they were filled with renewed hope. This was one of the reasons she loved him. He was like a blazing sun piercing through the darkness. Isse praised Gasper for his efforts and told him he had done well, and he complimented Kaniko as well. He told the rest of the peerage that they had done their parts and that he would take over from here. He asked them to sit back and relax and enjoy the show. Gasper beamed at his praise and Kaniko flushed at the compliment. The others straightened at his quiet confidence. They all trusted Isse's ability to pull through and knew he was the only one who could even remotely face Serorg head-on. Even through the earpieces, his assurance was palpable, a reassuring presence that made them feel both confident and, for a moment, submissive to his steady will. Rias wanted to apologize for her behavior the last time they spoke and to ask for forgiveness, but the words caught in her throat. She listened instead and quietly wished him luck. He thanked her, then cut the connection and moved toward the arena. Rias let out a sad smile. He seemed different after his time away, and she only hoped he did not resent her. He let out a deep breath as he relaxed his body in the tunnel at the Gremory end of the stadium, waiting to be called out. He went through the breathing exercises he had learned during his training to ease the tension in his muscles. After 2 months of non-stop training, 8 months by his reckoning because of the time dilation field, he felt in peak condition and more assured than ever. As the commentator began to announce the combatants, Isse felt his pulse quicken with anticipation. He had always teased Vala for being a battle maniac, and he found himself surprised at how excited he was. He forced himself to calm down and think of something peaceful to steady his mind. Drake scolded him in his head to stop daydreaming and focus on the fight. At that reminder, the air around Issei shifted. His expression smoothed and all extraneous emotion fell away. Drake called this his game face. After months of daily martial arts training, Issei had learned DSPLN and how to control his emotions. He was still passionate, but now he could internalize those feelings, direct them at a target, and unleash them with purpose. Despite his efforts to remain composed, he could not deny how much he loved the thrill of battle. Maybe it was the dragon in him, or perhaps his natural disposition, but in the heat of battle he felt truly at home. All restraints fell away. On the field he was no longer a son, no longer a servant, and no longer defined by others' scorn. He was a warrior, a gladiator, free to let loose the pent-up emotions he had repressed and feel adrenaline surge through his veins. During training he had learned something vital. Only in a fight could he truly be himself. He was a dragon, a truth he could deny no longer. He lived for the thrill of battle, and as his name was announced, one clear thought passed through him. He told himself it was time this dragon took flight. He acknowledged Serorg Bale as a worthy opponent, but he believed Serorg was not ready for what awaited him. In the Issei dragon section of the stands, many children of the underworld crowded together. Most were commoners or the offspring of reincarnated devils, low-class devils from the lower social castes. Their hero, the Issei dragon, had covered the cost of their tickets and refreshments, allowing them and their parents to witness their first live raiding game. Excitement buzzed through the group as they chatted about the matches and the impressive abilities they had seen. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the appearance of their idol, the legendary Hyoudou Issei. Ravel Phoenix, manager of the Hyoudou Issei, sat at the front of the section and had taken it upon herself to represent and lead the cheering. When Isayama had contacted her and asked her to organize the initiative, transferring a very large sum into a special account she could access, she had been stunned and then filled with pride. She admired his kindness and benevolence and felt honored that he trusted her above others with the task. She organized everything with efficient enthusiasm and made sure Isayama received recognition for his generosity even though he had told her not to worry about it. Most of the match she spent energizing the children and encouraging them to support their favorites. Outwardly she appeared calm and collected, but inside she was tense with worry. The main reason she had come had still not appeared. She could sense, as many spectators did, that the end was near. On one side stood only Serorg Bale, on the other were Rias, Asia, and Issei. The problem was that Issei had yet to fight and he had not been present when the team entered the field. Ravel overheard whispers from high-ranking devils mocking the supposed flight of the Red Dragon Emperor at the prospect of facing a pure house member of Bale. She gritted her teeth, angered by their airs and their attempts to curry favor with IsseixHarem Bale, the original Great King. She wondered if that arrogance was the future her race would accept. Her admiration for Ai had grown in part because he defied such conventions. He spoke his mind and acted on his own terms, a beacon of hope for her. She had promised herself she would train her mind and body so that, when the time came, she would be worthy to stand by his side. As she considered these things, she heard the commentator signal that the time for strategies had ended and that the 8th match was about to begin, and she silently hoped he would arrive in time. The commentator, Nod Gamajan of the House of Gamajan, welcomed the audience back from the break, noted that the 8th match would soon start, and asked Governor Azazel and Emperor Belial for their impressions. Nod was a professional commentator with years of experience covering raiding games and spoke with genuine enthusiasm. Governor Azazel said that it had been an exciting spectacle. The young competitors had performed well above expectations, approaching the level of a professional match. He observed that the Gremory peerage had taken the first 4 wins, but Serorg and his queen had executed a spectacular turnaround. With the Gremory peerage still retaining 3 members, Rias the king, Asia Argento the bishop, and Hyoudou Issei the pawn, while Serorg stood alone. Azazel felt that Serorg held an advantage because of his overwhelming strength. As the sole remaining member of his team, Serorg was automatically the next contestant. Rias had fought the previous match and was barred from fighting again, and Asia, as the team's healer, lacked combat experience against Serorg. The most logical and anticipated matchup was Hyoudou Issei, yet he had not appeared despite several opportunities. Azazel wondered whether Rias had been saving him for the end. They would soon find out. Emperor Belial agreed with the governor that the match had exceeded expectations, especially considering it was an exhibition featuring youth devils who had not yet officially debuted. Emperor Diehauser Belial praised the young devils for their performance and said they had given him hope for the future of devils, looking forward to an exciting conclusion. Nod announced into his microphone that the spectators would soon see the match begin, and the crowd erupted in response. He then presented the official SBMSNS and confirmed that it would be a one-on-one match. From the Baal corner, the announcer named the strongest youth devil and heir of the House of Baal, Serorg Baal. Cheers filled the stadium as Serorg walked calmly to the field and stopped at the center. He looked to be in top condition despite an earlier injury to his arm. The Phoenix tear he had used had restored him and left him ready for combat. As he steadied himself, officials reinforced the arena and raised powerful shields to protect the spectators. Nod next introduced the opponent from the Gremory peerage, the pawn of Rias Gremory and Red Dragon Emperor, Hyoudou Issei. The roar from the stands drowned out the roof as fans, many reincarnated devils and commoners looking for inspiration, rose to their feet when he entered the arena. Several attendees, including members of various peerages and notable figures, were taken aback by the transformation in Issei. He carried a confident aura and a physical presence that balanced strength and speed without becoming bulky. He stood around 6 feet 2 inches with startling green eyes. He wore black leather pants and biker boots, 3 straps wrapped around his right thigh, and a maroon belt crossed with diagonal straps and a snarling dragon head buckle. His vest was a form-fitting black leather combat vest that exposed his arms and emphasized the definition he had earned through training. His right arm was the natural tanned tone of his skin, while his left was covered down to the wrist in intricate markings. His hair reached just below his shoulders, his bangs fell above his eyes with a strand between the bridge of his nose, and he wore a small braid on each side, each tipped with 3 green beads. His ears bore emerald-like earrings set in metal, and a dragon fang necklace rested at his throat. Sharp, elegant facial features and narrowed eyes gave him a confident, roguish presence that drew many admirers to blush. The Gremory men watched in quiet dismay as their usually composed partners reacted openly to Issei's appearance. Rias observed her pawn in amazement. The change over 2 months had been remarkable. His walk and the confidence he exuded suggested he was ready for any challenge. She found herself flushed at the sight and quietly wondered what it would be like to embrace him now. Sona Citri, the student council president of Kuo Academy and Rias's close friend, paused and rethought her earlier assessment. She had once doubted Issei's potential and felt regret for underestimating him, but his progress over the months had proven her wrong. Ravel blushed deeply at his presence. She had long harbored romantic fantasies about Issei, and seeing him so assured and handsome made her heart leap. She felt a strong pull but forced herself to remain composed and patient. This was not the time to indulge in personal feelings. Issei needed support, and she planned to give him everything she could. She stood and encouraged the children and fans in the Bosom Dragon section, urging them to cheer and applaud their hero. She nearly fainted when she looked back at the arena and saw meeting her gaze with a sly wink before turning his attention back to the match. The day was already turning out well for her, and she hoped it would lead to something more official between them. Nod announced that the contest was about to begin, explaining that the stadium had been reinforced and powerful shields acted around the spectator areas. Due to the popularity of the 2 fighters and the anticipation surrounding the bout, this match would take place in the arena itself rather than in the usual subspace. The crowd erupted as anticipation climbed to a fever pitch. Issei moved toward the center of the arena where Serorg Baal waited alongside the arbitrator, Rudiger Rosenkreutz. Many older and some newer observers noticed the deadly elegance of Issei's movement like a sharpened katana, sharp, lethal, and silent. Even those who looked down on him as an unenlightened barbarian felt a chill and tried not to show their unease at his presence. Only Issei knew he was releasing short, controlled bursts of Haushiko-haki just enough to assert dominance without incapacitating anyone. Serorg grinned in anticipation. He could see how much Issei had changed since their friendly spar months earlier. He looked more dangerous now, and the thought of testing himself against this new threat excited Serorg. He even considered using a reserved technique. When Issei reached the center, he faced Serorg and stared unflinchingly. Rudiger recited the rules and permutations of the match, but both fighters were far more focused on each other. Fans and children in the Bosom Dragon section, led by Ravel, chanted and cheered in rhythmic support. Issei barely acknowledged the arbitrator and his opponent at first, instead turning to the stands and offering a warm, genuine smile to the children, waving in thanks for their support. Many in the crowd admired him, even his peers felt the effect. Sona Citri blushed, and Seigenshru felt a pang of jealousy at seeing the woman he admired respond so warmly. He scowled at his rival but kept his composure. After the greetings, Issei returned to his original spot. Rudiger, having finished his explanations and obtained the fighters' agreement to a clean match, left via a magic circle to his spectator seat and officially started the 8th match of the rating game. Issei's warm expression faded and his face became impassive as he refocused on Serorg, who shivered with anticipation. The two measured each other with steady gazes. The atmosphere tightened, spectators chewed their nails in nervous anticipation. Some wondered why Issei had not activated his balance breaker or revealed his sacred gear. Serorg, who had also trained his body to extreme levels, recognized the restraint. Beneath the calm posture, he was coiled and ready, like a snake waiting to strike. Serorg's grin widened as he decided to begin. In an instant of speed that most could scarcely trace, Serorg vanished from his original spot and flanked a. He formed a fist and threw a powerful, precise jab at the right side of Issei's head. The motion was over in less than a second. To many it looked as if Serorg had blurred out of existence. Just as the attack seemed about to connect, Issei, with reflexes bordering on superhuman, reached up and stopped the punch only inches from his face. The contact sent a shockwave that rippled outward through the air, and I did it without changing his expression. Serorg was taken aback that his preemptive strike had been halted so effortlessly. Internally, he felt exhilarated and proud of his control, though he maintained a calm exterior. As Serorg lingered in a brief daze, he struck back with a powerful, perfectly executed roundhouse kick to the head that sent Serorg skidding backward. As Serorg collected himself, he saw E holding his left leg outstretched from the kick. Issei kept the pose for a moment before using his right foot as a fulcrum to return his leg to its original position with casual precision. Serorg wiped at the corner of his mouth and discovered a small trickle of blood there. The stadium fell into a stunned silence, the crowd reacting with shock, disbelief, and excitement as the match intensified. The shocking part was not that Issei had caught a lightning-quick punch from Serorg, but that he did so without taking apparent damage, despite Serorg's punches being known for their devastating force. Unknown to the spectators, Issei had coated his palm with a thin layer of Busashoku haki to absorb the impact. The crowd, unaware of that detail, knew only that they were about to witness an incredible fight. Cheers echoed through the arena as the audience urged them to put on a show. As Issei met Serorg's gaze, the left side of his mouth curved into a smirk that read as both taunt and challenge. Serorg returned the expression, and the posturing ended as both competitors coiled and burst into action at the center of the field. Punches and kicks came hard and fast from both sides, each move met with precise blocks or deft deflections that sent ripples through the air. If Serorg threw a punch, Issei deflected it nimbly and countered with a kick. Serorg dodged and threw another punch in response. The exchange continued for minutes as both men probed one another, still holding back as a warm-up and a way to read their opponent. After several minutes, Serorg raised the stakes and landed a heavy body shot. He flinched but absorbed it and returned a powerful haymaker that briefly disoriented Serorg. Serorg answered with renewed vigor, and as restraints dropped, more strikes found their targets. Fists and feet moved with fierce intent, though the depiction stayed within the realm of dramatic, high-energy action rather than gore. Serorg favored raw upper-body strength and hard punches. Issei relied on nimble footwork and precise kicks. Both were capable of switching styles when necessary. Serorg closed the distance and slipped into Issei's guard. Issei reacted, grabbed his arms, and rotated his hips to attempt a modified judo throw over the shoulders. Cerorg landed on his feet and surged back in. He slid into a crouch and swept his leg to take Issei down. Issei anticipated and leapt, which was exactly what Cerorg had planned. Left vulnerable in midair, Issei quickly put up a crossguard to soften the incoming kick. The guard slowed the blow but did not stop Issei from being pushed backward. He showed his agility by leaning back and using the ground to spring into a hand-supported backflip. As his feet hit the ground, he exploded forward with a burst of speed that rocked the arena, feinted a right hook, and instead struck Cerorg's thigh with a sharp kick that made him double over. Cerorg then used his momentum to follow with an uppercut to Issei's jaw, briefly leaving Issei disoriented before Issei used the recoil to surge forward and headbutt Cerorg. A dull impact echoed through the arena as both fighters took a moment to catch their breath, then charged again. Their fists crossed in a held counter before they broke apart to reassess and regain their bearings. The commentators reacted quickly to the display. Nod praised the exhibition of physical combat, noting the even exchange of powerful attacks and the fighters' apparent readiness for more. Azazel observed from the commentary box that Issei had not yet revealed his sacred gear, a point that surprised many who had been caught up in the battle. Back on the field, the fighters measured each other. Cerorg acknowledged that Issei had drastically improved since their last encounter a few months prior, saying that seeing Issei match his punches invigorated him and that he had not had such a good fight in a long time. He could sense that hubris might be a risk for someone of his standing, but Issei had caught him off guard by facing him head-on without his balance breaker. Issei replied that he had worked hard to reach this level, having broken and repaired his body numerous times to attain his current strength, and that Cerorg, more than anyone, would understand what that commitment entailed. Issei spoke in a deep voice that drew admiring looks from the audience, though he remained entirely focused on the match. Cerorg grinned with battle lust and declared Issei a worthy opponent before moving into position. Symbols appeared along all four of Cerorg's limbs and then faded into a faint glow. Issei realized Cerorg had reapplied his weights after his previous fights with Kiba, Zenobia, and Roswius, and wondered why Cerorg had not been wearing his tuki earlier. As the light intensified, a white glow settled over Cerorg like a second skin. The release of power stirred the air and left the arena winded. A shallow indentation formed beneath his feet as his tuki locked in. Issei admired the sight. Cerorg's tuki was leagues ahead of Kaniko's in terms of power and intensity. Drake, observing from within, remarked that it was rare praise for a devil to awaken tuki. He silently teased Drake about the unexpected compliment, and Drake retorted with mild indignation before returning to the observation that for a devil to awaken tuki was indeed unusual. Drake observed that Cerorg must have pursued pure power. His vitality had become visible, wrapped around him like a living armor. Drake warned that this meant Issei could no longer treat him lightly. Issei nodded and steeled himself. Cerorg was the real threat and it would be disrespectful to hold back any longer. He sharpened his senses. His hands slowly took on the sheen of Busashoka haki, turning black beneath his gloves so no one would notice. Cerorg launched himself at Hyoudou Issei with incredible speed. Drake commented that Cerorg announced his charge, and the two collided with a brutal exchange of strikes. They traded punches, kicks, headbutts, and throws, each using his body as a weapon. The tuki around Cerorg granted him a momentary advantage, and he pressed it, battering Issei with a relentless flurry. As he recovered, Issei decided to raise the stakes. A red aura coalesced around his arms and resolved into crimson leather-like gauntlets that extended to his elbows, adorned with flame patterns and a green gem bearing the symbol of the Red Dragon Emperor. This was his customized boosted gear, lighter and easier to wield on both arms. Drake noted that Issei had activated his boost, and an explosive burst of power followed, giving Issei extra reserves. Azazel remarked with a mischievous thumbs up that the boosted gear looked altered and suggested Issei should visit Gregory afterward for a checkup, which made Issei uneasy. Drake reminded him not to let curiosity lead to trouble. Cerorg studied Issei's changed gear, curious whether it brought new abilities. He lunged forward, But Issei met him with a massive flaming strike that manifested as a huge fiery fist. Drake identified the move as Hyken. Issei then released a swarm of small green lights that drifted like fireflies around Serorg. Drake named that deployment Hatarubi. When Issei snapped his fingers, the lights burst into a sweeping conflagration Drake called Hyoudou. The flames swept past. Serorg's Tuki shielded him from severe harm, though his clothing showed signs of singeing and his hair was ruffled. Issei closed the gap and landed a crushing right hook that snapped Serorg's head to the side. Serorg threw a counterattack, and the fight devolved into a punishing close-quarters brawl. Both men took heavy blows and showed visible signs of injury. Wounds, bruises and swelling left them battered and dazed rather than anything graphic. Issei relied on his regeneration for deeper harm but asked Drake to mask visible healing for the moment, worried that enemies might be watching. The exchange reached a stalemate. They locked hands in a frontal grappling match, straining to overpower each other. Threw his head back, drew a breath, and unleashed a blast of blistering hot flame from his mouth. Serorg's Tuki reduced the worst of the damage, but the heat distracted him, and Issei followed with a rapid series of strikes. A kick to the chin, a blow to the side of the head, an axe kick and a spinning helicopter kick that finally brought Serorg to the ground, winded. As Serorg struggled to recover, he leapt impossibly high into the air above him. Drake described Issei hardening his left arm with Busashoku, the boosted gear and hand taking on a metallic black sheen. Issei drove his arm down toward where Serorg's head had been, but Serorg managed to extend his wings at the last moment and rocket away from the impact. Issei then slammed his fist into the ground with a move Drake called Extreme Quake. The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the surface, cracking the earth and sending up a spray of rock and dirt. From his vantage in the air, Serorg watched the devastation and felt the force of that single strike. The battlefield was strewn with debris and the two fighters were visibly battered, breathing hard and bruised. The fight had escalated into a spectacle of power and technique, each man testing the other's limits while the surrounding terrain bore witness to their clash. Issei wondered if this was what people felt like when they faced him. The commentator Nod cried out in disbelief, capturing the stunned reaction of the stadium at the absurd display of strength. Serorg laughed and admitted he had not been pushed like that since childhood, confessing envy and beginning to mention Rias before Issei cut him off. Issei ordered him to stop and reminded him this match was about the two of them, nothing more. He noted Serorg was holding back and had not used the weapon wrapped around his right wrist. Issei revealed that his sacred gear had sensed it and asked why Serorg was afraid to fight fully. He then attacked Zikrambale with blunt words, calling him weak and accusing him of covering his insecurities with political power. The stadium fell into stunned silence. Zikrambale was the original Great King and the creator of the power of destruction, and the crowd could not believe someone had dared insult such an ancient and powerful devil. Rias's eyes widened in panic. As Issei's patron, she feared for him and wanted to contact her older brother to ensure nothing happened to him. Reactions across the stands varied. Some were shocked, some worried. The High Council seethed at the disrespect. Azazel and Surzex tried to stifle laughter, having expected nothing less from their favorite dragon. Diehauser Belial smirked and sharpened his attention. Seraphal giggled, pleased that someone had finally voiced what she had wanted to say for years. She found Issei amusing and handsome and watched with a playful, admiring look. Grafia raised an elegant eyebrow, the slightest twitch at the corner of her mouth betraying her interest. Sona stood stunned, hair disheveled and glasses askew, unable to believe anyone would dare insult one of the most powerful devils in front of so many people, though a small part of her secretly rejoiced since Zikrambale stood in the way of her goals. Ravel covered a giggle with the back of her hand, fully confident in Issei's judgment and ready to defend him. She thought anyone who tried to harm him would deeply regret it. On the field, Serorg's eyes bulged and his jaw dropped. He had long resented his grandfather for the suffering he and his mother endured, but hearing such brazen condemnation was staggering. The revelation that his secret weapon had been noticed unnerved him, and Issei's boldness stirred something in him. He smirked and assured Serorg that he did not fear the council. If anything, they should fear him. He then explained why he remained a low-class devil in rank despite his record. He said he had been a devil for 7 months and in that time had defeated a high-class devil one-on-one, overcome the Phoenix clan's immortality, and within 3 weeks had fought and held back Kokobeel, a survivor of the Great War. He had faced Valet Lucifer, reputed to be the strongest host ever, to a stalemate that forced Valet to retreat at a peace conference. He had achieved Balance Breaker in less than a month and gone on to defeat the SS-ranked Ultimate Class Stray Devil Kuroka. He had fought and defeated the traitor Ghidorah Astaroth and the leader of the Old Demon faction, Shalba Beelzebub. A few weeks later, with the aid of Saji Genshuru, he had defeated the Norse god Loki. A few months earlier, Hyoudou Issei had fought the leader of the hero faction and the wielder of the True Longinus, Cao Cao, in Kyoto. He had forced Cao Cao to retreat and had even destroyed one of his eyes. Issei reminded Serorg Bale of these facts and pointed out that such achievements would normally merit a promotion test. By simple logic, as he argued, he should already be an ultimate-class devil. He asked Serorg why he remained a low-class devil, wearing a knowing smirk. Issei explained that the answer was fear. He said that the council and the powerful feared him and what he represented. Born to ordinary working-class parents in the human world, he was essentially a nobody who now stood toe-to-toe with the heir to House Bale. He represented the faith of simple men and women who had long been ignored and the hope of reincarnated devils treated as second-class citizens. Seeing him rise gave them courage to challenge the hierarchy and hope that their children could have a better future. He pointed to the children in the stands who believed in him and were rooting for his victory. That, he insisted, was what the council feared most. Promoting him would show that anyone could rise from the lower ranks, and his popularity would spread that message through the underworld. Those on Issei's side who were politically inclined Surzex, Azazel, Graphia, and Seraphal recognized the tactic for what it was and quietly admired the plan. By publicly calling out the council's unfair treatment, Issei had aligned himself with the common devils who felt similarly aggrieved. He had fashioned himself as their champion and, in doing so, had secured overwhelming support from a population that had little voice under the old hierarchy. Whether the council promoted him or continued to deny him, Issei stood to gain. Promotion would validate his message and increase his influence. Denial would confirm his claim and turn him into a martyr who embodied the council's fear. Either way, the council would suffer reputational damage, and the least damaging choice would be all they could pursue. Issei made his point clear. He said he was fighting for the voiceless children and for those who could not fight for themselves, and he challenged Serorg to consider who he was fighting for. He acknowledged the turmoil he had seen during their exchanges and urged Serorg to put it aside. This, he insisted, was not about Zekrom Bale or Surzex Lucifer. It was about the two of them fighting with everything on the line. He acknowledged Serorg as a worthy opponent and compared their similar origins. Both had been labeled failures yet had built their bodies and strengths until their detractors could not stand against them. He encouraged Serorg to stop hesitating, to remember the person who mattered to him, and to show the full extent of the power gifted to him. He argued that Serorg did not need some mythical power of destruction when his own body already embodied destructive force. He called on Serorg to accept his title as the true Great King and demonstrate his resolve. He framed the match as the Great King against the Red Dragon Emperor Serorg Bale versus Hyoudou Issei and urged him to stop caring about consequences and to fight with everything he had. Serorg felt as though a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Issei's words struck true. He had made it this far by overcoming obstacles without fear. Thoughts of his beloved mother and her sacrifices echoed through his mind, and he realized she would want him to live freely, not be shackled by politics. If he lost support today, he could build it again from the bottom. His resolve hardened, and he finally felt free of the metaphorical chains he had placed on himself. He decided it was time to honor his mother and the clan she came from. Serorg told Hyoudou Issei that his words had resonated with his soul, that he felt freer than he had in a long time, and that he would reward Issei with his full power. Serorg asked his sacred gear Regulus mentally if it was ready. Regulus answered that it was always prepared to aid its master. Serorg raised his left arm and the golden bracelet began to glow with brilliant light. Most of the crowd watched with curiosity. Azazel's brows rose as he recognized the jewel on the bracelet. Serorg shouted the command to activate his balance break. A dazzling light spread around the field, forcing many spectators to shield their eyes. When the light faded, Serorg stood clad in golden plate armor with a lion motif. The helm bore a mane-like crest, and a lion-like face adorned the chest plate with eyes that seemed to hold a consciousness of their own. The release of power shook the ground beneath him. Serorg announced the name of his balance breaker, Regulus Nemia, Regulus Rei Leather Rex. He thanked Issei for making him serious and vowed to reward him with his fist, inviting Issei to give it everything he had. The presence around Serorg swelled with tuki and authority. In the commentator box, Azazel stared in incredulous fascination at a Longinus-class sacred gear that had been hidden for years. He knew the House of Baal would face questions for concealing such a weapon, especially with the peace treaty in place. Seeing Serorg's power, Issei laughed to himself, exhilarated and more driven to fight. He mentally resolved to relax later. He complimented Serorg, admitting aloud that he had not planned to use his own balance breaker in this fight but felt compelled to do so for a worthy opponent. He declared that he had intended to reserve that power for only the most deserving and prepared himself to release it. Dre-Ig answered, announcing the Welsh Dragon balance breaker. A heavy pressure settled over the arena as a blinding red light filled the space. Some of the more vulnerable spectators struggled for breath, and then the pressure lifted as the red light coalesced into a single point around Issei. He formed a large spinning sphere of red energy while aloft. The energy split and dispersed, revealing Issei wearing the gleaming red armor of the Red Dragon Emperor. This version of the armor was streamlined for mobility and had a sleek, imposing design with dragon wings unfurled. Azazel watched with intense professional interest, eager to study what appeared to be a subspecies balance breaker. Issei's supporters erupted into cheers at the sight of their hero in the new armor. Ravel led the cheering, smiling at the sight of Issei armored and ready. Issei shouted that he was ready, and the two combatants charged each other. They met in the middle with a clash that shook the arena and sent shockwaves through the air. They disengaged and dove back in, exchanging powerful strikes repeatedly. Fists and feet flew in a relentless contest of strength and endurance. The audience, both in the stadium and at home, was captivated by the intensity and emotion of the battle. As more blows landed, sparks and shockwaves burst from their collisions. The fight became a contest of stamina and will. Fancy maneuvers were discarded in favor of raw endurance. The dull impacts reverberated through the arena, and the strain of their efforts echoed around them. Spectators leaned forward or rose to their feet, sensing the climax approaching. The Occult Research Club and Rias watched in stunned silence as Issei fought and spoke like a different person. If not for his sacred gear, they might have thought him an imposter. His strength now far surpassed what they had expected. It was an eye-opening revelation. Azazel observed with a proud smile as the boy he had known grew into a formidable man. Ravel watched with a gentle, confident smile, silently offering a hopeful gesture for Issei's victory. She felt certain she had chosen well. Both fighters staggered as they drew on their remaining reserves for a final attack. As Serorg moved in with a brutal punch, Issei activated his observation hockey for one of the few times in the match, saw the trajectory of the hit, and dodged at the last minute before bracing his arm. He called upon his armament hockey and the entire left arm of his armor darkened. Serorg was too drained to get out of the way as he saw the attack coming. Serorg's last thoughts were a salute to Issei for a marvelous fight and for showing him the way once more as Issei's hockey-enhanced fist connected with his sternum, knocking him out. As his back hit the ground, his armor dissipated. Silence followed. Issei released his balance breaker, walked over to Serorg, bent down, and tapped his chest as a sign of thanks. Rudiger Rosenkreutz then announced that Serorg Baal had lost and would retire, declaring the Gremory team the victors. Nod proclaimed that the match was over and that Hyoudou Issei had won. The entire stadium burst into cheers in appreciation of the spectacular fight they had witnessed. Rias shed a few tears of happiness at her peerage's victory and at Hay coming through for her in the end. The rest of her peerage celebrated together in the infirmary. Sona Sitri shook her head in disbelief, already mentally noting that she would study the match again to analyze the strategies and that she needed to keep an eye on A in the future. She flushed briefly at an embarrassing thought, unnoticed by the others. Ravel cried tears of joy, hoping this recognition would lead to Issei's promotion so she could stand permanently by his side. Issei scanned the crowd and turned to where the young fans sat. He smiled gently at them as they cheered, raised his hand, and produced a large magic circle above the stands. From it fell a cascade of his officially branded merchandise, including shirts, caps, and plushies, all signed by him. The cheers roared through the stadium as the gesture toward the young fans and ordinary citizens resonated with them. In their hearts, they dubbed him their champion. Issei raised his arm in victory as the arena chanted his name, and the recognition of his deeds and strength warmed him. He lingered in their adulation a little longer, thinking that this was just the beginning. Morning sunlight lit the streets of Kuo as teenagers and children made their way to school. Some chatted with friends, others scrolled through their phones discussing the latest trends. One lone teenager walked calmly toward Kuo Academy. He wore the regular uniform, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, showing his toned arms and torso. He was the only boy wearing earrings. His green eyes and braided, shaggy hair made many of the girls blush and giggle at the mysterious student. Hyoudou walked with a calm exterior that belied his honed senses and perfect haki. His training had taught him to be constantly aware and ready for danger. He found it amusing that no one recognized him now and that the same girls who had sneered at him before were now fawning. Outwardly he remained stoic, inwardly he was laughing. A few months earlier he might have reveled in the attention, but his increased strength and confidence had changed him. He kept walking. He thought back to the aftermath of the raiding game victory. The infirmary buzzed with celebration as the remaining members of the Gremory peerage marked their hard-fought win. This victory, over the strongest youth devil, filled them with pride and raised their profile. Rias was in tears as she thanked and congratulated her servants. Zenobia asked if anyone had seen Issei, and the question sent the room into excited anticipation. Azazel reported that Issei had stopped at another infirmary and would arrive shortly. Azazel entered with Surzex, Graphia, and little Millikas. Millikas congratulated Rias with an adorable smile that made the girls coo. Surzex loudly expressed how proud he was, and Graphia reprimanded him to show proper decorum as the Demon King, pinching his ears and eliciting a pained yelp that made the others chuckle. A cool voice noted that everyone seemed to be having fun. As they turned, he entered the room, and many of the females blushed at the sight of him. He wore the same pants and boots as before but had swapped his combat vest for a white button-up shirt with the top button undone, revealing a hint of collarbone and a dragon fang necklace. He wore a black leather jacket that extended to his knees, the whitish-gray fur along the collar lending it a distinctive edge. Altogether, he gave off the aura of a cool bad boy. Rias sobbed uncontrollably as all the emotions she had been bottling up came rushing back, and she barreled into him for a hug. She cried into his chest, apologizing and asking for forgiveness. He offered a wry smile and patted her shoulder, reassuring her that everything was all right and that he held no grudge. Relief washed over the occult research club at his words. They dared to hope things could finally return to normal. That hope faltered when they noticed he was not behaving with his usual flirtatiousness around Rias and instead appeared impassive in her presence. The change worried them. If the one who usually fixed things did not seem inclined to, their problems would not resolve themselves as easily. After Rias stepped back and collected herself, they turned to the other occupants of the room and greeted Surzex and Graphia, and patted young Millikas on the head, which made the boy beam with happiness. Surzex smiled widely and draped an arm around Issei's shoulder, while Graphia offered a polite praise for the battle he had just fought. Issei blushed slightly at Graphia's compliment and thanked her, noting that her approval meant a great deal to him. Surzex remarked on the stir caused by Issei's speech during the fight and wondered aloud about its effects among the higher-ups. He downplayed it with a mischievous smile, saying he had simply spoken his mind as usual, which prompted laughter from Azazel and Surzex. Azazel observed that Issei's training retreat had clearly paid off. Issei admitted he felt better than ever and had learned much about the supernatural world, Mentioning that the boosted gear had been an unexpected source of information, Azazel picked up on the hint. Millikas gushed over how cool Issei had been, and Surzex pretended to sulk, teasing that Issei was stealing his son's admiration while Grafia watched with a faint, fond smile. Issei lifted Millikas onto his shoulder and entertained him with tales of the match, delighting the boy and prompting everyone present to coo at the adorable scene. Grafia watched the two with quiet affection, feeling a soft spot for Issei like one might for a younger brother. Azazel asked why Issei had been late. Issei sheepishly explained that during training he had acted a powerful barrier to contain any damage and had released it a few hours before the match, only to find someone waiting for him on the other side. He omitted a few details about the circumstances. The adult's surprise at his use of barrier magic shifted to concern at the idea someone had been lying in wait. Surzex asked quickly if the Cows Brigade had been involved. Issei shook his head and suggested it had likely been the old malfaction but assured them he had taken care of the problem. His eye contact indicated they would hear the full story later in private. Conversation soon turned boisterous again, with Surzex and Azazel leading the festivities. Issei sought out Gasper and praised him for his bravery. The damper was moved to tears by the senpai's recognition. Others received brief congratulatory remarks as well, though some noticed Issei's compliments were more reserved than usual. That restraint left a quiet ache. It felt as if a small gap had opened between Issei and the others, and they hoped to mend their fractured closeness in the days ahead. Issei then approached his manager, who sat at the corner of the room. Her face brightened at the sight of him, though she tried to hide it behind a mask of indifference. Issei praised Ravel for her work both in the stands and in organizing everything as he had requested, telling her that her dedication had made the event even better than he had imagined and that he was proud to have her as his manager. He patted her head in a friendly gesture. Ravel flushed and smiled, tears of happiness gathering at the corners of her eyes as she basked in praise from someone she admired. She replied that she would do anything for him, still touched by the moment. Others in the room, Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and Kaneko, watched the exchange with expressions of jealousy. He had been formal and distant with them on his return, yet warm and familiar with Ravel in a way that echoed how he used to be with them. The sight left them wondering if their past behavior had consequences and whether their relationships would change because of it. They did not like it at all. They needed to mend their relationship with him as soon as possible. The flashback ended. By Monday morning, the girls had been pestering him about his training and trying to provoke him. Their behavior was getting on his nerves, so he relied on his DSPLN to keep from reacting outwardly. He finally made his way into the classroom and took his usual seat just as the lesson was about to begin, drawing the attention of everyone there, including the teacher. Ms. Hankoa asked if he belonged in that class or had taken a wrong turn. Hyoudou Issei sighed, knowing the trouble this would cause, and told her that he had only taken a 2-month break and that he was indeed Hyoudou Issei. The announcement produced shocked reactions across the room, stunned faces, dropped jaws, and audible exclamations. Some students muttered about his sudden change in appearance and accused him of betrayal. He ignored most of the commotion and focused on the young teacher, then turned on a polite smile that made Ms. Hankoa momentarily flustered. He offered to obtain confirmation of his identity from the student council, which left her a stuttering mess as she declined and tried to collect herself. He noted the hostile glares directed at him but returned his attention to the lesson. Despite being tutored in the basics of life, including math, science, history, and politics, he resolved to try to be a good student to make his parents proud after years of disappointment. Later, as he packed his books and took out his bento, he sensed movement and shifted his body a few degrees so that a swiped punch missed him, causing the attacker to overextend and fall. He shook his head at their predictable mistakes. Motohama confronted him, accusing him of betraying their partnership and of stealing attention. Matsuda nodded along. Issei fought the urge to facepalm and felt embarrassed at the thought of how others saw him, a thought accompanied by the echo of an inner self that teased him. He told Motohama that he could not help how he looked and that he did not care about the girl's opinions. He insisted he had standards and excused himself to eat his lunch. The two only became more irritated while other classmates reacted strongly to his cool, cutting remarks. He gathered his lunch and left the class as gracefully as he could. In the student council room, he relaxed on the couch and ate his bento. Saji from the Citri peerage had invited him to hang out. Saji grabbed Issei by the collar and reprimanded him loudly, incredulous at how Issei had dominated his match with Bale and wondering what had changed. Issei replied with a deadpan look that he had simply been training hard and that PBRY had treated him well, which sent Saji into a mock lament before he recovered. Saji congratulated him on being selected for the mid-class promotion trials. The memory of the promotion meeting returned. Issei had been in the large conference room of the Hyoudou residence with members of the ORC, Irina, Tazizel, Surzex, and Grafia when Lucifer had stopped by to announce the recommendation for promotion for 3 peerage members, Issei, Aquino, and Yuto. Rias had been bursting with pride at her servant's achievements. Aquino and Yuto accepted the praise modestly while Issei listened with an expectant expression. Issei knew the promotion was coming. His victory over Serorg Bale and his actions against the council had built momentum and public support. He suspected political pressure had made the decision inevitable. Normally he might have been promoted further, but he accepted the middle-class recommendation without complaint, planning to earn whatever came next through further accomplishments. The 3 thanked Surzex and accepted the promotion offer. Surzex then announced that Issei, Kiba, and Aquino would participate in the middle-class promotion test at the underworld the following week. The abrupt schedule caused murmurs among those present, and Issei simply raised an eyebrow. Thanks to his training, he could read between the lines. This was likely another attempt by the higher-ups to stifle him by giving little time to prepare for the test. He smirked at their petty efforts. His tutors had prepared him for this test and the next 1 month ago. He had nothing to worry about. Surzex explained that the test format was surprisingly similar to the one in the human world, consisting of a report, an essay, and application questions, and added that the recommendation was permanent, so even a failed attempt could be retaken. As the discussion wound down, Rosweiss stood up and said she would take her leave. Issei asked if she was going somewhere. He had no problem interacting with Rosweiss. She had not been part of the argument 2 months earlier. She was straightforward with him, unafraid to call him out for his teasing ways, and a good friend to talk to. Rosweiss answered that she was thinking of returning home in Northern Europe for a while. Issei raised an eyebrow to encourage her to continue, and she blushed, coughing lightly to regain her composure. Rosweiss admitted that she felt she lacked power and that the Gremory team often faced strong opponents. At her current rate, she feared becoming a hindrance and was considering increasing the rook trait. Issei nodded in understanding, remembering he had made a similar decision a few months before. He wished her luck and said he was confident she would do well. Rosweiss felt flustered and shy at his praise. His power, maturity, and calm disposition unsettled her in a quiet, personal way. Azazel asked whether Rosweiss had someone she could rely on in Valhalla. Rosweiss replied that she had a senior who specialized in that area and that improving scores in magical attacks during the Valkyrie candidate test had been difficult. He acknowledged her response. He already respected Rosweiss for her prodigious talent in magic, only 2 years older than him, humble, and a capable warrior. Azazel analyzed the balance of Rias's team, pointing out that while the team had overwhelming firepower, its defense was shallow and it could be taken down by tricks and techniques. He noted that Aquino and Gasper were talented in different branches of magic and that Issei had shown mastery of fire magic in the last game, so opponents tended to target those strengths. Covering those vulnerabilities with magic would strengthen the team. His remarks drew bitter smiles from the Gremory peerage and embarrassment from Rias, while I chuckled, aware he still had many unused techniques. Surzex observed that some fans preferred strategy and technique-based teams and that, although they lacked flashy fights, expert fans appreciated them. Azazel suggested that Rias and Serorg's teams should use flashy fights to attract an audience while improving their strategies, which would make future professional games more exciting. Azazel then asked Rias if it would be acceptable to send Rosweiss to Valhalla for training. Rias agreed that if there were areas to improve, she would not decline. Rosweiss expressed her gratitude and added that she had prepared the mid-semester test paper. He noted that he expected nothing less and tuned out the rest of the conversation. The flashback ended. Isse thanked Saji for his congratulations. Saji said the recommendation seemed appropriate, recalling Isse's many life-or-death situations. He had participated in the battles against Loki and at Kyoto and understood that those fights could have been fatal. Isse laughed at his friend's incredulous tone. Saji pointed out that Isse had faced many strong foes drawn from myth and history, and Isse agreed that surviving those battles and other achievements made the recommendation fitting. Saji asked whether Isse and the others planned to skip ranks, since they already had the power of high-class devils. Isse explained that protocol required them to become middle-class devils first. Saji complained that the higher-ups lacked the willingness to do what was right and recalled that the president had suggested Isse, Kiba, and Aquino had the power to be promoted directly to high class because of their abilities. Isse accepted that nothing could be done about it for now. Saji admitted he also wanted a promotion but first needed to get stronger. Isse told him he was already strong enough to be promoted and that having the Dragon King Vritra on his side helped. What he needed now were achievements to attract the council's attention. Saji swelled with pride at the praise and then grew contemplative. He said he wanted to grow stronger with the other Citri members and mentioned recent discussions with Gregory about artificial sacred gears. Isse reacted with interest. Saji explained that the Citri group often participated in Azazel's experiments and that, next time, one member of the group who did not possess a sacred gear would be equipped with an artificial sacred gear. Isse nodded. The Citri peerage, though talented in their own ways, lacked a single defining trait that made any of them stand out, with the exceptions of Saji and Tsubaki. Most of them seemed fairly ordinary. Kusaka, a girl with pigtails who served as a bishop, greeted Isse and congratulated him on his promotion recommendation. The other members echoed similar congratulations. He thanked them politely, and the girls blushed at the change in his demeanor from his usual mischievous reputation. The first-year pawn Nimura informed Genshuru Saji that the student council president had requested a certain document. Saji acknowledged the request. Hanakai, a second-year bishop, also told Saji that the president had sent a task for him. Saji decided to handle the simpler errands first and asked Isse to relax and mingle while he left with Hanakai and Nimura. Isse learned from the Rukura and Kusaka that Hanakai Momo and Nimura Ruruko were both vying for Saji's attention. Hanakai had been the one carrying a pack containing Isse's blood during the raiding game against the Citri group, and Nimura was the one who had been defeated by Kaneko in that same match. Hanakai had once been a fan of Hyoudou, but she had come to see the difference between fantasy and reality and had grown close to Saji as he continued to work hard. Nimura, always at Saji's side helping with council duties and devil-related tasks, had developed feelings for him through constant proximity and shared responsibility. He smirked and hoped Saji would notice their feelings. While he reflected on his friend's complicated social life over a cup of green tea, the Rukura approached with autograph paper and asked for his signature. She explained that she had watched the recorded battle against Baal and had been deeply moved by the fight. Yura said she admired Isse's determination and fighting spirit. Yura's declaration prompted a light-hearted discussion among the devils present about their preferred types. Yura said she liked men who looked a little roughened by battle, which made Isse uneasy even as he acknowledged her popularity. Kusaka declared that she preferred Kiba, and a fellow named Tsubaki, the vice president, was an even more fervent fan of Hyoudou. Kusaka asked Isse if he would introduce her to Yuto, and Isse offered to arrange an introduction, which delighted Kusaka. Sona Citri entered the room, and casually greeted her by her first name. The informality surprised Sona, who seldom heard such familiarity from anyone outside her immediate family. Sona mentioned that she had a guest but still needed everyone to run an errand. Tsubaki was having trouble with the club leaders. Her peerage responded affirmatively and prepared to leave. They all bid Isse farewell as they departed. Once they had gone, Sona organized paperwork at her desk while Isse sipped his tea. The two found themselves alone together for the first time. Sona congratulated Isse on his victory against Serorg and on his recommendation as a mid-class devil, and Isse returned the compliment, praising her victory over Sikvera Agars. Sona's composure wavered briefly at the praise, and she found herself blushing as she worked. They sat in a comfortable silence, exchanging occasional glances. Later, Dee relaxed in the large bathhouse in the Hyoudou residence basement, soaking in water that felt intensely hot to ordinary people but comfortable to him. He reflected on the events since the incident at the clubhouse and felt that, despite the roller coaster of difficulties, he had grown considerably both in power and as a person. Although relationships within his peerage were strained and he still bore some hurt, he resolved to move forward and to cooperate when necessary. He would not repeat past mistakes. During his reflections, he remembered the encounter he had just before the raiding game and the unique individual he had met. He couldn't help but feel a connection to this person, and his usual helpful nature was in full force on this occasion. He recalled the training as a roaring success. The time dilation field had given him an extra 6 months to train and had pushed him to a whole new level of power and ability, not just physically and magically but mentally as well. It was finally time for the big event, and he had just finished the process of disabling the field. As soon as he lowered the barrier and drew in the fresh mountain air, Draig warned that they had company. A chilling, cold, monotonous feminine voice answered. Issei's observation hockey and heightened senses had already alerted him as soon as the barrier dropped, so he remained composed. He had already estimated the intruder's power, formidable, more so than any of his teammates, but still a few notches below Grafia. He judged that he could handle her. He responded in a blasé tone that he did not care for trespassers, and the woman remained cold and impassive. She declared that she did not owe the rules to those she deemed beneath her and announced that she had come to kill him. He suppressed an amused laugh. He rarely had such calm exchanges with enemies, and the discipline instilled in him by his tutors let him play along with the banter. He turned to face the woman in a dramatized fashion and then had to catch himself. In all his life he had seen many beautiful women, but when his eyes met this intruder he found her breathtaking. She stood about 5 feet 9 inches with distinct European features. Her glossy golden hair was braided and tied into a neat bun, bangs falling to one side to partially cover an eye, leaving the other a striking forest green against pale skin. She wore a black Gothic Lolita dress with a frilly white choker and shiny black thigh-high boots. In her hand she held a pink umbrella that contrasted with her austere expression, giving her an untouchable air. Even with his training, felt a rare sense of awe at her presence, but he kept his composure. He introduced himself politely as Hyoudou Issei, the current Security, and asked for her name. The woman, who had observed his manners with a raised eyebrow, replied that her name was Hildegard in an impassive tone. Issei then calmly asked why she intended to kill him. Hildegard answered that her masters had sent her to eliminate him for the shame he had caused their faction and that she would be his executioner. Issei assessed the situation clinically. From her energy signature he could tell she was a powerful devil, likely aligned with the Old Mao faction. He explained that her mission seemed like a suicide run, sent by a group more concerned with appearances than true strength, and that she had been deemed expendable. He recognized the resignation in her demeanor and felt a reluctant respect for her commitment. Hildegard suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A heavy pressure surrounded Issei, increasing by the second. She focused and saw that the Security was enveloped in a blood-red aura tinged with black, an oppressive presence that seemed to challenge her will. She would never admit it aloud, but she admired strength. Seeing him unleash so much power, combined with his appearance, stirred something in her. She pushed the feeling aside and returned her focus to the mission even if it meant death. She smiled bitterly at that thought. If this was to be her final stand, at least she had found a worthy opponent. She released the restraints on her power and was surrounded by a black aura as she drew her sword from her umbrella. He was impressed by the presence this woman projected. It made other powerful figures he knew pale in comparison. He could tell from her posture and the definition of her muscles that she trained herself rigorously and did not rely solely on demonic power even though she had the reserves to do so. She was a true warrior, proven by her willingness to stand against him despite the risk. Even though he had other commitments, he decided this remarkable woman deserved his full attention and resolved to give her a battle she would remember. The two opponents faced each other, the area quieted and leaves drifted on a gentle breeze. Suddenly Hildegard moved with startling speed, appearing in front of He and moving her sword toward his chest. He angled away and followed with a backhanded punch, which she ducked before attempting a sweep. He vaulted over the sweep, twisted in midair, and brought his heel down in an axe kick on the spot she had occupied, but she rolled away in time. She steadied herself, lifted her sword to the sky, and gathered her demonic power into a compressed black sphere at the tip. She pulled back and sent the sphere toward Isse like a fired projectile. He could not avoid it while landing, so he reinforced his chest with armament hockey and took the blast full on. The impact stung despite the protection and left his shirt in tatters. He braced and prepared a counterstrike, his fist slowly igniting with fire. Isse unleashed a powerful fiery strike known as the Blazing Fist. As Hildegard watched the smoke clear, a blazing fist of fire was already hurtling toward her. She unfurled her wings and took to the sky to evade. He then surrounded his body with flame and summoned a massive column of fire in her direction, an attack she recognized as a soaring conflagration. The heat was intense and Hildegard knew she could be overwhelmed if it hit. She acted her best defensive arrays and tried to quell the inferno with water conjured from her demonic power. The two forces clashed and strained against each other, but Isse activated his boosted gear, increasing his reserves, and transferred that extra power into the flames, giving them the edge to breach her defenses. Hildegard tried to dodge but took a hit along her left side. She coated the injured area with a thin film of demonic power to mitigate the damage. The blast burned through her left boot and singed the left side of her dress, leaving her leg and foot exposed and the garment scorched. Catching her breath, she realized the intelligence she had been given about the target was outdated. The boy described to her and the man standing before her were different in every way. Despite the mission, she found herself enjoying the fight. Hildegard regained her composure and fired large, sweeping bolts of elemental magic at Isse ice, fire, and lightning in wide, powerful arcs. Isse admired the display. It reminded him of another skilled fighter he had seen. Reinforcing his body with armament hockey, he dove into the torrent, either deflecting attacks or taking them head-on. They hurt, but his stamina and regenerative toughness allowed him to push forward. Nearing her, he feigned and then delivered a harsh punch to the gut that left Hildegard momentarily winded. He grabbed her shoulder and flipped her with a judo throw to the ground. He moved to drop an elbow, but she rolled aside and slashed with her sword, leaving a shallow scratch on his right forearm. They traded blows in a relentless exchange of magical and physical combat, using spells to create openings and strikes to exploit them. As the battle continued, both fighters smiled, he because he faced a strong and admirable opponent, she because she felt free and alive in the clash. Isse showed no contempt, only a steady understanding and quiet resolve. That unguarded kindness stirred unexpected warmth in Hildegard. She wanted to know him better. She tightened her focus and reminded herself of the mission. As the fight wore on, stamina began to tell. Isse's regenerative resilience made him seem almost fresh, while Hildegard's energy waned and her conviction to kill him faltered. When Isse's punch came toward her, she discreetly dropped her guard, tired of the ruse, and took the blow full force. What she did not know was that Isse had seen her action and had held back much of his power. Nevertheless, she was left sprawled on the ground in pain, seemingly resigned to her fate. After a few minutes, she asked Isse if he was going to finish her off. Although her voice was still impassive, there was a hint of resignation that he noticed. He observed that when they had traded blows he had felt emptiness coming from her, as if she were going through the motions with no true purpose. He told Hildegard that she had arrived intent on dying. Even though her mission had been to kill him, he had never sensed real intent to take a life from her. His words made her look away in shame. She disliked being called out. Being reminded of her situation stung. Isse said he did not appreciate being used for assisted suicide, but he could tell there was more to her beneath the surface. He said he could see it in her eyes, waiting to break free, and asked her to tell him about herself and her life. His steady, sincere invitation made the silence between them heavy, and Hildegard at last opened up. Hildegard explained that she had been born in the underworld to a family of extra demons serving the Beelzebub line, much like the Lucifuge family served the Lucifer line. Her parents and older sister had been zealous supporters of the supremacy of the demons and the absolute power of the demon lord. Hildegard had focused instead on getting stronger. Her sister and others in the faction resented her talent and treated her as though she were trying to rise above her station. She had been taught from a young age to obey her masters and carry out her duties with pride, but over the years it had all felt hollow and meaningless to her. Serving masters who lived in luxury yet complained about their lives had made her question the point of it all. Those doubts turned her into an outcast within the faction and led to her being sent on a mission that amounted to a suicide assignment. The faction did not expect her to return. Even if she succeeded in killing Issei, she would be executed upon her return. With misty eyes, she said she had nothing left to live for and asked him to kill her. He felt his heart ache at the sight of such a powerful, composed woman breaking down. He told her that he could not accept her resignation to death. He said he saw in her the same burning hunger to prove herself and to be free that he felt in himself. He described how, 6 months before, he had been a weak human often dismissed as the weakest dragon king in history, and how since then he had grown and even defeated a god. He urged her not to let the circumstances of her birth dictate who she would become and to find the strength to carve out her own destiny. He reassured her that breaking away and forging a new path was frightening, but that she had the potential to do great things. He encouraged her to find someone worthy of her loyalty and devotion, someone deserving of her talents rather than the scornful masters she had served. He asked her not to throw her life away cheaply and instead to live on her own terms. Hildegard listened, enraptured. Issei's words struck a deep chord within her. They echoed the same struggle she had borne alone. She felt something inside her release, like metaphorical chains loosening. She decided then that she would stand tall and shape her own fate. She resolved to dedicate her loyalty to this man who had shown her a new possibility, even if he did not realize it yet. The determination and conviction in his voice, paired with his kindness, convinced her that he was the person she could follow. When I turned to rummage through his bag for a change of clothes to replace his damaged ones, Hildegard watched him with quiet admiration. A warmth rose in her cheeks and her heart quickened at his kindness, but she collected herself and kept her feelings inward. She resolved to be strong and to stand beside him. Issei then asked what she intended to do now. Hildegard said she had nowhere to go and that, since he had taken away her purpose, she expected him to take responsibility for her. Issei reacted with disbelief, reminding her that she had tried to kill him and that her demand was unreasonable. A short, awkward pause followed as they both considered what came next. There was an unspoken understanding that their paths had shifted. Issei protested that he had no choice. Hildegard pointed out that he was effectively asking her to return and face death because she had nowhere else to go. Issei rubbed his forehead, trying to stave off a growing headache. He had told her to live how she wanted, but he had not expected her to corner him like this. He was already late for the raiding game and lacked the political influence to keep her from being imprisoned if he brought her home. Fortunately, some older seniors from Boosted Gear had told him about hidden safe houses, sealed with security barriers where they stored valuables and could shelter someone in need. Issei explained that he could not take her with him because she would be arrested immediately. He gave her the address and password to one of those secure locations and promised to call daily and visit from time to time with food, necessities, and anything she might request, asking if that arrangement was acceptable. Hildegard agreed and addressed him as Master Issei, keeping a stoic facade while inwardly rejoicing at the opportunity to serve him. She felt blissful at the prospect of being near him, even if he did not fully understand her intentions. She asked her not to call him that and said that Issei would be fine. She continued to call him Master Issei, and he sighed, realizing he would not win that battle. He then asked, innocently, if he could call her Hilda. Hildegard was thrilled at the pet name but kept her composure, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. He smiled, and her eyes brightened with happiness. The flashback ended. He shook his head in fond exasperation, thinking about the devil maid who had slipped into his life so quickly. He considered calling to check whether she needed anything and to hear her voice. As he reached for his device, a communication circle opened before him and a familiar voice greeted him. Azazel greeted him casually. Issei acknowledged Azazel and asked where he was. Azazel explained that they had just held a brief meeting about an event happening the next day and that a special guest would be visiting someone who might change the tide of the coming war. Azazel asked Issei to keep an open mind when meeting this person and to do his best to answer their question. Issei sat up straighter at the serious tone and agreed without hesitation, expressing his trust and willingness to help. He regarded Azazel as a father figure and resolved to do whatever he could. After exchanging pleasantries, the call ended and lay back in the bath, wondering what tomorrow would bring. On a pleasant Tuesday morning, the residents of the Hyoudou household woke. Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou were away on a trip that Issei had arranged as an anniversary gift, so the 6-story house was occupied only by Issei and the girls of the Occult Research Club, with the exception of Rias. The girls made their way to the kitchen, following the inviting aroma, and found Issei reclining on a leather couch beside the dining table, reading a black leather book and dressed in his usual black attire. What surprised them more than his appearance was the hearty Western breakfast spread across the table: eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, salad, muffins, a pot of coffee, and a pitcher of juice, the source of the enticing scent. The girls still felt guilt over how they had treated Issei, regretting their thoughtless behavior and eager to make amends. Over the past few days they had tried interacting with him as they had before and realized that those old approaches no longer worked. When they attempted to apologize, he had replied that he accepted it and that it was water under the bridge. Despite that, a sense of detachment hung over their interactions. He was neither rude nor unkind, but his manner had become more reserved and formal. That restraint hurt them deeply. They missed the earlier, more carefree Issei who would get flustered and act silly around them. Their previous overt attempts at flirting now only made them feel awkward and embarrassed when he responded with polite indifference or a raised eyebrow. Asia greeted him timidly and he responded politely, glancing up from his book at the girls in their sleepwear before returning to his reading and giving them no more than a cursory look, which increased their insecurity. Rias cleared her throat and asked whether he had prepared the breakfast. Issei explained that he had been up early due to his schedule. After his morning training, he had decided to make breakfast for himself. Issei announced that, since their mother was not home, he would make breakfast this morning because they would not be going to school due to the meeting Azazel had arranged. He said this without looking up from his book, and his calm dévoile briefly dampened the mood. Everyone looked up at the sounds of eating to find Zenobia, Irina, and Kaneko already tearing through the food. Zenobia and Irina had comical tears of delight as they praised how delicious everything was. The others hurried to get some before it disappeared. Akino teased that she had not known Issei could cook, and she was disappointed she did not get her usual blush out of him. Issei explained that, between the months he had spent on the mountain with Tannen and his 2-month seclusion, cooking had become a necessary survival skill and nothing more. Ravel praised the meal shyly and blushed as she complimented him. Issei, for the first time in a while, looked up from his book with a sly smile and a mischievous glint in his eyes, pleased that his effort had impressed the young lady of the Phoenix clan and the acclaimed queen of baking. The other girls at the table noticed the friendly exchange and felt a little annoyed, convinced for the moment that Issei favored Ravel. Conversation continued in light chatter around the table. A few hours later the group was in the living room. Ria and Akino sat at the table in quiet discussion, Irina and Zenobia played video games on the floor, and Asia, Ravel, and Kaneko sat on the large couch behind them eating sweets. Gasper and Hyoudou had come over and were sitting off to the side, speaking with Issei about the upcoming promotional exams. They had every reason to be stressed, but with Azazel planning something important, they had decided to relax for the day. When the doorbell rang at midday, Issei, as the one responsible for the house in his parents' absence, went to answer it. When he opened the door, a slender young girl in a Gothic Lolita dress stood there. She addressed Drake without expression, saying it had been a while. Issei kept his outward calm, raising an eyebrow at the guest, but inwardly he panicked. He scolded Azazel silently for bringing the Ouroboros dragon to his doorstep without warning. The leader's appearance and her association with dangerous factions were not something to take lightly. He forced himself to compose his thoughts and noticed Azazel standing nearby, sheepish and rubbing the back of his head with an apologetic smile. Issei allowed a thin, unnerving smile and thought darkly about teaching Azazel a lesson for the surprise. Azazel tried to placate him and asked him to hear him out, prompting Issei to sigh and wonder if Shemhaza must feel the same exasperation when dealing with this grown man-child. Issei invited the visitor inside and asked whether it was only her or if others from Vala's team were dropping by as well. A magic circle of light appeared in the entrance and a young blonde girl in a witch's outfit stepped through, accompanied by a large gray-furred dog. Issei recognized the girl as Lefei Pendragon, whom he had met previously in Kyoto, and he remembered the dog as Fenrir. He recalled that Fenrir had nearly killed him in a previous fierce attack, and the memory of that danger made him wary, even though the wolf now showed no hostility and seemed attached to Lu Fei. Lu Fei introduced herself politely and said Fenrir was with her. Issei took the polite greeting in stride but remained cautious. Another magic circle produced a glamorous woman who stepped forward and embraced him warmly. Issei flinched slightly at the unexpected close contact. Outwardly he sighed and tried to remain composed while inwardly he was amused and flustered by the affectionate greeting. Drake reacted with exasperation, feeling both proud and overwhelmed that his human partner had become so bold and flirtatious. The woman teased him about whether he still had the same tastes, continuing the long-standing habit of playful provocation. Issei admonished her quietly not to do anything foolish in his parents' house and welcomed Lu Fei, noting that it was good to see her again under better circumstances. He told Kuroka that he expected her to behave, fixing her with a deadpan stare. Kuroka pouted in response, and I had to resist the urge to hug her. Issei asked whether it was just the two of them or if the others were on their way. Kuroka replied playfully and nuzzled him, but he could not relax while the most powerful being in the world watched him. Ophis said that they needed to talk. Isse looked to Azazel for confirmation. Azazel urged them to sit and have tea, admitting that he had deceived and lied to other factions to arrange this meeting and warning that, if the plot were discovered and turned sour, he could face severe consequences. He sighed and invited them all in. In the living room, the other occupants were alarmed and immediately took up fighting positions. Azazel stepped between them and reminded everyone that he had ordered them not to harbor killing intent no matter who came, so there must be no attacking. He insisted Ophis would not attack and that, even if she did, they could not defeat her together. Rias became enraged and accused Azazel of bringing the dragon who led the terrorist group that had attacked the factions into this town, important location for the alliance, and into their home. She argued that allowing Ophis here without informing those who secured the town undermined the alliance and risked everyone's safety. Others nodded in agreement, and Ihe felt a headache coming on. He noticed Lu Fei looking concerned while Kuroka appeared amused. Issei put a firm end to the argument. He projected a small wave of his dominating presence that made most of the room shiver in the face of pure power and dominance. Some members reacted noticeably to the display. The outburst ended, and his authority took hold. Issei explained that Azazel had risked everything to bring Ophis here. Azazel had been the most vocal advocate for establishing peace between the factions, and whatever purpose bringing Ophis served must have been important. Isse said he trusted Azazel, who had never led them wrong, and told everyone that they could either storm out in anger or sit down and discuss the matter civilly. Kuroka smiled at his assertion of control, and Lu Fei looked at him with admiration. Azazel appeared deeply moved by Isse's trust. Azazel bowed and apologized to Rias, admitting that he had deceived many people to facilitate Ophis's visit. He asked them to listen to Ophis's story, explaining that her presence might change the nature of the Cow's Brigade and that he believed it could prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Isse stated that he fully trusted Azazel. The other group members exchanged looks and put their weapons away. Zenobia admitted that she wanted to strike Ophis immediately but would hold her sword. Irina, despite her difficult position as a representative of the heavens, said she would rely on Isse and Azazel. Asia and Ravel likewise affirmed their trust. Rias sighed and reluctantly agreed to the meeting. Later, an unusual mixture of people gathered in the VIP room of the Hyoudou residence. The Gremory peerage, Irina, Ravel, Azazel, Lefay, Fenrir, Kuroka, and Ophis at the center of the meeting. Aquino served green tea to the Valley team members and Ophis while remaining alert. Lefay drank her tea, Kuroka snacked, and Fenrir slept nearby. The rest sat with awkward expressions in the uncomfortable silence, aware of the presence of someone who could erase existence with a blink. He glanced at Azazel, who urged him to speak, and sighed. Isse politely asked if Ophis had business with him. Despite her reputation as the terrorist leader, her manner struck him as strangely endearing, and he found himself smiling. Ophis asked Draig whether he wanted to quit being a heavenly dragon. Isse blinked, puzzled, and asked her to elaborate. Ophis explained that the human host had displayed unusual development, very different from previous heavenly dragons. Valley had exhibited similar oddities. She found this troubling. In the battles against Chow Chow and Baal, Draig's armor had changed shape in ways she had never seen before. That was why she wanted to ask about Draig. Ophis tilted her neck with a small, curious motion and asked what Isse would become. Both of Isse's arms immediately glowed with a red aura as gauntlets formed around them, and many of those present, seeing his unique sacred gear up close for the first time, reacted with awe. A deep voice resonated from the gauntlets, and Draig spoke that he did not know what Isse would become, only that the young man's growth was interesting. Isse decided to let the two legendary dragons converse for the moment. Ophis commented on the blend of two heavenly dragons, one aligned with infinity and the other with dreams, and asked Draig why he aspired to be the king of domination. Draig answered that his pursuit of strength had driven him toward domination, that he had been unable to grow beyond that role and had not expected his armor to change so drastically. Ophis said she did not understand domination and that neither the Cow's Brigade nor she were aligned with it. Draig explained that a being born strong from the start could not easily grasp domination's appeal, and he noted the difference between beings born from nothingness or illusion. He asked Ophis what she had gained from this world and why she wished to return to her homeland. Ophis then asked a blunt, unsettling question that struck Draig deeply. Draig reacted by becoming visibly distressed, breathing heavily and calling out hysterically for a counselor. Isse stepped forward and placed his glowing hand near Draig. The faint green light from the spell he had learned specifically for calming his partner washed over the dragon. Draig slowly steadied and apologized, thanking Isse for the help. Isse reassured Draig that there was no need to apologize and that he would take over for now. Ophis said she wanted to observe Draig's possessor more closely, and her expression, while blank, showed genuine interest directed squarely at Isse. He broke into a nervous sweat as he suddenly found himself the focus of the most powerful being in the world. Silently, he cursed the dragon's overwhelming presence. The governor cheerfully suggested that Ophis be allowed to stay in the house for a few days so she could study Isse, and although Isse found the suggestion irritating, Rias reacted even more strongly. Rias objected to having Ophis live with them, but Hay cut her off, his tone suddenly dangerous. He released an intense, dominant presence that made Rias freeze in fear and caused everyone in the room to tense as if a blade had been pressed to their throats. Even normally volatile figures adopted serious stances. Isse asserted that, with his parents away, he was in charge of their house and would allow Ophis to stay on his terms. He made it plain that he did not care how powerful she was. If she did not agree to his condition, she would have to leave. The room reacted with a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Only Azazel looked on with excited curiosity. Ophis regarded Ai without expression, and after a long pause she nodded to indicate her agreement. Isse then surprised everyone by declaring that she could stay as long as she addressed him with a specific title. He asked to be called Big Brother, and the absurdity of the request made the others stare in shock. Ophis remained impassive for several minutes, causing the room to lean in on edge, before she quietly responded with the requested term. The shock on everyone's faces deepened at the sight of the world's oldest and most powerful being using such a familiar title. Isse exclaimed how cute she was, and he gently lifted Ophis into his lap, holding her with affectionate care while her expression remained unreadable. He unwrapped a bar of chocolate and, with a small laugh, handed it to her. Isse cheerfully offered some delicious chocolate. Ophis stared at it, took it, and nibbled it shyly. Isse felt his heart skip at how adorable she looked, and Drake reacted with a deadpan expression at his partner's sudden change, shifting from terrifying to unexpectedly affectionate in seconds. He petted Ophis on the head, her ears twitched in enjoyment. The others watched in disbelief at the sight of the mighty infinite dragon god behaving like a house cat. Azazel laughed loudly, convinced that only I could coax such behavior from the Ouroboros dragon. With everything settled, Iyi sternly instructed that both Lefei and Kuroka would be staying. He had no problem with their presence, but exams and a promotional test were coming up and the household would be studying. He asked them to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. They agreed to his request. Ophis and Kuroka acknowledged the order and promised to be careful. Lu Fei approached Yi holding out a sheet of paper, fidgeting as she asked for his autograph and explaining how moved she had been by his recent battle against Baal. He smiled softly, remembering she was a big fan, and took the paper. He drew a few stylish designs and signed it with a playful dedication to his #1 fan and the sweetest which he knew. Lu Fei beamed and hugged the autograph to her chest. The rest of the day passed normally. Isse doted on Ophis by giving her sweets and introducing her to games while the others kept a respectful distance, watching the Ouroboros dragon in case she acted unpredictably. A week went by with little fuss as the residents of the Hyoudou household focused on studying for the upcoming exams. Akino and Hyoudou came over after school to study for the promotional test. Isse took another week off after submitting an advanced assignment to show he was caught up and ahead. The others were surprised. After his training, tutors had drilled mathematics, science, and general knowledge into him. Although he could be playful and flirtatious, he was not foolish. He had simply lacked motivation before. He spent his week off playing with Ophis, Lefei, and Kuroka, splashing in the underground pool, playing video games, watching movies, and introducing Ophis to Pokemon. Ophis became quite interested, and often played on his handheld console, trying to catch creatures and pouting adorably when she failed while otherwise remaining expressionless. He found it charming to witness those small emotions. He also discovered she had a serious sweet-tooth chocolates, donuts, cookies, and cakes, and he did not mind indulging her since his finances allowed it. There were occasions when he disappeared without explanation, leaving the others puzzled. This was one of those times. Using a transportation spell, Isse vanished and reappeared in a moderately lavish 3-story home hidden in the countryside. It was one of the houses of previous boosted gear wielders, heavily reinforced and concealed by magic, protected by barriers and spells that made it nearly inaccessible without the password. Isse had learned that dragons tended to hoard weapons, treasures, and land. That habit explained his substantial bank accounts and why he could afford to fund an elaborate fan area for the dragon. Upon materializing, he was greeted by the only occupant, Hildegard, who had once tried to assassinate him. She wore a Gothic Lolita-style outfit and bowed low in greeting, her demeanor markedly subservient compared to her earlier hostility. He felt unsettled but understood she was not a bad person. He was content as long as she had the freedom to choose, something denied to her in the past. During their earlier clash, he had told her to find a master worthy of her service. She had taken those words to heart and, unknown to Isse, had chosen him. His kindness and actions had awakened long-buried emotions in her, emotions suppressed by an upbringing that taught servants they had no need for feelings. She held no loyalty to her former masters, whom she regarded as weak. Isse's behavior during the raiding game and the week she had spent getting to know him convinced her that he was the person she had been waiting for. She reminded her, exasperated but gentle, that she did not need to address him so formally and that she was a guest who could simply call him Te. The point remained a matter of ongoing, light-hearted disagreement between them. Suddenly Hilda dropped to her knees and bowed deeply at his feet, shocking Ai with the depth of the gesture. Hilda pledged her loyalty and devotion to his cause, declaring that she would serve as his shield and sword against those who would harm him and asking him to accept her oath. Isse asked why she had chosen this path. Hilda, still bowed, explained that he had told her to free herself from the restraints that had bound her and to find someone worthy of her loyalty. She had made her decision a week earlier, and the time spent with him had confirmed it. He was the one she chose, He had opened her eyes to her flaws and allowed her to break free, and she expected him to take responsibility. He could not help but smile at her resolve. He accepted her pledge and promised never to betray the trust she had placed in him. Tears of relief and happiness filled Hilda's eyes at finally having a purpose and someone to devote herself to. She answered him with a shaky affirmation. Issei helped her to the couch and set about unpacking groceries, clothing, and other necessities for her daily life. As he worked, he recounted the events of the past week, from his promotional exam to his encounter with Ophis. Hilda was surprised and then proud at the thought of him confronting such a powerful being. They continued talking late into the night, exchanging life stories and building a bond that would shape their future. By Saturday it was time for the mid-class promotional exam for Issei, Hyoudou, and Akino. Everyone gathered at the Transport Magic Circle in the basement of the Hyoudou residence. The Gremory peerage, Ravel, Irina, Desolate, Lefay, Fenrir, Kuroka, and the dragon Ophis, whom Issei had jokingly dubbed the infinite little sister dragon. Ophis sat quietly on his lap, much to Kaniko's jealousy, and munched on the chocolate chip cookies Ravel had baked that morning. As he noticed the glaring absence of the reclusive, cross-dressing vampire junior, Gasper. Issei asked where Gasper was. Azazel explained that Gasper had come to him for help getting his sacred gear under control and that he had been sent to the Gregory for assistance. He admired his junior's determination but felt a measure of concern. The Gregory were notoriously extreme in their methods. Issei reflected on where he might turn for guidance. As a reincarnated devil, traditional prayers felt out of place. As someone with draconic heritage, he considered the dragon god, and then realized that the dragon god Ophis was literally on his lap. He chuckled and patted Ophis on the head, noting the subtle signals she gave that told him she enjoyed it despite her usual unreadable expression. The paperwork to transport them directly to the stadium was handled to avoid delays caused by the group's popularity, especially after Issei's recent deeds. It was decided that only the participants Issei, Hyoudou, Akino, and his manager Ravel would enter the testing area. Issei told Ophis that he had to go to his exam and could not take her with him. She would need to go to the hotel with Azazel, Lefay, and Kuroka, and he would join them after he finished. He asked her to behave. Ophis stared at him blankly for a moment, then slowly nodded and acknowledged him with a quiet, respectful yes. He smiled, patted her head, and handed her a bag of candy to tide her over until he returned. Azazel watched amusedly. He also mentioned plans to take Ophis to Surzex after the exam to open negotiations, and that Valley had wanted to hide her because of a perceived threat to her safety. That Valley took the matter seriously was enough for Issei to pay attention. Issei, Akino, Hyoudou, and Ravel stepped into the magic circle. After the well wishes and final preparations, a red light enveloped them and they were gone. When the light faded, the group was greeted by official-looking devils and given instructions before being led to the testing center. On the way, Ravel briefed Issei on the facility, which was located in territory belonging to the Glacialabalas family, the original family of the current demon king Asmodeus. She also explained that, due to the political backlash facing the House of Astaroth after their heir Diodora's actions, it had been decided to use this testing center instead of the one usually used in Astaroth territory. He smiled, gently patted Ravel on the head, and told her how impressed he was with how diligent she had been in her new role as manager. The compliment left Ravel spluttering and flushed, which made A laugh to her mortification. Ravel wondered inwardly whether A had picked up some sadistic tendencies for teasing her in that way. The staff excused themselves and promised to return with the paperwork. Ravel hurried off to fetch the documents, which made A think how thoughtful she was. Issei observed that there did not seem to be many people taking the test. Hyoudou stood nearby and explained that, in the current underworld, few devils were in a position to take promotion tests. He added that, without a war, promotion generally came either from exceptional achievements tied to a devil's pact or from raiding games. The former was very difficult, so raiding games had become the mainstream path to promotion. Hyoudou moved closer to Issei with a serious expression and told him there was one thing he wanted to say before the test. Issei asked what it was. Hyoudou said he was glad to have met him. Issei reacted with exaggerated disgust, commenting that Hyoudou had become a natural at saying creepy things, which made Hyoudou laugh. Ravel returned with the documents, and they filled them out. Issei thought Hyoudou really ought to settle down someday. They completed and submitted the forms, and all that remained was the test itself. Hyoudou, Aquino, and Issei exchanged good luck wishes, and Ravel offered hers as well before Hyoudou and Aquino departed for the exam, leaving Issei and Ravel behind. Ravel tilted her head and addressed Issei. He wanted to pet her but held back, instead adopting a teasing expression. He complained, in an overdramatic tone, that his manager had only given him a plain good luck and nothing more, and that he felt underappreciated. Ravel panicked, worried that she had somehow failed him, and began spluttering reassurances. Issei feigned sorrow, elaborating that a failure today would set him back far from becoming a high-class devil, keeping him from future privileges and a peerage. Ravel could not detect the tease. She had longed to be part of his future peerage, and none of her efforts had been wasted. Issei had finally understood the meaning behind her actions and the conversation her mother had once had with him. He planned to put her fears to rest and accept her into his future peerage, but he could not resist having a little fun first. He softened his tone and said he had been joking, praising the work his manager had put in and saying he could not possibly show his face if he failed after all her efforts. Ravel, still flushed, called him a meanie, which made I laugh. Issei then asked playfully for a good luck gesture from his manager. Ravel summoned her courage, leaned in, and gave him a quick, innocent peck on the cheek. Issei thanked her warmly and said he felt ready to take on the world, teasing that he expected nothing less from his future bishop. Ravel stood stunned for a moment, not only at the good luck gesture but at the implications in Issei's words. She brought a hand to her lips, still feeling the contact, and then broke into a giddy smile and an excited squeal, betraying none of the noble restraint expected of a daughter of the House of Phoenix. He heard the squeal and chuckled to himself. After the written and practical portions of the test were completed, both of which Issei had breezed through thanks to months of preparation, the group made their way back to Ravel. As soon as her eyes met Issei's, she flushed and looked away shyly. Issei smiled at her bashful manner. They headed to the special transport zone and used a magic circle to join the rest of the group at the hotel. Their friends greeted them warmly with well wishes and pats on the back. Azazel sat beside Issei, and Faye noticed Kuroka, Lefei, and Ophis eating sweets in a corner. Fenrir was not in sight, though Issei suspected he lurked nearby, likely keeping watch on Lefei. Kuroka's talent in sage techniques and demonic arts, combined with Lu Fei's magical skill, let them remain unnoticed. He waved at the girls. Kuroka and Lu Fei waved back, while Ophis simply regarded him with an impassive stare before nodding. Issei shook his head at her expected reaction and smiled at her calm politeness. Ophis said she would watch over the older brother as she continued eating pasta. He smiled wryly at the scene. Azazel congratulated Issei on his test and raised his drink in a toast, then took a long gulp. He felt a brief twinge of dismay that this carefree governor was the closest thing he had to a role model, but he pushed the thought aside and dug into the buffet. As he ate, he kept his senses alert to the area around them. Some might call him paranoid, but after all he had been through in the supernatural world, he preferred to think of himself as prepared. He overheard Azazel and Asia discussing a possible balance breaker and Zenobia and Irina talking about sword techniques. He also kept an eye on the corner of the room where the special guests were seated. About 15 minutes later, while polishing off dessert, his instincts flared and a familiar sense reached him. He rose instantly and turned toward a wall on the right, tensing for combat. His reaction gathered the group's attention. Those at the corner stood and closed ranks. Azazel asked what was wrong. He answered that they had unwelcome company and then felt a sensation he recognized from Kyoto, the artificial transport of the dimension lost. Sacred gear, indicating George. That meant the hero faction had arrived. Kuroka, regaining her bearings, looked at A in shock. As a high-level cat spirit, her senses and disguising abilities were exceptional. The fact that A had detected George before she felt anything unsettled her. Memories of the week they had spent at his house, the way he had played along with their whims, now made her wonder whether she had been naive about how dangerous he might be. It occurred to her that, despite his goofy and flirtatious exterior, could be far more formidable than she had given him credit for. She pushed those thoughts away to focus on the present. Kuroka remarked playfully that it seemed Valley had been ignored and that the heroes had come here. Azazel nodded and the whole group assumed battle positions as a familiar protective mist surrounded them. They moved out, following Isse, who seemed to know where the intruders were. The once lively hotel had gone eerily quiet. In the spacious lobby a blazing fireball shot toward them, aimed at Asia and Irina. Isse stepped forward and seized the flames, making them vanish before they could hit the others. Even though he was not on the warmest terms with everyone present, he still cared for them and would not let them be harmed. Asia stammered her thanks, still shaken, and Irina looked at him with gratitude. Did not respond. His attention was fixed on a couch at the far end of the room. Two youths stood there, one wearing a robe over a familiar school uniform, the other in a Chinese-style outfit over the same uniform. The young man in the Chinese outfit tapped his spear on his shoulder and addressed them. Cao Cao remarked that it had been some time since they had last met, greeting the Dragon King and Governor Azazel. He mentioned their encounter in Kyoto and announced his return after the previous events with Durandal. He remained silent, sizing him up and noting that an eye he had thought destroyed appeared to be restored. Cao Cao praised the recent match against Bale as a magnificent fight between two powerful balance breaker users and offered congratulations to the Gremory team on being the top youth devil team. Rias responded with a sarcastic smile, on high alert, and asked how Cao Cao was doing. Cao Cao said he was well and found the sudden summoning in Kyoto to have been a STMLTNG surprise. Rias protested at his remark. Rias protested in embarrassment and covered herself, insisting it was humiliating even to remember. Azazel asked sarcastically why they had created a dimensional field and transported everyone, suggesting it must be a pointless scheme. Cao Cao turned and looked toward Ophis, noting that he had wondered where she had gone with Valet and had not expected her to be here. Isse snapped to high alert. He tensed and flared his senses and Kenbunshika hockey to their limits for any hint of danger. Although he had joked about it before, he truly cared for Ophis as a little sister figure. He was drawn to her and liked to spoil her. Even when she was expressionless, he enjoyed trying to get a reaction. He would not allow those arrogant men to try anything with her. Outwardly he remained calm, but inwardly he was ready to spring into action. Kuroka moved to stand in front of Ophis and said they were surprised, having expected Ophis to go where Valley was. Cao Cao replied that they had sent a different team there and that those teams were probably already engaged in battle. Lu Fei then raised her hand and explained the situation. An ash-gray wolf slid from her shadow and glared at Cao Cao as she spoke. She outlined two reasons behind the setup. First, Ophis had taken a strong interest in Security, the dragon, and Valley had arranged a meeting between them through his own connections. He flinched inwardly at the anguished wail that emanated from the sensitive Welsh dragon. Second, Valley had obtained information suggesting someone was targeting Ophis from the shadows, so they had decided to lure those attackers out. If they were lucky, they could confront anyone who moved against their team by using Ophis as bait. Lu Fei continued that Valley would not have put Ophis in real danger, so he had taken Biko disguised as a fake Ophis while the real Ophis had been taken to Security's residence. The group reacted in shock at the thought of such a plan and at the idea of Valley turning a situation into bait. Cao Cao nodded in agreement and explained calmly that they had expected Valley to use Ophis as bait but not to abandon or truly endanger her. He added that since Ophis had been interested in this generation's Hakuryuku and Security's changes, they had split into two groups, one group to pursue Valley and another, led by George and Cao Cao, to check on Security. As they had suspected, Ophis had been at Security's place, and that was how the confrontation had come about. Ophis asked, twitching her neck, whether Cao Cao was after her. He restrained himself from rushing to her side and made a mental note to pamper her later. Cao Cao said cryptically that they needed Ophis but not the current version of her. Ophis insisted that she would not lose to him. Cao Cao rose and spun his spear with skill. The spear's tip split and formed a bright, blinding blade, a holy weapon that sent chills through the devils nearby. Chow Chow moved with impossible speed and vanished from sight. Only Azazel, Ophis, and Issei managed to track him. Issei realized Chow Chow had targeted Ophis and felt his protective instinct surge, but he also knew that such an attack could not truly harm her and that Chow Chow must be aware of that. Chow Chow's calm, controlled demeanor suggested he had another plan, and Issei resolved to keep his senses sharp and intervene only if Ophis was genuinely threatened. In an instant, Chow Chow reappeared and struck Ophis with a sudden, powerful blow from the spear. The impact landed as a critical strike, and Chow Chow invoked the spear's name as a surge of intense light erupted from the weapon. Lu Fei cried out that the light was dangerous, and then she and Kuroka muttered in unison and created a dense veil of shadow around the group. Lu Fei explained that the mist greatly reduced the amount of light and warned that it was poisonous to the body if inhaled, but that they had to use it to counter the holy spear's radiance. Kuroka added that the darkness was a double layer produced by both of them. As they worked to contain the light, the holy spear's brilliance still began to expand throughout the hotel. Even with the powerful barrier acted by Kuroka and Lu Fei, the devils felt a faint burn on their skin from the potent holy light. As the light faded, Chow Chow stood before Ophis with his spear plunged into her stomach. There was no blood, and Ophis did not change her emotionless expression. When Chow Chow retracted his spear, the mark in her stomach closed quickly until there was not even a blemish on her porcelain skin. It was clear she had taken no damage. He exhaled quietly. Even though he had expected this, he was relieved to see her unharmed. Chow Chow explained that the spear would have been an instant kill for a devil and that he had poured considerable power into it, enough to vaporize lesser beings. He told Ai that Ophis could not be critically wounded even by the ultimate Longinus. The attack had penetrated but could not overcome her infinite nature. He added that to remove the power of infinity itself would be impossible with the spear. Issei grew irritated at the way Chow Chow explained everything as if speaking to a child, but he held his tongue and looked for openings while Chow Chow continued his confident monologue. Chow Chow observed that Ophis would not fight back because she could kill him at any moment and had no interest in anything besides Great Red. He stated that among the top 5 strongest beings in the world excluding Great Red, Ophis stood a level above the rest, an embodiment of the infinite. Kuroka and Lu Fei had connected a transport while Chow Chow performed his display, Kuroka said with a smile, and urged Lu Fei to proceed. A magic circle formed beneath the ash-gray wolf Fenrir. When the circle flared, the wolf was replaced by someone else, a striking young man with dark silver hair and blue eyes dressed in casual, rugged gear. It was Valley the Hakuryuko. He did not turn toward Valley. His attention remained fixed on George, who still had made no move. Chow Chow greeted Valley with a smirk and acknowledged the surprising summoning. Lu Fei explained that she had switched Valley's location with Fenrir's. Valley revealed that he had sent Fenrir to fight another hero faction group with Biko and others in his stead, predicting Chow Chow's arrival and preparing for contingencies. He said it was time to finish their conflict, but he mocked the boldness of coming only with George. Chow Chow replied that he had believed he and George would be sufficient. Valley asked whether Chow Chow's confidence meant he possessed the so-called Dragon Eater, speculating it might be a sacred gear user who specialized in dragon slaying or a new Longinus wielder. The name Dragon Eater sent a chill through Issei. It carried a sense of dread that touched even his instincts. Chow Chow denied that explanation and clarified that Dragon Eater was not something they had created but an existing being, something he said had been created by the god of the Bible. George, the youth in robes, checked with Chow Chow before proceeding. Chow Chow confirmed that with Valley, Ophis, Issei, the infinite dragon god and the 2 heavenly dragons present, they had everything they needed and it was time to open the jar from hell. George acknowledged this and began drawing a massive magic circle in the middle of the lobby. The circle's activation shook the entire hotel. A cold, oppressive pressure emanated from it, unlike anything Issei had felt before. It chilled him and tightened around his chest, freezing body and spirit alike. He felt exposed and small beneath the aura, like a prey animal under a predator's gaze. Drake's voice trembled as well. The Red Dragon Emperor reported that the presence was overwhelmingly hostile and focused on a dragon alone. The fear in Draig's voice stunned. If even the mighty dragon could feel fright, whatever they were summoning must be immense. Something began to rise from the magic circle. First a head, then a torso, then black wings and a cross-like formation of restraints. A bound figure emerged, restrained by numerous bindings and marked with ill-omened sigils. Cloths covered its eyes, and dark stains marked the places where the bindings pressed. Its lower body was scaled, reminiscent of an Asian-style dragon, while its upper body bore the semblance of a fallen angel. It appeared tormented, its limbs and wings constrained by cruel devices and arcane symbols. The overall image suggested long suffering and judgment rather than a simple creature's fury. The thing emitted a long, anguished cry that echoed through the lobby. Its voice was rough and filled with pain, jealousy, and resentment, an assembly of negative emotions that made the hair on the back of Isei's neck stand up. The atmosphere around the magic circle grew heavier still. It was clear this being had been judged by someone who harbored deep anger. A black aura and mist flowed from the fallen angel dragon creature and spread through the lobby. He felt a burning, prickling sensation wash over him as if needles pierced his skin. Azazel's eyes hardened, and he stuttered in fear and rage that someone had unsealed the seal of Cositus to bring such a thing here. Chow Chow stepped forward and spoke in a composed, almost poetic tone, explaining that the creature was said to be the poison of God, the evil intention of a divine will. He identified it as Samel, the Dragon Eater, an angel cursed for hating dragons and snakes, a being whose existence had been expunged from many records. The revelation sent shock and apprehension through everyone in the lobby. He clenched his teeth at the sight of the creature and at Chow Chow's smug expression. He wanted to strike him, but he knew he had to tread carefully in the presence of a being famed as an ultimate dragon slayer, the kind of existence that could intimidate even the most powerful dragons. Azazel demanded what the Olympian god in charge of the underworld was thinking and suggested that perhaps he had been involved. Chow Chow smiled at Azazel's deduction and confirmed that they had negotiated with Lord Hades and been permitted to summon the creature under many strict restrictions. Azazel spat his hatred, furious at the idea that Hades would cooperate with other factions and aid the hero faction. Issei had never seen him this angry. The thought that a skeleton god would ally with supposed adversaries troubled him, since such a move would cause ripples in the fragile alliances. Chow Chow spun his holy spear and then addressed George, telling him that he would hold the others off while George tried to subdue Samel. George asked worriedly whether Chow Chow could handle the two heavenly dragons, the governor of the fallen angels, and the Gremory team by himself. Chow Chow declared arrogantly that he would make it happen, unwilling to drop the spear if he could not. Chow Chow then activated his balance breaker. An intense, silent light surrounded him and dispersed to reveal 7 bowling ball-sized spheres orbiting his body. The display was unnervingly simple for a balance breaker. Even his spear looked unchanged. Azazel shouted in disbelief at the sight and at Chow Chow's claim that this was a subspecies of true Longinus, calling it unlike the balance breakers he knew. Chow Chow replied with a smug remark about being the ideal ruler of heaven, enjoying the grandiosity of the claim. Vala stepped beside Issei and warned him that the balance breaker possessed the ability called 7 treasures, granting 7 distinct sacred gear abilities, 1 for each orb. Issei's eyes widened at that information. Facing Chow Chow with his spear alone had already been troubling. 7 unknown, top-tier abilities multiplied the threat. Annoying as Chow Chow was, he reminded himself that no enemy was truly unbeatable. He only needed the right approach and a few seconds to prepare. He suppressed a small, embarrassed chuckle at the image of himself once foolish and distracted by trivial things, now trying to outwit high-level supernatural opponents. He resolved not to let the arrogant man have his way. Chow Chow explained that the curse Samel carried would devour dragons, that Samel could certainly kill dragons and that his power was on a different level from Dragon Slayer holy swords, comparing Ascalon to a mere toothpick in that context. As Issei realized the implication for Ophis, Chow Chow snapped his fingers and ordered Samel to absorb her. A sudden gust displaced the air, and a dark block materialized where Ophis had stood. A dark tendril connected that block to Samel, extending toward his jaw. It was unmistakable that Samel was drawing Ophis into himself, absorbing her in a swift, overwhelming motion. Issei activated his sacred gear and began quietly boosting his power. As a dragon he stood little chance against such a dragon slayer, but he did not intend to defeat Samel outright. He only needed a brief moment to reach the level required for his plan. Rias ordered Hyoudou to cut the dark mass. Hyoudou formed a wholly demonic sword and slashed at the block, but the dark form absorbed the blade, erasing most of it and leaving only half of the weapon in Hyudou's hand. Hyoudou wondered whether the block could erase incoming attacks. Kiba then formed another demonic sword and struck at the tendril, but the result was the same. The dark form simply absorbed the assault. When he tried to cut it, the part of the blade that touched the black block vanished and the tip split in two. Valet activated half dimension. When he summoned wings of light and used divine dividing, the air warped and everything around him was halved with the sacred gear's hum. His halving ability had no effect on the black block or Samel's tongue. Issei took a moment to appreciate that his rival could use that power even without a balance breaker. Valet unleashed a wave of demonic power, but the blast was absorbed by the black block as if it were nothing. The block remained unscathed. Rias followed with a destructive surge intended to erase everything nearby, yet it too failed to affect the block. Cao Cao observed with amusement and ordered George to act. One of the abomination's tentacles detached, struck Valet, and the toxin within disrupted him. Valet cried out in pain and collapsed, weakened by the venom. Azazel rushed to Valet's side. Zenobia charged with Durandal and struck at the abomination, only to have her attack halted by a holy spear inches from its target. Cao Cao taunted Zenobia and declared that there would be no second attempt. He invoked one of the 7 treasures, Kakaratana, and the orb vanished. A loud, shattering sound echoed through the lobby. Zenovia's ex-Durandal, still in the sheath, was destroyed. She cried out at the loss, while the broken Excalibur fragments scattered. Their sacrifice had bought enough time for Issei to act. The sacred gear voice announced a quadruple boost, drawing attention. Drake then named Ascalon, and the legendary dragon-slaying sword materialized in Issei's hand. Cao Cao mocked Issei, insisting that the ultimate dragon slayer could not be overcome by that sword. He merely smirked and targeted George, who was sweating as he struggled to maintain the connection that had partially summoned Samel from the Cocytus. He focused his power and unleashed a concentrated burst of will that overwhelmed George's mind. George staggered, dazed and barely conscious. Issei had held back to avoid affecting his allies. With George no longer sustaining the magic circle, Samel began to lose connection to their world. Reinforced his arms and sword with Busashoku Haki, then transferred that force into Ascalon. With all his strength, he brought the sword down like a hammer of justice. To everyone's shock, Ascalon sliced clean through the black block and freed Ophis. Issei scooped her up and reappeared in his original position. George, deprived of the connection, had no choice but to send Samel back to the Cocytus before the entity could turn on them. Cao Cao watched in disbelief as his plan unraveled. He seethed with anger. Issei met his glare with a calm, infuriating smile and told Cao Cao that his efforts to summon Samel had been for nothing, suggesting he should go home and reflect on his mistakes. The others looked on, stunned at how politely the insult was delivered despite its cutting nature. Cao Cao flushed with anger and embarrassment. Cao Cao demanded to know their gains. George, still dazed, estimated that they had captured just under a quarter of Ophis's power. Cao Cao frowned, disappointed they had obtained less than expected, but he resolved to make use of what they had after dealing with those who had thwarted him. He gently set Ophis's feet on the ground and brushed away the dirt clinging to her. He asked how she felt. Ophis took a moment, then admitted that she felt weaker. Issei nodded. He had anticipated this. Her infinite resilience had prevented death, but it could not stop the theft of power. He had severed the connection in time to prevent further losses. He patted her head to comfort her and promised he would find a way to restore her strength. Then he narrowed his eyes and said he had to deal with the threat first. Cao Cao glared at Issei with contempt and declared that he should have killed him when he had the chance. Issei replied, reminding him of their last encounter in which Cao Cao had fled with one eye incapacitated, driven off in fear. The company exchanged surprised looks at the rare severity on Issei's normally joyful face. Issei told Cao Cao that he prided himself on elaborate plans, but that it had become his calling to ruin the schemes of arrogant men like him. He finished with an infuriating smirk. Cao Cao returned a death glare filled with palpable hatred. He forced himself to calm down, careful not to make a mistake surrounded by so many powerful opponents. Regaining his composure, he offered his usual smirk back to Issei and admitted that I had caught him off guard. He had not expected George to be targeted to weaken the connection. It was an oversight, he conceded, but they had still obtained what they came for, perhaps less than hoped, but enough for their purposes. Issei regarded him with a bland stare and then sighed. He instructed Asia to heal as much of Vala's damage as possible and ordered Kuroka to stabilize Vala's internal energy to help him resist the poison until they could treat it properly. Both women, startled by the tense situation, complied immediately without question, accustomed to taking his commands without hesitation. Cao Cao sneered and dismissed the idea that he would allow them to heal Vala while he stood there. He began to utter an incantation, but before he could finish, he suddenly appeared and swung Ascalon at his head. The strike took Cao Cao by surprise and forced him to abandon his attempts on Asia and Kuroka to avoid a lethal blow. Issei pressed the attack, using his superior draconic strength to keep Cao Cao's focus on him. Issei then ordered Valet to be taken out of the room. He assured Azazel that he and Azazel could handle Cao Cao, told Hyoudou to stay behind to watch George, and directed the others to retreat because they were not ready to face such an opponent. They were to protect Asia and Kuroka as they carried out their tasks and keep an eye on Ophis. There might be more Chaos Brigade agents lurking nearby. The authoritative tone Issei used was unfamiliar to the girls and it galvanized them into action despite their desire to argue. Cao Cao moved to intercept them but froze when searing flames erupted around Issei. He summoned a surge of blistering fire, then sent a pillar of flame outward that forced Cao Cao to dodge to avoid being burned. The fiery display achieved its purpose. Cao Cao was too occupied with evading the attack to stop the retreating party, who managed to carry the injured Valley out of the room. When the flames subsided, he stood alone in front of the only door the others had just used. Azazel and Hyoudou took positions at his sides, facing their enemies. Cao Cao looked displeased. His plans were being thwarted and he did not like it. He weighed his options. With the others gone, the security and the governor would not have to hold back in the confined space, and although they were stronger, prolonged fighting could wear him down. It would only take one hit to debilitate him. He had already obtained what he came for, even if not how he planned. A strategic withdrawal to regroup and plan more favorably made more sense than pressing the fight. Cao Cao asked George where the power taken from Ophis by Samuel would be transported. George explained that he had set the calculation during the summoning so the power would be sent to the research facility at the main headquarters. Cao Cao announced that he would be returning first. In truth, he wanted to press the attack, but he knew the odds were not in his favor. He had no intention of killing them, that would be uninteresting. He would regroup and plan anew. Cao Cao then asked George to summon the groups of Grim Reapers because Hades would be after the weakened Ophis. He also requested that George attempt the swapping transportation the Valet team had used earlier to swap him with Siegfried, leaving the rest to Siegfried. George warned that he had only seen it once and could not guarantee it would work smoothly, but he would try. George then passed a paper to Cao Cao with a serious expression. Cao Cao studied it, his eyes narrowing as he realized the implications. He reflected bitterly that this paper was the old Mao's way of expressing gratitude for being saved, though he had suspected as much from the start. The old Mao had cooperated enough for their purposes. Issei, Azazel, and Hyoudou watched the entire exchange without intervening. They knew they were in a precarious position and that picking unnecessary fights would jeopardize their survival. Their party had a severely injured member and they needed to reach civilization. The news that Hades was sending his Grim Reapers angered and Azazel. The god of the dead was playing his hand too heavily for their liking. The report of the supposedly defunct Old Mao faction resurfacing was also troubling. They turned away and followed the others into the corridor, intent on getting Valet to safety and regrouping to face whatever new complications lay ahead. They would allow Cao Cao to escape, as it would let them focus on their own plans without distraction. Suddenly a magic circle lit beneath George and he vanished. Chow Chow announced that George had gone outside the hotel to prepare the swapping transport between him and Siegfried. He explained that George had replicated the technique used by Kuroka and Lu Fei and proposed a game, the Valid team versus the Gremory team. Chow Chow warned that a group of Grim Reapers would soon arrive on Hades' orders to retrieve the weakened Ophis and that he would have Siegfried from his side participate. The key point, he said, was whether they could all get out of the place safely while protecting Ophis. He expressed a desire for the two heavenly dragons to survive but insisted on letting those who overcame crisis prove themselves. His usual superior smirk returned after regaining a little control of the situation. He had to resist the urge to roll his eyes at Chow Chow's irritating mannerisms. Chow Chow invoked Medusa's eye and his right eye glowed purple. Azazel stumbled and looked disoriented. One of his legs began to harden like stone. Chow Chow explained that this was a parting gift and insurance to ensure they would not pursue him, then vanished in a magic circle. He dryly observed that the situation could have gone better, earning an annoyed look from Azazel as the man dealt with the temporary enchantment. The charm could not hold against Azazel's strength and his leg began to return to normal. The governor suggested they regroup with the others and figure out a plan, and his companions nodded before they departed. Later, Hyoudou reported from his lookout that there were a number of Grim Reapers in the parking lot. Azazel swore under his breath at Hades for making a move. After the fight with Chow Chow, the Gremory team, Irina, Azazel, Vale, Kuroka, Lu Fei, Ravel and Ophis regrouped on the 30th floor of the hotel within this artificial space. Lu Fei had covered the entire floor with sturdy barriers and designated it as their base. She could not extend that same level of defense to the whole building. They had a surprisingly small number of injuries, thanks to Issei's quick thinking and even quicker actions that had prevented a longer battle. Vale was the most badly affected and had Asia and Kuroka tending to him, with some help from Kaneko. Lu Fei had attempted to dispel the curse, but Samuel's magic proved too powerful for ordinary methods, even for a witch of Lu Fei's talent. Vale had no choice but to wait for the curse to run its natural course and hope his body could endure it. They needed a strategy to escape the subspace. George's mastery of the dimension lost meant brute force would not work. They had to think smart and exploit any weakness they could find. Lu Fei entered the room and sighed, then informed them that an official notification had arrived from main headquarters. She summarized the message. The Valid team had been accused of attempting a coup by deceiving Ophis and taking control of the organization. Ophis had been rescued by the Hero faction, and any remaining Valid team members were to be terminated when found. Many reacted with shock at the fate of the Valid team and at the Hero faction's underhandedness. Azazel lamented the turn of events, noting the hardships the team faced. Lu Fei replied that they had been investigating the mysteries of the world on Ophis's behalf, seeking legendary strong beings and sometimes making Ophis's wishes come true. She explained that their work ranged from following Great Red through dimensional gaps to researching extinct civilizations, the lost continents of Mu and Atlantis, parallel universes, Yggdrasil from Norse myth, and the lives or fates of legendary figures. She acknowledged that their methods were not always subtle and that the Hero faction had begun to view them as a nuisance because of their immense power. Siegfried in particular disliked them, especially that Arthur, Lu Fei's brother and his former rival, had joined the group. Isse reacted with incredulity when Lu Fei described their investigations. Lu Fei spoke enthusiastically, calling their work great adventures, explaining that they fought powerful opponents, and mentioning that Valley was searching for the origin of dragons and a new Longinus. Isse then retracted his earlier remark and teased that they were more like a band of slackers with too much free time. He reached out to Pet Ophis, who had settled once again on his lap, to calm his irritation about the Valley team. Lu Fei smiled and suggested that Valley's purest nature might be influenced by the governor. Azazel made a resigned, half-lidded expression like a father hearing about a naughty son. So far, they had determined there was something restraining Ophis in this dimension, likely something George had done. A short moment passed as everyone considered their next move. So they could not just leave even if they wanted to. Azazel considered that if the Grim Reapers were present, They must have anticipated certain resistance from Ophis. He noted that the current Ophis was not infinite but finite, and that the Grim Reapers must have a way to seal Ophis without using Samuel. Remaining still and careful was the obvious choice. Azazel then turned his attention to Lu Fei and asked whether she, like Kuroka, could use space-related magic to get help from the outside world or to get a few people out of the space. Lu Fei replied that there was a way, but it was limited. There was a spell that could allow others to leave the space with her, but at most 2 people. Since they had already performed a swap transportation with Valet and Fenrir, the barrier had become even stronger, and she believed it was impossible to do the swap again. She added that George knew most of the formula for their magic, so there was only one more chance for a very special transportation from there. Azazel explained to the group that, judging from what Ophis had said earlier, this space had a special barrier that kept Ophis confined. He wished they could ask how it had been made, but Ophis appeared to be the only one unable to leave. The barrier needed to be destroyed somehow so they could escape together. He warned that Grim Reapers were more dangerous than they seemed. Their sides did not just deal damage but also trimmed lifespans. If Isse, who was currently healing his lifespan, were struck by a scythe, his lifespan could be cut to 0 and he would die. Ophis, being finite at the moment, would also weaken if repeatedly struck. Protecting Ophis was critical. If her powers were diminished further, the situation would become far worse, especially if their opponent was Hades. Azazel instructed that they must choose who would leave to seek outside aid. He ordered Irina to go first and report the truth about the hero faction and Hades's coup to Cerzex and the heavens. Irina wanted to protest, but Azazel's sharp gaze quelled her thoughts of rebellion, and she complied. Azazel added that Zenobia should act as Irina's guard. He noted that the function of Ex-Durandal had been destroyed, but Durandal itself could still be used, and there was a chance reinforcements from the hero faction or Grim Reapers were outside the space. Zenobia made a face at that suggestion but did not protest. He could tell from her expression that she understood Azazel's implication about her damaged sword. Lu Fei then stepped forward and handed a single sword to Zenobia. Zenobia was stunned at the sight. Lu Fei smiled while Irina reacted with shock. The sword had once been the last Excalibur possession of Arthur Pendragon, known as Excalibur Ruler. Lu Fei urged Zenobia to take it, explaining that her brother had wanted her to carry it and that they no longer had use for it. Zenobia asked whether it was really okay, and Lu Fei nodded. She suggested using all of Excalibur's power to repair Durandal if necessary. Irina bowed her head in gratitude and thanked Lu Fei, admitting that she had thought those who bore the blood of heroes were frightening but acknowledging that there were kind people among them. Laughed softly and said she was honored, though she and her brother were often called strange. Lu Fei began preparing the magic circle while Azazel, Rias, and Aquino discussed strategy. He set Ophis down gently and walked to one of the large windows. Outside, menacing figures in black cloaks prowled the parking lot, their sides glinting in the artificial light and radiating hostility. Issei wondered what Hades intended. The scheme felt reckless and bound to backfire. He looked down as Ophis stood beside him at the window. He gently patted her head and vowed to himself that he would never allow someone like Hades to harm someone as pure as Ophis. Azazel explained that there were 3 ways to escape the barrier. The first was for the caster, in this case George, to unseal the dimension himself, which had been demonstrated in the battle at Kyoto. The second was to force an entry or exit, as Lu Fei, the first son Wukong, and Yulong had done in that same battle, but such a maneuver was only possible for an exceptionally experienced caster. Lu Fei could perform it once more but only with a limited number of people, and it would be impossible to use the technique a third time. George had likely made the barrier even stronger. The third option was to defeat the caster or destroy the central device supporting the barrier. Issei had destroyed a barrier device before when Asia was captured, so they could attempt to destroy the device acting as the central point of this barrier. Issei approved of the straightforward plan. After Azazel gave his nod, Kuroka and Lu Fei spread a map of the area on the ground and covered it with runes and magic symbols. Lu Fei closed her eyes and slowly ran her hand over the map. It began to vibrate and the symbols glowed. After a few minutes, Lu Fei opened her eyes. Lu Fei reported that there was a device in the parking lot, another on the roof, and a third in the hallway on the hotel's second floor. In total, she had confirmed 3 barrier devices arranged in a snake-like pattern, and she paused, unsettled. Lu Fei informed them that the statue depicted an Ouroboros biting its tail. He examined it with an impressed look, assuming it was some form of high-level scrying technique. Azazel outlined the situation, noting that the barrier devices they needed to destroy were the Ouroboros statues and that there were 3 of them, making the task difficult. He explained that the artificial space had been created to keep Ophis here, reducing her power to make the plan effective, and he wondered whether George had made this barrier. He then asked Lu Fei whether the number of Grim Reapers had increased. Lu Fei reported that Grim Reapers were gathered at all device locations, spread everywhere except their current floor and even present in the corridors. Most seemed concentrated in the parking lot. Chow Chow had already left, but Siegfried and George were at the parking area. Azazel concluded that it would be best to destroy all 3 devices simultaneously to prevent George from reinforcing them, and he noted that only he and I had the firepower to do so. Vala's condition was too unstable to rely on, and they could not be sure how Samuel's influence might affect Ophis. Isse suggested that he could take out 2 devices with his attack, drawing on prior experience to estimate their durability, and proposed that Azazel take the remaining device. He asked for a few minutes to boost his power, promising to strike once given the signal. Azazel agreed and prepared a powerful light spear that made some of the devils uneasy. Isse assumed position with one hand pointing toward the roof and the other toward the ground, calling forth his sacred gear to appear on both hands. Drake's voice rang out as the team prepared their enhancements. Lu Fei, Irina, and Zenobia took their places on a prepared magic circle. Hyoudou drew his holy demonic sword and took a fighting stance. Rias, Aquino, Kuroka, Ravel, and Kaneko readied themselves by summoning demonic power, magic, and senjutsu. Vala stumbled in, looking paler but determined, and prepared his demonic energy despite his condition. The whole team synchronized their power buildup. As the energy flooded his body, gathered it into the palms of his hands. The onlookers saw it coalesce into a compact orb, dark emerald mingling with black energy and compressed into something small and intense. He nodded to Azazel, who counted down with his fingers. At the final signal, Isse unleashed his attack, invoking the twin dragon cannon. The twin spheres of energy punched through the hotel and shattered the Ouroboros statues. Azazel's light spear added a similar blow. Lu Fei confirmed that the barrier devices on the roof and the hall were destroyed and that the Grim Reapers around them had been dispersed, and the device in the parking lot had likewise been neutralized. Preparations for transportation were complete, and the magic circle's light intensified to envelop Lu Fei, Irina, and Zenobia. Zenobia urged caution, and Irina promised they would report to the heavens and Mausama, while Isse gave a confident thumbs up as they vanished through the transport. With the devices down, Azazel cautioned that George had likely reinforced the dimension, so escape would require breaking out the old-fashioned way. He observed that many enemies remained between them and George, and he urged the group to move quickly. Isse stepped toward a large open window overlooking a mass of Grim Reapers and began gathering energy again, this time forming a larger, reddish orb. Isse launched the attack, invoking Draco Meteor. The orb shot into the sky, reached a set point, then burst into many smaller orbs that rained down and cleared large numbers of Grim Reapers in spectacular explosions of light. Azazel laughed at Isse's enthusiasm and ordered the team to press the assault. He spread his wings and smashed through a large window with his spear before flying out. The rest of the team followed. Frontline fighters such as Isse, Hyoudou, and Azazel engaged the Grim Reapers, trading blows and driving them back. Support fighters like Rias and Aquino provided aerial magic bombardment. Asia stayed behind to send healing auras to those in need. Vala contributed magical attacks in bursts, while Kuroka, Kaneko, and Ravel focused on defense. Ophis stood by, watching the battle as he instructed her to wait. For reasons that surprised some, she obeyed. Isse called upon Ascalon to perform a wide-reaching flaming slash called Blaze Slash, using it to strike across the battlefield. He noticed a lack of nearby allies and decided to prepare an even larger-scale attack to handle the remaining threat. He had not had the chance to use the full-scale version against Cao Cao, but this place would be perfect for it. He gathered himself and called upon a ring of flame that spun around him, cutting down a few Grim Reapers that had been getting too close. He then widened that ring into a massive dome of fire, incinerating any Reapers within its radius. Not satisfied, he inhaled deeply and expelled a huge stream of fire from his mouth that drove back even more enemies. Kiba darted across the battlefield, slashing at as many Grim Reapers as he could. He occasionally used his other balance breaker to multiply his numbers or as a defensive shield. He fought effectively until Siegfried arrived and engaged him in an intense sword duel. It looked as if Hyoudou had the worst of that exchange. Rias and Aquino released their destructive and holy lightning powers respectively, dealing significant damage, while Isse sometimes transferred energy to them to boost their attacks. Azazel continued to rain down spears of light, cutting through Reapers like it was routine, until one of the ultimate-class Grim Reapers, Pluto, appeared and forced him into a boss-level confrontation. The pattern of assault held for a while, with Ai cutting through ranks of Grim Reapers like they were common fodder. He stopped only when he sensed someone entering the barrier. Everyone on the field looked up as the sky shimmered and a familiar young man emerged through a hole in the air. Shalba Beelzebub appeared and glared at Izzy and then at Valley, who stood on the 30th floor of the hotel. Siegfried stepped forward and noted that he had received a report but had not expected Shalba to act alone. Shalba acknowledged that he had received a lot of assistance from others and that the help had healed his wounds, though he admitted he had lost some of his former power. He casually announced his intent to declare war. Then, with a cruel smile, he revealed what he had hidden beneath his cape, a boy with shadowed eyes who was clearly under someone else's control. The group instantly recognized him, especially Siegfried and George. They recognized the boy as Leonardo, wielder of the Longinus-class Sacred Gear, Annihilation Maker. Siegfried demanded to know why Leonardo had been brought there and reminded Shalba that Leonardo was supposed to be on another mission. Shalba smirked and said that he would have the boy assist him for a while. He then activated an ominous magic circle in his hand and brought it close to the struggling boy. Infernal script within the circle flared and the boy screamed as the sorcery took hold. Shalba laughed triumphantly and declared that Annihilation Maker was ideal for his plan. He explained that he had kidnapped Leonardo during a mission with another hero faction group and intended to force the Sacred Gear to create a monster capable of eliminating many devils. The shadows clinging to the boy writhed and coalesced into a massive being. A gigantic head formed first, followed by an enormous torso and limbs, each far larger than natural proportions. The creature unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the dimension. It was enormous, taller than even the largest known dragons, and a number of smaller shadow monsters emerged alongside it. Beneath the monster's feet, a large transportation magic circle began to take shape. Shalba declared that he intended to transport these creations to the underworld to cause havoc and eliminate devils there. The circle glowed and began to envelop the creatures in light. Azazel ordered the others to stop them. The team launched everything they had at the beasts, but their attacks seemed to have no effect. The monsters disappeared into the circle's light as it completed its activation. A heavy silence followed for a moment before the barrier itself began to quake. The dimension had become unstable from the violent sudden birth of the monsters and the strain of the forced transportation. George shouted to Siegfried that the device would not hold for long and wondered if Shalba had used an ability that exceeded his true capacity. Siegfried realized there was nothing to be done and decided a retreat was necessary. He began to organize an extraction to retrieve Leonardo. At that point he noticed the Grim Reaper that had been aiding Shalba was gone in absence that suggested that someone else had been pulling the strings. Siegfried concluded that the scheme bore the hallmarks of the Skull God's thinking, ruthless and willing to use any method. If a temporary forcing of Annihilation Maker's balance breaker had been employed, the cost and side effects could be unpredictable. They had been trying to grow Leonardo's power carefully. Now the boy had been forcibly pushed beyond his limits. With that assessment, Siegfried and George acted quickly, recovering Leonardo and retreating through George's magic circle. A sudden explosion marked their departure. Isse looked up to see that Xiaoba had turned his attention to the hotel where the rest of their team was based. Xiaoba taunted Valle from the air, mocking his demonic powers and claiming superiority as a self-styled demon king who borrowed others' strength. Valle shot back, refusing to accept the insult from someone who styled himself as a demon king, while depending on external powers. Xiaoba laughed and then targeted Ophis, sending a spiraling thread of demonic energy that coiled around the serpent-like being like a rope, drawing her in. The scene held for a breath, tense and unresolved, as both sides braced for the next move. Xiaoba declared that the current Ophis had unstable power and could be captured, that this would be a gift to his cooperative partner, the real Mao, and that he would take her now. He laughed manically. He did not get long to celebrate. He was struck with such force that he was sent crashing through several buildings. His grip on Ophis remained tight and he took her with him. He clicked his tongue in annoyance at the man's resilience, thinking him like a cockroach. Xiaoba climbed out eventually and began to laugh again, seeming uninjured and unnerving in his hollow-eyed stare. He ranted that his curse would become a poison to devour the underworld, that he no longer cared for its authority, and that he would use his remaining power to destroy it together with monsters. His speech turned to threats against the children Isse cared for, claiming his monsters would spread his curse and that everyone, regardless of rank, would suffer and perish. He spoke with a frantic intensity, giving no heed to anything else around him. Azazel and the others watched in disbelief at the insanity unfolding. Around them the dimension began to destabilize, holes opening and starting to pull the remainder of the space inward. Inside the hotel, Kuroka warned that the field had reached its limit and that they had to transfer now. The Gremory group gathered around her. Asia tended to Valle's wounds from Xiaoba's earlier attack. Xiaoba's deranged laughter echoed through the collapsing space. Ravel realized with growing dread that he had not moved. She drew everyone's attention to him and noticed he remained rooted in place. He turned and gave them a confident smirk, telling them to go on ahead and explaining that Xiaoba needed a proper lesson in respecting his betters. He said he would not leave Ophis behind. The others protested, but he quieted them with a hard look and argued that a single person would be enough to hold the line while the rest warned the underworld. He explained that the dimensional gap might allow him limited movement after the field collapsed and that he could not let Xiaoba escape or have Ophis handed over. Valle and Azazel nodded in understanding. Kuroka urged them again that they had to transfer at once. With little time left, he offered a reassuring smile and told them to leave it to him. Azazel told Isse that he would open the dragon gates afterward to summon him and Ophis, and Isse entrusted that task to his teacher. As the group began the transfer, they saw Isse stride forward without hesitation. The last sight before they were gone was his confident back as he faced his foe. Left behind, Xiaoba raged that he could understand Valle pursuing him but that a too heavenly dragon like Isse coming after him proved how much dragons looked down on him. He accused Isse of seeking Ophis to gain power and railed about dragons' supposed desires. Isse merely regarded him with a condescending smile and dismissed his words as empty boasting, saying that he had come only for Ophis and that Xiaoba was not worth wasting more time on. Xiaoba grew livid and summoned a swarm that looked like bees, filling the area. Isse activated Heiken, sending a concentrated fist of fire that scattered the swarm. Before Xiaoba could recover, Isse closed the distance and stomped on his foot, then followed with a swift strike to the face that left Xiaoba reeling and clutching his face. Xiaoba staggered back, glaring with hatred as tears gathered at the corners of his eyes, which only drew a laugh from Isse. Xiaoba then created multiple magic circles and unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks. Isse moved with fluid ease, dodging, sidestepping, and using his enhanced senses and haki to deflect what he could. For the strikes he could not avoid, he slapped them aside with haki-augmented hands, making the assault look effortless from his perspective. Xiaoba only saw his attacks being thwarted and Isse standing seemingly untouched. Xiaoba was filled with extreme anger and a little fear. He doubled his attacks, hoping to overwhelm Isse, but each strike met the same effortless resistance. He asked with half-lidded eyes and a bored expression if that was all. Hearing that, veins bulged on Xiaoba's face. He regarded him with contempt and recalled that he had fought Surzex and Valley and respected the power of the Mao Lucifer. He said that true Mao embodied power and intelligence and that it was insulting for a worthless worm like Xiaoba to compare himself to them. Xiaoba laughed manically and clutched his face in a display of insanity, railing that I was nothing but a rotten dragon and a former human daring to mock a true Mao. He proclaimed himself the Security, claiming he embodied power and dominance and that he did not need titles to validate his existence. He taunted Xiaoba for being an embarrassment and a fake Mao. Xiaoba screamed and hurled another barrage of demonic power at Issei. Issei yawned at the attack, which only enraged Xiaoba further. The same result repeated as before, but this time Issei closed the gap and delivered a hockey-enhanced blow to Xiaoba's sternum, adding Haushika Hockey to crush his spirit. Xiaoba flew back and weakly fired again, only to receive the same counter. He cried out from the painful onslaught. I felt he was almost bullying Xiaoba now. Tears ran down Xiaoba's face, whether from pain or humiliation was unclear, and Issei had long since lost sympathy. As Issei knocked aside another attack, Xiaoba concealed an arrow among his strikes and sent it toward Issei. The arrow caused a sudden, intense pain that alarmed Issei. Xiaoba laughed hysterically and claimed the arrow's tip was tainted with the blood of Samuel, obtained from Hades, and boasted that it would finish someone like Issei who, in his view, lacked demonic talent. Issei gritted his teeth against the pain. He knew that not long ago he might have been finished, but his reserves had grown and he could endure longer now. Xiaoba still assumed Issei was magically weak, a sign of how far gone he was. Issei knew he had limited time at his current strength and resolved to end it quickly and decisively. Issei raced forward and struck a succession of precise, empowered blows. A full hockey-powered punch to the face, another to the chest, one to the ribs, a sharp chop to the neck, a clap to both ears, and a powerful strike to the lower body that made Xiaoba crumple to the floor in tears. Each of Issei's attacks was driven by Busashoku and Haushika Hockey, affecting both body and spirit and instilling the fear of dragons into Xiaoba's very essence. Xiaoba lay on the ground, reduced to a terrified, childlike state. He screamed that Issei should stay away, declaring himself Xiaoba Beelzebub, the true Mao, and demanding obedience. He seized Xiaoba by the neck and lifted him off the ground, his gaze icy. He said coldly that he did not even feel like using his powers to finish him and that such an insignificant peon did not deserve honor. With a single cold, decisive motion, I ended the confrontation, leaving Xiaoba unresponsive. As Xiaoba's body hit the floor, pain surged through Issei again from the poisoned arrow. He dropped to one knee, but his inhuman pain tolerance and expanded reserves kept him from dying immediately. He knew he needed help quickly to avoid long-term damage. A small pair of bare feet entered his vision and I saw a confused Ophis standing beside him. Ophis tilted her head and asked why he had helped her. Issei chuckled at her innocence and reminded her she was supposed to call him Oniai-sama, then said that because they were friends, of course he had helped. Ophis nodded, processing the new dynamic, and explained that she had cooperated with Xiaoba and Chow Chow because they promised to defeat Great Red and allow her to return to the dimensional gap and obtain silence. Issei warned that they would not keep their promises and asked if she had been used by them. Ophis answered simply that if defeating Great Red made it worth it, that was why she had helped them. She also said she had sought out the Security's house hoping to find something to fulfill her dream, to understand the secret behind the true dragon and heavenly dragon and the reason for her own existence. He closed his eyes and smiled to himself, finally understanding Ophis's purity and innocence. However, people, heroes, devils, gods, everyone painted her in a negative light out of fear of her power. She was never evil, she was someone looking for a place to belong. He swore then and there that he would always strive to give her that place. His thoughts were interrupted as another wave of pain hit, causing him to cough violently and struggle for breath. Ophis gripped his arm with concern as the coughing fit seized him. He chuckled weakly and told Ophis not to worry, insisting he would be fine despite his condition, but his words were not convincing as he fought to draw breath. Ophis stared at him with the closest thing she could manage to a deadpan expression. As the field crumbled further, He heard Draig's voice in his mind while he leaned on Ophis for support. Draig warned that it was almost time and that Azazel and the others were probably about to open the Dragon Gate. If that happened, they would soon be summoned. Issei admitted to Draig that he did not know how much longer he could hold out, then asked Ophis what she wanted to do once they returned home. Ophis replied that she had nowhere to return to and lacked the power to return to the gap between dimensions. Issei told her that, as her older brother, his home was hers as well. At that, he collapsed, no longer able to support his weight. Draig urged him to pull himself together and reminded him that everyone was waiting. Issei laughed weakly and dismissed the alarm as overdramatic, insisting he would be fine, but his words trailed off as he struggled to stay conscious. Ophis warned Draig that the curse in Issei's body was circulating throughout him and that he was at his limits. Draig replied fiercely that he already knew and refused to accept Issei's death, insisting they would protect him as he had protected others. Ophis responded with a firm nod. The dimension reached its limit and began imploding. There were only a few precious moments left before time ran out. The Gremory team Vale, Kuroka, Ravel, Azazel, Tanin, Saji Genshuru and others gathered in the mansion's basement. Azazel had finished preparing the Dragon Gate and the participants took their positions. The 4 points carrying the dragons lit brightly, and Azazel cried out in triumph that the connection had been made. The magic circle began to glow. The jewel of Fafnir in Azazel's hand shone with golden light. Vala's body emitted a white radiance and Tanin's body glowed purple. The light spread across the entire floor, dazzling everyone present until it dimmed. At the center of the circle, 8 pawn pieces appeared. Silence fell as they tried to comprehend what they were seeing. Azazel sank to his knees and uttered a bitter, anguished curse, the emotions in the basement shock, fear, heartbreak, agony heavy and palpable. 3 days later, the mood in the Gremory Manor remained somber. The Occult Research Club gathered in a recreation room, staring into space with hollow expressions as they tried to make sense of what had happened. They had opened the Dragon Gate to retrieve their missing pawn, only to receive 8 pawn pieces without him. The realization settled in. The light that had guided them these past months had been extinguished. Kiba Hyoudou leaned stiffly against the wall, keeping a sharp, protective gaze on the peerage. Though grief weighed heavily on him at the loss of his comrade, he forced himself to remain composed to be a pillar of strength for the others. He knew Issei would have wanted him to keep that promise. They had vowed to uphold one another's duties if anything happened to the other, and he intended to honor that vow. Kaneko sat on a love seat, her face more emotionless than usual, but her eyes betrayed the grief she felt. She had finally come to understand recently, he was not merely the flirt she had once dismissed. He had an inner strength and conviction that had dispelled years of doubt and fear she had carried about herself and her power. Issei had helped her overcome the trauma of her childhood and had aided in reconciling her with her older sister Axe, for which she was deeply grateful. Most importantly, he had returned to her the smile she had feared she had lost. Being around him had brought new happiness and joy she had not expected. She felt hopeful about pursuing a closer relationship with him. He had made clear his wish for many close companions, and she had no objection to being one of his close companions, trusting that he would treat her well. She also understood that her master, Rias, had first claim on Issei. It was an unwritten rule among them that any further romantic progress would wait until Issei's relationship with Rias had been solidified, with Rias acting as the head of their group. That slow progress had been a source of frustration for many of them and had caused headaches. Looking back on the day they had been abrupt with him in the clubroom, Kaneko felt ashamed of her own behavior. While her frustrations had been understandable, she regretted that they had ever led her to say anything that might have hurt someone as kind and caring as Issei. It had been done in the heat of the moment, and she realized soon after that she had crossed a line. She knew she would probably regret those actions for a long time. When Issei returned from his training trip, she was awestruck to see how much stronger he had become. He stood toe-to-toe with Serordbale without using his sacred gear. His power and technique had improved by leaps and bounds, and the quiet confidence he radiated was a stark contrast to the slightly insecure boy he once had been. It made him even more appealing. But she had learned the hard way that actions have consequences. Issei, while not overtly angry, kept himself at a cool distance. He treated them as friends at best, acquaintances at worst. He no longer showed the teasing, NTMT expressions he once did when he looked at them. He treated everyone more evenly, and there was nothing more painful to her than that. Now he was gone. She would never get the chance to say what she wanted to say. She would never see his goofy smile again or his familiar mischievous look. Tears fell from her eyes as she felt lost and unsure how to move past the pain. Asia Argento sat on the opposite love seat, curled up into a ball. Her shuddering sobs were the only sounds in the room. She did not know what to do. The person who had been the light of her life, her guardian angel, was gone. She felt empty, as if a part of her soul was missing. Issei had given her everything she had ever wanted, and even some things she had not realized she needed. Although Rias had been the one to reincarnate her, Asia understood that it would not have happened without Issei's stubbornness and his unquenchable desire to save her and befriend her. He had given her a life he thought she deserved. When he had believed Shalba Beelzebub had killed her, he gave up the majority of his lifespan to avenge her. It was no surprise she had fallen in love with him. Being by his side had once been enough, but over time she had wanted more of his attention and affection. She thought back to the day she had said those horrible things to him in the club room and felt a searing pain in her heart. She remembered the hurt that had appeared on his face at her words, but it was too late. The damage had been done. Since then, things had changed between them. He no longer doted on her as he used to. They began sleeping separately. He treated her like a friend and nothing more. She feared she had lost the special place in his heart that had once belonged solely to her. She regretted the events of that day more with each passing moment, especially when she imagined the trauma he might have been carrying from his past. She felt horrible for having so easily disregarded his feelings in favor of her own happiness. When had she become that kind of person? Now it was too late. He was gone. She would never get to apologize or beg for forgiveness. She wondered if this was punishment for her selfishness, if it was her penance for tossing away something precious. As her sobs continued, she spiraled into despair and self-loathing, wondering if the emptiness would ever fade. Himejima Aquino sat like Kaneko, distant and withdrawn, perched on a wooden chair and empty-eyed. She spent the entire time lost in thought, questioning whether she was fated to lose the people she loved, whether to death or to her own poor decisions. She reflected on years of self-loathing. While she would be forever grateful to Rias for what she had done for her, he held a special place in her heart. Aquino knew that, beneath her usual composure, she had a tendency to act on impulse and make terrible choices. This was evident in how she had handled her relationship with her father. For years, they could have comforted each other and grown closer, but she had thrown that away. She could be forgiven somewhat because she had been young and unable to cope with the horrors she had witnessed. She had blamed the most convenient person. She was not proud of that, but she had felt she needed to do something to avoid breaking. As she matured, she could have found healthier ways to deal with her emotions and repaired the relationship with her father, but she bottled everything up and clung to pointless hatred. Then Issei had come along. And, with his kindness and compassion, he had blown away much of that negativity. Despite his flirtatious reputation, Issei had a heart larger than anyone expected. He had taken on her hatred, self-loathing, and insecurities and shouldered them for her. He gave her warmth and acceptance and restored the broken relationship with her father, giving her back a sense of belonging. Before she knew it, she had fallen deeply in love with him. When the incident in the club room happened, she had been carried away by the moment, letting impatience and frustration born from Issei and Rias's inability to move their relationship forward drive her to act. In her desperation for a chance, she had struck E in the one place he could not defend, with her words. A painful silence followed as everyone absorbed the consequences. What seemed inconsequential to most had a deep effect on Issei. Aquino's harsh words rubbed salt into his past trauma, his doubts, and his self-loathing. She could see from the hurt in his eyes that she had made a mistake, but it was too late to take the words back. Regret ate at her from that day forward. When he left for 2 months, it was pure torture for her. She waited every day, hoping to see him again, hoping for a chance to apologize and beg for his forgiveness. When he finally returned, she could instantly tell that something had changed. He had changed not necessarily in a bad way, but not in a way that would restore what had been. He was colder and far less impulsive, with firmer control over his emotions. He no longer behaved inappropriately toward her. She saw in his eyes that she did not hold the same place of reverence she once had. She was no longer on a pedestal. She was just a Kino, one person among others in his life. In most cases that would have pleased her, since she wanted to be treated like everyone else, but this was different. She had been loved and warmed by him, and she did not want to lose that. After feeling his affection, she longed for it and did not want to let it go. She told herself she would give him time to cool down and put what had happened behind them. When he felt ready to be close to her again, she planned to confess her feelings, even if it meant swallowing pride and dignity to ask for another chance. But it was too late. He was gone. She had lost him, and all she had left were bittersweet memories that would haunt her. She chastised herself for deserving such punishment, then forced herself to remember Issei's lessons. She could not fall back into old habits. She knew she had to try to move forward and embrace life with its joys and pains, though knowing what to do and actually doing it were very different things. The idea of trying to move on felt unbearably painful. She wished he had never been taken from her. Rias Gremory was inconsolable. She sat in the corner of the room, her back against the wall and her knees drawn up to her chest, replaying the last few months of her life the happiest she had ever. He had arrived and, like a hurricane, overturned her world in the best possible way. At first she had not thought much of him. He seemed cute in an endearing younger brother way, but she never imagined the impact he would have. His strength, determination, and Indomitable will blew away the lingering darkness plaguing her peerage. He did the impossible and defeated the immortal Phoenix to save her from a fate she considered worse than death. He helped Hyoudou confront his demons, taught Kaneko that fear of her power did not mean she should run from it, pulled Gasper out of his shell, and helped Akino let go of long-harbored hatred until Akino smiled genuinely again. Rias felt ashamed that these were the issues she, as the king, should have addressed long ago, but she had let them fester while she dealt with her own problems. Issei had barreled through their difficulties like a freight train and cleared a path forward. She could not resist falling in love with him. His awkward, playful side did not bother her. If anything, it made him more endearing. He never pretended to be someone else. His honesty and natural charisma drew her in, and she fell deeply for him. It had not been an easy road after that. He had been largely oblivious to her advances, and in hindsight she could see how she had missed the signs of his lingering trauma. A woman in love could be selfish, and in this case Rias's focus on her own desires had backfired. She had assumed he would be happy to be with someone as beautiful as her and decided they would be together without truly communicating. That lack of communication worsened an already fragile situation. Her anger had boiled over the day in the clubroom. The stress she felt and growing jealousy toward Ravel had combined until she snapped at him over something as trivial as what he called her. Later she saw how unreasonable she had been. She had insisted he always call her president even though he had used her name at first, and she expected him to change on a whim just because she wanted to hear her name from his lips. That was not fair, even if she had hoped he would pick up on her hints. Perhaps it had been cowardice as well. She had been afraid of rejection. She could have confessed her feelings at any time but had not, fearful he might feel for her as she had felt for Riser. Her family had arranged for them to be married in a few years, and the prospect of being forced into a match filled her with dread. She had felt those emotions not too long ago and knew how resentment could eat away at someone. In the end, she did nothing and he never took the initiative, and instead of things working themselves out like she had hoped, they imploded in the worst way. Issei had taken 2 months off for training after that incident. At first she wanted to go to him immediately, but when she saw the steely look in Azazel's eyes she knew he would not reveal Issei's location. She resolved to wait for him to come home, thinking a few months away would do him good, that he would cool down and she could apologize when he returned and things could go back to the way they were. That did not happen. Issei returned different, more confident, surer of himself and his place in the world. The most heartbreaking change for her was the way he looked at her. Gone was the admiration and devotion. Now his gaze was ordinary, indifferent. He was not angry or hateful, but there was no happiness in his eyes. She would have preferred hate at least for its passion, but that was not the case. She spent her time regretting choices and lamenting that things could have been different if she had been more honest from the start. She refused to give up, vowing to win back his heart no matter how long it took. But hope faded. He was gone. The person who had symbolized her hope seemed never to return. She was forced to go on without him. It hurt so badly she did not know how to make the pain stop. Left with regrets and bittersweet memories, all she could do was sit and wonder what might have been. They lost themselves in thought as they sat in the room, uncaring about the wider situation in the underworld, too caught up in their grief. A commotion outside interrupted them and the door opened to admit two men. Both were blonde but starkly different. One was familiar to the group as Riser Phoenix. The other was the man they had only seen on television, Ruvel Phoenix, the eldest son of the Phoenix clan and the older brother of Riser and Ravel. They both took in the solemn atmosphere and winced slightly. Ruvel approached Hyoudou, who seemed the most coherent, and addressed him by name. He handed over several bottles of Phoenix tears and explained that, with the situation so dire, they were distributing these provisions to the counterattack squads. He added that because they needed all the help they could get, the younger devils, including the group present, would be called into action. Hyoudou replied respectfully and bowed. Ruvel waved the gesture away and said he had also come to check on his younger sister. He admitted he could not find her and asked if anyone knew where she might be. Hyoudou began to answer that she had been there a few hours earlier, but their conversation was cut off when Ravel entered the room carrying a tray of baked goods. Ruvel rushed over and hugged her, saying he had been looking everywhere for her. Ravel appeared bewildered at first but slowly returned the gesture. Ruvel asked how she was doing and whether she would be all right. Ravel raised an immaculate eyebrow and said she was fine, noting that she had been making lemon bars for the others. She also pointed out that, given the situation, Ruvel and Riser should perhaps be on the front lines. Ruvel admitted that they had come to make sure she was coping. He acknowledged how close she had been to Hyoudou Issei and that they were concerned about how she was handling his death. Her casual attitude unsettled him. Ravel met his concern with a long, steady stare that made him squirm. The look was too similar to their mother's and it brought back a familiar discomfort. Ravel declared with confident conviction that she was not foolish enough to believe he was gone simply because his remains had returned without him. She expressed faith that he was still out there, gathering strength to return, because he was the strongest person she knew and always kept his promises. She affirmed that she was not worried and that she believed in him. She had faith he would come back. Her words stirred the rest of the occult research club. Hearing Ravel's absolute faith in he and her certainty that he would return awoke a hope they had not dared to feel. Perhaps it was possible, perhaps he was still alive. They had not done much else after attempting to open the Dragon Gate. Could they have investigated the phenomenon further? It was a strange occurrence, but others jumped to the worst possible conclusion without digging deeper. There was likely more to the situation than they realized. The girls furrowed their brows at the declaration she made at the end. They had always known how she felt, but this was the first time she had said it aloud, and they wondered where her new confidence had come from. Ravel had achieved what she set out to do. She had ignited a small spark in the hearts of those Issei cared about, reminding them that he would not want them to dwell in negativity. They needed to be strong and defend the underworld he loved. She had planted seeds of doubt that would force them to choose whether to give in to self-pity or to rise above it. Her role was finished for now. It was up to Issei to act, and she believed he would. She smiled, thinking about him, and meant it when she told her brother she believed he was still alive. When she first saw fragments of his return, she had felt a stab of despair, but as she sifted through the information, she began to understand. He was still out there. She allowed herself that hope, call it optimism or intuition, but Ravel trusted that, like the sunrise, Issei would return. She refused to believe otherwise. Later, he woke to the soft whir of dimensional energies. He felt disoriented as his eyes opened and took a moment to gather his bearings. He found himself on a wide expanse of rocky, red terrain stretching to the horizon beneath a kaleidoscopic sky, a scene that seemed pulled from a fantasy tale. As he looked at the mesmerizing sky, his mind drifted back to the last memories he could recall. He remembered Cao Cao attacking and unleashing Samel, the Dragon Eater, against Ophis. They had fought briefly before Cao Cao retreated and sent Grim Reapers after them. The image of the skeletal god cackling returned to him, and he resolved to make that god answer for what he had done. He remembered Shalba Beelzebub crashing their confrontation and, somehow, forcing the wielder of Annihilation Maker into a balance breaker state to create colossal abominations sent toward the underworld. Issei had sent the others back and intended to deal with the would-be Mao himself. The opponent had seemed incapable of landing a meaningful blow, and after being thoroughly defeated, he had a hidden trump card, an arrow tipped with Samel's poison. Did not know where such a thing had come from, and the image of the meddling god of the dead resurfaced in his thoughts. Caught off guard, he had been struck by the poisoned arrow and overtaken by a terrible curse. The pain was overwhelming. He remembered defeating Shalba decisively, then speaking briefly with Draig and Ophis before losing consciousness. Afterwards everything blurred, though he vaguely recalled lending Ascalon to Yuto and giving Yuto a push that helped him defeat Siegfried. How much of that had truly happened, he could not be certain. He looked around again and, now coherent enough, recognized the place as the dimensional gap. Draig's voice echoed in his mind, saying he had been worried because things had been touch and go. Issei felt relief at the sound of his partner's voice and instinctively reached toward his chest, but then realized something else. He was in his balance breaker. As his gaze traveled over his form, he noticed another anomaly. He could not feel his armor against his skin. In fact, he could not feel anything at all. A mild panic rose as he attempted to retract the armor at his hand, and then he discovered the greatest shock where his hand should have been. There was nothing. Issei demanded that Draig explain what was happening, trying to keep his composure despite the alarm in his thoughts. Draig replied, his tone mixing relief and explanation, that Samel's curse had shattered Issei's physical body. Draig had extracted Issei's soul before the poison reached it and stored it within the boosted gear. They had been fortunate to act quickly, otherwise Issei's soul would have been lost to the curse. Struck by the explanation, he pressed his palms mere armor that provided no real comfort against his head as he tried to accept the truth. He felt like a head with no body, a surreal and unsettling realization. Issei wondered how this had happened. His reserves were larger than before, and he should have been able to resist the curse for longer than normal. Issei asked in confusion that Valet had held the curse off for much longer and that, even though his own demonic power was far below Valet's, he should have been able to resist it longer. Draig explained that the missing factor was the ritual Issei had undergone months ago. The ritual had made him far more dragon than human or devil, and because of that the curse of Samel was far deadlier to him. If he had remained a regular reincarnated devil, they might have salvaged most of his body, but the curse had spread so quickly through him that they had been forced to separate him from it. Only his left arm had been saved, the rest of his body had been too deeply affected. Draig emphasized that Issei's dragon half had compounded the damage exponentially. He fell silent, stunned by the consequences of his own attempt to grow stronger. The coincidence of meeting the ultimate dragon slayer so soon after undergoing such a drastic dragonification ritual filled him with a grim sense of bad luck. He began to fumble through the implications out loud, then stopped mid-thought as his expression shifted to absolute horror. He dropped to his knees and pounded the ground in frustration, distraught at the thought that he might never be able to live a normal life or share close, NTMT companionship again. The panic was raw and childish, a visceral fear of losing ordinary human connections. Draig responded dryly that he had hoped Issei had matured past such base worries. Issei snapped back that, mature or not, some instincts were hard to shake, and he protested not to be lectured about self-control by a battle-mad dragon. Draig called him an idiot, and Issei made a rude gesture in reply. Putting that aside, he asked about the plan and where Ophis was. He found her at the edge of their makeshift terrain, repeatedly striking the red ground with a gleeful, determined expression as she insisted she would defeat Great Red. The sight amused him despite the tension. As he peered over the edge more carefully, recognition hit him. From their perch he could see the massive maw and the great horn protruding from it, He had seen that visage once before and could never forget it. He realized with mounting dread that they were riding on the back of Great Red. Isse reacted with shock and incredulity at being on Great Red. Drake admitted that Great Red had been passing by when the pocket dimension had collapsed, so they had taken a lift. Did not accept coincidence easily. He observed that powerful beings rarely appeared to them so often and at such convenient times. He suspected there was more to Great Red's appearance than mere happenstance and asked if the dragon might be watching them. Drake said he had no clear answer and was just as puzzled. Normally Great Red paid little mind to events outside the dimensional gap, but for whatever reason he had shown an interest in Isse. He stared at the dragon in disbelief that the dragon of dragons might be paying attention to him. Drake tried and failed to reassure him. Isse shot back that the attention boded no good and that he would rather not have his luck draw even more scrutiny. Drake pointed out that Isse's arrival in the supernatural world had been accompanied by an almost unnatural attraction of powerful beings. He reminded Isse that not long ago the Ouroboros dragon, one of the strongest and most feared beings on Earth, had shown unusual familiarity with him. Meeting Great Red could simply be the next step in that pattern. He pressed his temples, overwhelmed by the repercussions. Even if Great Red bore no ill will, the dragon's assistance and interest would mark Isse as someone worth watching by factions across the world. The thought of the political aftermath gave him a headache. Isse decided to postpone brooding over the consequences and asked Drake for the plan going forward. Isse realized he apparently did not have a body, but suspected Drake had something in mind. He pushed morbid thoughts aside. Drake began to answer, but both he and Isse were interrupted when soft fingers poked the side of their armor. He looked down to see Ophis's blank eyes looking up at him with curious intent. He asked why she had not returned home. Ophis replied that this was her home. When Isse clarified whether she meant the human world or the underworld, she said that her brother had promised they would go home together, and so she would go with him. Isse's expression, if he had a face, would have been blindingly happy. He placed his hand on her head and gently ruffled her hair. Despite the awkwardness of armored hands, the gesture conveyed warmth to both. He told Ophis she was a good girl, then turned back to Drake to press his earlier question. Drake recapped the situation. Samuel's curse had destroyed Isse's body. They had only salvaged his left arm before the rest was rendered beyond repair. Azazel had succeeded in opening the dragon gate and attempted to summon him, but only the evil pieces within him had returned for reasons Drake could not explain. Great Red was lending Isse some of his power, allowing him to exist in his current state. Drake asked Isse to look to the far left. He saw what looked like a swollen block of flesh, slowly pulsating. He remarked that it looked like something from a cheesy horror movie. Drake described it as a cocoon, more accurately, a cultivation capsule. When Isse, hesitant, asked what was being cultivated inside, Drake answered that it was his body. Isse protested that his original body had been too badly damaged by Samuel's curse to be salvaged. Drake confirmed that that was true. The previous body was no longer usable. They had no choice but to craft a new vessel. If Isse returned to the underworld immediately, they could attempt to build a new body from his DNA, but even a close reconstruction would carry imperfections and might prevent him from ever operating at full capacity again. Great Red's and Ophis's abilities, however, surpassed anything those scientists could achieve. Inside the cultivation capsule rested the undamaged arm they had salvaged and a template body that would serve as the base for rebuilding him, combining Great Red's flesh and Ophis's power to recreate him more perfectly than simple reconstruction could manage. He was stunned by the explanation. It was almost incomprehensible that two of the most powerful beings in existence were cooperating to restore him. It warmed him that Ophis had put aside her dislike for Great Red to help. He was about to thank them both when another question occurred to him. Where had they found a template body in the dimensional gap? Drake said they had not found it. It had been there beside him all along. Realization struck Isse. Drake revealed that they were using Shalba Beelzebub's body as the base for rebuilding him. Revulsion flared in Isse. He protested indignantly that he could not accept sharing the same body as that lunatic. Drake replied that there was no alternative. Despite Shalba's actions and personality, He had been a pure-blood devil and a direct descendant of the original demon king Beelzebub. His pedigree and demonic reserves were formidable. If Issei's original body had been usable, Draig would have preferred it, but in their current situation they had to choose practicality over pride if Issei wanted to live among the living again. Using Shalba's body would also grant a substantial boost to Issei's magical reserves. Issei fell silent, weighing Draig's words. He acknowledged that he understood and that there was no other way, but admitted it was difficult given what Shalba had done. Draig reassured him that Shalba was irretrievably gone and urged Issei to view the situation differently, by taking the body Shalba had prized and making it his own to stop the catastrophe Shalba caused and save the underworld. Issei would extinguish Shalba's final act of vengeance. In doing everything Shalba had opposed, Issei would turn that body into a force for good, a fitting end to Shalba's legacy. After a moment of reflection, he laughed and declared that he could not stop now, not when he had come so far. He was determined to continue. Issei declared that he needed to use everything in his power to return to the underworld and stop the madness that Shalba had started. He told Draig that he had too much left to do to give up and that there was no turning back. Draig snorted in amusement at the determination, but Issei admitted he was worried about convincing the others that it was really him. Considering what Shalba had done, he feared he would not get time to explain himself before Surzex erased him from existence. Draig reassured Issei that there was no need to worry. He explained that they were using Issei's DNA to construct a template body that would match how Issei used to look and the musculature he had worked to achieve. The new body would be optimized for appearance and performance. While Issei might pick up one or two features from Shalba Beelzebub, he would still resemble his former self, and Shalba's body would be nothing more than a tool to advance Issei's progress. Over time, Shalba would fade into an afterthought. Issei relaxed at that explanation and asked about his regeneration and other abilities, fearing he would lose the powers he had fought so hard to attain. Draig clarified that regeneration was imprinted in Issei's blood and that they already had enough from his left arm. Great Red and Ophis would help propagate the remaining blood throughout the body to restore the ability. There was even a possibility that Issei's regeneration could be enhanced, given the regenerative nature of Great Red and Ophis, though that was not guaranteed. In any case, Issei's previous regenerative capabilities would be preserved. Draig went on to say that Issei's other abilities were impossible to lose because they were engraved in his mind and soul. Nothing fundamental would change. Issei would simply gain a stronger body with larger magical reserves. There might be a few new physical features or minor abilities, but he would remain the same in every other respect. There would, however, be one major change. The lifespan lost when Issei had used the Juggernaut Drive would be restored. With the power he was about to inherit, there was even a chance his lifespan could surpass that of ordinary devils. Issei reacted with shock and relief at the possibility, deeming the turn of events less like a setback and more like an unexpected opportunity. Draig laughed at his partner's luck. All throughout the underworld, numerous battles were taking place. Forces of the underworld and their allies did their best to hold back the terrible monsters threatening their home. The Yukai faction from Kyoto, demigods of the Greek pantheon, the Valkyries of the Norse, and both angels and fallen angels fought in full force, demonstrating the unity of their alliances and their desire to protect their peace. The Lucifer peerage, together with Seraphal Leviathan, led the charge with merciless determination. Closer to the city center, several decisive clashes unfolded. Thanks to Saji Genshiru's bravery, an entire school bus of children had been saved from the rampaging Heracles. Heracles continued his assault, using the devil's concern for the children to create openings against them. The Citri peerage was soon supported by the Gremory peerage and Ravel, who had been drawn to the scene by the explosions. The returning Rosweiss demonstrated improved defensive magic and kept Heracles at bay. Irina and Zenobia, who had returned from heaven with an upgraded X-Durandal, engaged Jeanne d'Arc of the hero faction alongside Aquino. Serug Bale arrived and quickly overpowered Heracles, who sneered at the notion of being a hero to the children of the underworld. A single Tuki-enhanced strike later and Heracles collapsed. Gasper arrived feeling ashamed at his lack of progress in training but relieved to see his friends. The mood darkened when George of the hero faction bluntly informed him that A had been killed. Witnesses described a sudden, terrifying change in Gasper. His eyes glowed an eerie red, and the shadows around him seemed to come alive and envelop George, who could not defend himself. Gasper passed out shortly afterward, leaving those who had seen the incident with deep fear and unease. Seeing that the battle no longer favored her, Jean took one of the nearby children hostage and held him at sword point. The child showed no fear. He kept a bright smile as he was held against his will. Jean noticed and questioned the boy, but he remained unafraid and insisted that the bosom dragon would come very soon. Chuckled and taunted the boy, telling him that the bosom dragon was dead and that her companion had defeated him. The scene held as both sides braced for what would come next. Jean tried to extinguish the boy's hope by saying that was why the BRST dragon could not come here anymore, but his smile did not fade. The boy explained with contagious enthusiasm that he had promised the dragon in a dream. He said that when he had been afraid of the big monster and fell asleep, the dragon had appeared and told him not to cry. The dragon had promised to come when they performed a special chant. The boy added that others had seen the same dream. Ferrer and Tullis had seen it, and the children in the other class had seen it too. A few faces in the crowd registered surprise as they tried to decide whether the boy's imagination had run away with him or if something extraordinary had really occurred. Among the devils there was a faint stirring of hope. The boy's words only fed what little optimism they already held. The boy, his friends, and the rest of the children in the underworld began to sing a simple, spirited chant calling to their hero. Their voices carried across the different cities and bound the children together in a single, hopeful chorus. As the children's singing swelled, a large crack appeared in the sky and spread. Portions of the heavens seemed to fracture, and a familiar aura poured down over the underworld, filling those who recognized it with renewed courage. Jean and the other youth devils scanned the sky and the horizon, searching for the source of the aura. The boy continued to sing, his excitement growing. The distant sky fully shattered and an enormous red dragon broke through. Silence fell over the battlefield as Great Red, the ultimate existence, arrived. Before anyone could react, a streak of black moved from the top of Great Red's head. A black-clad figure delivered a perfectly executed helicopter kick that connected with Jean and sent her tumbling. The same figure scooped the boy into his arms and used his momentum to skid backward with one hand on the ground, controlling their movement until he came to a stop a short distance away from the gathered devils and Jean, who was picking herself up from the rubble. When he lifted his head, the brown hair that had fallen over his face cleared to reveal piercing green eyes and a handsome face. Hyoudou Issei gave a roguish grin and apologized for his lateness. Minutes earlier, Drake had asked how Issei's new body felt and whether he experienced any discomfort. He flexed his hands and felt the power thrumming beneath his skin. He said he felt great, as if he had always inhabited this body. He praised the work of Ophis and Great Red, enjoying the sensations of renewed strength. Not much had changed about his overall physique. His solid, compact muscles and height remained familiar. His hair was a bit longer, falling past his shoulders, and a lighter hazel than before. His cheekbones were more pronounced, giving his face a slightly nobler cast. Spiritually and magically, however, the differences were stark. His reserves of power had increased dramatically, enough to place him on par with a high-class devil in demonic strength. He was eager to learn what other abilities this new form might hold. Those present had used Issei's potent fire magic to burn away the remnants of his old body. Watching his former form turn to ash had been an odd, uncomfortable moment for him. Drake observed that he had always been unpredictable, and that with the added power of Ophis and Great Red's flesh, his growth was now difficult even for Drake to forecast. Drake warned of trade-offs. Issei's new constitution made him more vulnerable to dragon slayers and somewhat more susceptible to light-based magic because of his increased devil traits. In short, the new form was best described as a devil-dragon hybrid. Issei acknowledged the drawbacks and said he could live with those weaknesses, noting that he had faced vulnerabilities before and felt capable of handling them. He mused about the hybrid label and joked about adopting a different, more dramatic name for himself. Drake snorted at the joke, and A laughed, not taking the remark too seriously. Drake wondered aloud why Great Red had intervened to help Issei. He had not received a clear reason. Drake could only suggest that Great Red acted on a whim. He was normally a mellow being, and perhaps I had simply caught his interest. Drake explained that Great Red liked to drift through the dimensional gap as long as no one disturbed him. He felt a bead of sweat run down his face at the description. Issei reflected that Great Red was like a dragon version of a delinquent motorcyclist with the power to destroy the world. Drake agreed. Issei then asked whether the world would be okay, noting that many powerful beings had troubling personalities. He admitted that, compared to them, he seemed almost sane. Drake gave a dry look in response, and the two of them shared a rueful silence, marveling that the world still held together. The silence was broken by distant voices. Children were singing, and Issei recognized the melody at once as the song the children of the underworld used to call for help. Images of their smiling faces projected briefly before him, reminding him of the dream in which he had promised to answer if they ever needed aid. It seemed the moment to keep that promise had arrived. Drake observed that Great Red was reflecting the feelings and dreams of those children, showing them as they had imagined. He suggested that Issei's longing to return home might have drawn Great Red to respond. Issei simply nodded, warmed by the swell of hope and positivity emanating from the children. Only months earlier he had been humiliated by an awkward incident with some classmates. Now he found himself in the dimensional gap alongside two of the world's most powerful beings, heading toward the underworld where many relied on him. The contrast left him with a sense of surreal joy. Drake admitted that a song he had once disliked now felt comforting, and Issei encouraged him to accept the warmth it brought. He then turned to Ophis and asked if she was ready to go home. Ophis replied that she had no such place. He told her, gently and plainly, that she could be part of his family and make her home with him if she wished. At that, Ophis showed surprise and then a bright smile. She agreed to go with him. Issei hugged her warmly, a simple expression of reassurance. They passed through the dimensional gap and emerged beneath the purple skies of the underworld. Creatures milled about the battlefield, and the largest of them was being held at bay by the Lucifer peerage. Graphia moved through the fray with striking efficiency, delivering powerful hammer blows like a seasoned warrior. Issei made a mental note to avoid getting on her bad side. He told Ophis that he had to handle something quickly and asked her to wait. She nodded, and Issei vanished in a black blur. He zipped through the skies toward his target, allowing a fond smile to cross his face as he took in his comrades. Recent tension with them had left its mark, but coming close to death had reminded him of how much he cared. He resolved to be more understanding. He spotted the Citri peerage and Serorg, and then his manager, who stood defiantly against the enemy. He silently vowed to make amends when the battle was over. Jean had one of his young fans held hostage, and Issei focused on freeing the child. He executed a precise helicopter kick that sent Jean tumbling and used the momentum to scoop the boy into his arms, sliding to a stop at the edge of the clearing opposite the Devil Group. Jean began to recover amid the rubble. As Issei lifted his head, his hair fell away from his face to reveal piercing green eyes and a roguish grin that surprised those watching. His friends called his name with relief and enthusiasm. He wore black leather pants with 3 red straps on his right thigh, black leather boots, a plain white shirt worn untucked with the top button undone, and a knee-length black leather jacket trimmed with white fur at the collar. The little boy cheered and looked at Issei as a hero. He smiled back at him, steady and ready to do what was needed. He ruffled his hair and praised them for their bravery, then said he would take it from there. He vanished from his spot with the boy in his arms and reappeared beside Serorg. Issei asked Serorg to keep an eye on the child while he attended to a few matters. Serorg laughed and called him Hyoudou Issei, agreeing to watch the boy. Issei gave a thumbs up and vanished again. He materialized before Jean, gathered his strength, and struck decisively with controlled power meant to incapacitate rather than kill. Jean was sent through 2 buildings and came to rest in the rubble, unconscious and badly battered. He ordered Zenobia and Irina to retrieve her, bring her to Asia for healing, place magic-suppressing restraints on her, and ensure she remained unconscious so she could not interfere. Both complied with a comical salute and took off. Once they were handling it, Issei took off again, this time heading back toward Great Red. Saji, looking completely befuddled, asked aloud if he had really seen Hyoudou riding Great Red like a steed. Sona advised him not to question it, remarking that when it came to Issei, the impossible rarely stayed impossible. Saji nodded dumbly, then noticed Sona's use of Issei's casual nickname and felt a flare of jealousy. He vowed to confront Issei later for the familiar slip. The members of the ORC were moved to tears at seeing Hiki. Rosweiss alone simply nodded, never having believed he was gone. They struggled with their emotions and settled for watching him with relief as he went about his work. Ravel smiled radiantly at her future master, confident in his safety and certain he would not be defeated by someone like Shalba Beelzebub. She had waited and rallied his friends, and his return justified her faith. Issei reappeared atop Great Red next to Ophis. He saw that the Lucifer peerage were still engaged with a massive creature that had frozen and was staring straight at the large red dragon. Draig deadpanned that Great Red had complained about the monster simply because it glared at him. He felt a bit sorry for the creature for earning Great Red's ire over a stare and privately decided Great Red behaved like a delinquent high schooler. The dragon's behavior made him wonder if it could really be peaceful. Draig reported that Great Red had offered to lend its power for the fight. Issei asked how that would work. Ophis explained plainly that Great Red and Issei would combine, which sounded perfectly normal to her. Issei nervously asked Draig to clarify. Great Red's body began to emit a red aura that spread across the area, and Issei's body resonated with it as the two connected. He blacked out briefly and then came to. The creature that had seemed enormous moments before now appeared only at eye level, which made no sense until Draig told him that he had not shrunk but become much larger. He looked around and realized everything else had become tiny by comparison. He was now covered in balance breaker armor and towered over what had been skyscrapers, which now barely reached his knees. Draig explained dryly that Great Red had lent its power by making Issei the dragon's size, effectively turning him into a colossal warrior. He felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of it. Issei snapped at Draig to stop enjoying his predicament and asked why Great Red had not simply ended the threat with a roar. Draig replied that Great Red insisted this was not his battle to finish and that he wanted to see Issei as a giant warrior. Issei groaned at the migraine threatening to start and urged them to get it over with before things got even more outlandish. Draig added that Great Red had provided a finishing move, though its destructive potential was enormous. Issei brightened at the prospect of a solution, but Draig warned that using it would devastate the surrounding area. Issei expressed alarm but agreed they had no other choice. Issei stomped closer and called for Graphia's attention. Graphia recognized him in his gigantic Hyoudou form and expressed relief that he was safe. Issei assured her that he would explain the form later and asked for her cooperation in using his plan to defeat the monster. Graphia adopted a stern, warrior queen expression, ready to act. He felt his face heat up as he cursed Surzex for being such a lucky man for winning such an outrageously beautiful wife. Graphia asked him to repeat the plan and what they should do. Issei explained that he needed her to get the monster into the air so he could release a special attack. Graphia smiled at the request and said the plan was simple to understand. The idea of his special attack was encouraging. She declared that if she could not manage that, she could not claim the title of queen, and she flew off, issuing orders to the rest of the peerage. They wore the monster down with powerful coordinated strikes until one member severed a leg. The limb began to regenerate slowly, but it was enough. A large magic circle appeared beneath the creature and glowed with blinding light. Graphia announced that they would take it up now, and the force from the circle launched the monster straight into the sky. Issei called to Draig and prepared to act. Draig responded, and the chest plate of the boosted gear scale mail slid open to reveal a massive cannon that pushed outward. He recalled the last time he had used that move and felt a chill at the memory of the destruction it had caused. The cannon began to vibrate as a dense red aura gathered at its tip. As the monster focused on the cannon during its descent, Issei released his attack. A thick red energy erupted from the cannon and engulfed the monster, detonating in a colossal explosion that reverberated through the underworld. When the smoke cleared, nothing of the creature remained. It had been obliterated in a brilliant flash. Ai found himself again surrounded by a red aura that faded as everything snapped back to normal scale. His armor was gone and he had returned to his base form. He looked up and met the gaze of Great Red, high in the sky. The two exchanged a brief, silent moment before Ai smirked and gave the dragon a thumbs up to thank him for his help. As he received the silent acknowledgement, the sky behind Great Red opened into the dimensional gap. Great Red began to sing a repetitive, whimsical tune as he moved into the portal. The smile on Issei's face froze at those familiar notes. The dragon continued his odd refrain as he entered the dimensional opening, and when the portal finally closed, Issei's expression went hollow. Issei turned to Draig and asked what had just happened. Draig answered in a childlike voice that he had not heard anything. Issei scolded Draig for trying to avoid reality. Ophis appeared beside him and repeated the same playful tune with a curious tilt of her head. Issei froze for a moment, then gathered her into a warm hug, pressing his cheek to hers in a gentle, affectionate gesture. He told her that it was much better when she said it and teased that she was far better than the delinquent dragon, Great Red. Ophis showed a pleased gleam at his praise. After a little more pampering, he placed Ophis on his back, unfurled his great dragon wings, and took off toward where his friends waited. Ophis tightened her grip around his neck and settled against his back as he soared through the sky, murmuring that she was comfortable and earning a smile from Ai. As he approached, he spotted his friends and was relieved to see them mostly unharmed, though he noticed Gasper lying unconscious and wondered about the cause. When he landed, he matched their expressions and saw shock and tears among them. He smiled softly and told them he was glad to see them again. That release of emotion prompted Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and Kaneko to rush him in a flood of embraces. He stood firm and let them express their relief, returning their affection with a gentle smile. He then addressed the others by name. He complimented Rosweiss on her training, noting that her aura felt more potent than before. Rosweiss responded that she was glad the rumors of his death had been exaggerated and that it was good to have him back. Privately, she admitted to herself that she had a soft spot for him. Issei teased Hyoudou with a cheeky greeting, and Hyoudou smiled in fond exasperation. He exchanged a friendly rival's acknowledgement with Serorg, who replied with a playful smirk. He thanked Sona and Saji for their well-being. Sona adjusted her glasses and said she had never doubted he would recover and welcomed him back, while Saji shot him an intense glare for being so familiar with Sona. Finally, his eyes found his manager, and no words were necessary. Their look conveyed mutual trust, confidence, relief, and happiness that he had returned to where he belonged. They exchanged genuine smiles and spoke the only appropriate words that came to mind. Issei announced that he was home, and Ravel welcomed him warmly. After a while the girls broke away and wiped their tears. Issei asked what had been bothering him as he pointed to the unconscious Jaisk. Rias explained nervously that Jaisuk had exhausted himself while taking out George. Issei whistled in impressed surprise at his junior having defeated the hero faction's second in command. He sensed there was more to the story but decided this was not the time to press. Cao Cao, leader of the hero faction, approached them casually with his spear resting on his shoulder and commented that the power to attract the strong was a frightening thing. He had come to see the monster that had threatened the capital Lilith, but had not expected Ai to appear alongside Great Red. Issei responded with a condescending greeting, which caused Cao Cao's composure to briefly crack. Cao Cao remarked that Ai was as unpleasant as ever, and Ai returned a smug grin. He teased Cao Cao by alluding to a past closeness between Cao Cao and Hades that had been hinted at in their previous encounter. Cao Cao's annoyance grew, but he let most of his words go unsaid as Ai continued to needle him. As the tension rose between the two powerhouses, a black aura formed to Cao Cao's right, coalescing into an ornamental robe, a scythe, and a clown-like mask. Issei recognized the presence immediately as the ultimate class Grim Reaper, Pluto, who had intervened earlier at Hades's behest. Issei glared at the Reaper with clear hostility. Cao Cao asked Pluto why he had appeared, and Pluto answered that Hades had ordered him to capture Ophis once she appeared, no matter the cost. Pluto's gaze shifted to Ophis standing beside Issei, and Issei's protective fury flared. The violent intention radiating from him touched most of those present. He vowed silently to defeat anyone who threatened Ophis. He moved to engage the Grim Reaper, then relaxed when another familiar aura arrived. Valet Lucifer announced that he would be Pluto's opponent. A handsome silver-haired youth materialized in a magic circle, already armored in his scale mail with a bloodthirsty grin aimed at Pluto. Valet commented on Pluto's return and then faced Issei with a challenge, to which Issei returned a smirk. Valet said he had wanted to vent the anger left over from the artificial dimension and had considered taking it out on Hades or the hero faction. He had left Hades to others and had been waiting for the hero faction to appear, but when the Gremory group had taken them out, Valet turned his attention to Pluto. Pluto spun his scythe and set his stance. Valet mentioned that he had heard Fenrir had been sent to Hades. He said that the Fang that could kill a god was a serious threat and that they had received a terrifying assault. He added that Fenrir had been captured for such occasions. Pluto asked whether they planned to use such a tool to fight the gods directly. Valet replied that without a bargaining chip like that, they could not face gods head-on. Pluto agreed to take the fight to Valet but admitted uncertainty about the outcome against one who carried the legacy of Lucifer and the White Dragon. Valet's armor began to pulse with a brilliant white aura, the jewels on it flashing as his power swelled. Valet declared that he would walk the path of domination with infinite destruction and pierce through illusion to become a true emperor of the dragon. The chant and roar of power faded, leaving him clad in silver-white armor and radiating an overwhelming presence that crushed the surroundings with sheer force. Issei observed that, based on the small amount of information available, Valet had subjugated previous wielders of the divine dividing rather than forming mutual understanding with them, as Issei himself preferred. He did not agree with Valet's methods, but he respected the resilience of his rival. His blood boiled with excitement at the thought of fighting him. Valet activated Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive and explained that it was similar to Juggernaut Drive but enhanced, a form only he could wield. He pointed at Pluto as Pluto slashed toward him at such speed that after images trailed behind. Valet remained rooted in place and allowed Pluto to close the distance. A sharp crack announced something breaking. Pluto stared in shock at the scythe in his hands, now shattered by Valet's fist. Before he could recover, Valet landed an uppercut that sent him hurtling into the air. Valet raised his right hand and closed his palm, activating a compressive technique. Pluto's airborne form began to constrict and fold in on itself in a rapid, unnatural succession until he had been reduced to a tiny speck. Panic overtook him as he realized what was happening, but Valet showed no mercy and ordered the process to end. In an instant of blinding motion, Pluto vanished completely. There was no grand finish, only the quiet erasure of the most powerful Grim Reaper. Valet let his armor dissipate as he panted, clearly drained by the strain of using his new form. The others watched in stunned silence, stunned by the overwhelming power he had displayed. Issei felt deeply impressed. Serorg observed with an eager smile that the two heavenly dragons were truly terrifying. Cao Cao, looking perturbed, said that he had been right to prevent Valet from using Juggernaut Drive earlier in the artificial dimension. Valet replied that Juggernaut Drive excelled at destruction but carried great risk of loss of control and danger to the user's life. His new form had minimized those hazards and could be strengthened further. He added that Cao Cao's greatest failure had been not killing him when he had the chance, which earned Cao Cao a sour look. Cao Cao, growing arrogant, wondered who would face him next, Hyoudou Issei, Valet, or Serorg Baal, or all of them together. He admitted that taking on 3 Longinus-class sacred gears at once would be reckless. As Cao Cao reveled in his hubris, Valet moved toward Issei. Valet asked Issei how many of Cao Cao's 7 treasures he knew. Issei admitted he knew only the one that destroyed weapons and regretted letting Cao Cao show more of his abilities in their previous fight. Valet then listed what he knew. 1 treasure sealed the abilities of female opponents, 1 transferred attacks, 1 transported opponents, 1 enabled flight, One could create multiple duplicates similar to Kiba Hyoudou's bladesmithing technique, and the last focused heavily on destruction. Se nodded in appreciation and stepped forward, ready to face Cao Cao. Cao Cao pointed out with a pleased smile that Isse would be matched against the Dragon Emperor form and that the others would hold back. 7 orbs appeared around Cao Cao and began rotating about him. Isse grinned in anticipation as Cao Cao activated his balance breaker. A blood-red aura enveloped him and armor manifested, revealing his dragon-themed balance breaker. It was the first time anyone besides Sarorg had seen this form up close, and everyone stared in awe. Vala's eyes showed a hungry eagerness for battle. Cao Cao shot into the sky. An orb appeared beneath his feet, signaling his flight ability, and Isse extended his own dragon wings and took off after him. They faced each other across the sky as tension built. Isse took the initiative and unleashed a flash of emerald energy from his fingertip toward Cao Cao. Cao Cao responded by creating a spiral that absorbed the attack, demonstrating his power to transfer incoming attacks. A second spiral formed beneath it as he used his reflexes to dodge at the last moment, and the redirected torrent of green energy sprayed toward him. Realizing a single attack would not be enough, he switched to a scattered assault, firing multiple small orbs of compressed fire. One of the orbs orbiting Cao Cao manifested a dozen humanoid figures that intercepted the blasts, revealing his duplication ability. The decoys were fragile and each shattered under a single hit. Cao Cao vanished after the exchange and reappeared with a move from a holy spear aimed at Isse's head, showing that he could teleport himself and others. Isse reacted with a spinning kick to evade, which Cao Cao blocked with his spear, then moved forward again. Isse used a powerful flap of his large wing to fling himself aside and avoid the tip, then fired a concentrated bolt of demonic power at Cao Cao, who absorbed it once more. He did not notice Isse charging in after the bullet and was caught off guard when an armored red fist approached his face at high velocity. Only a desperate use of his transportation ability kept his head intact. Isse was beginning to grow annoyed with his opponent's tricks. All 7 orbs looked identical, making it impossible to predict which ability would be used. He kept trying to force a physical engagement, but Cao Cao either teleported or dodged with uncanny reflexes. Sometimes Cao Cao used his Medusa's eye to turn parts of Isse's armor to stone, but Isse simply shattered and reformed those portions and pressed on. The fight had become a cat-and-mouse duel. Isse knew the longer it dragged out, the better his chances. In a war of attrition, his superior durability would win. Still, he could not take chances and did not want Cao Cao to pull any trump cards. Frustrated by the evasions, Isse opted for a wide-area move to flush him out. He repeatedly boosted his power and opened the mouth portion of his armor, releasing a colossal sheet of fire that blanketed a large section of the battlefield sky. Cao Cao had no choice but to teleport to avoid the inferno. Isse used observation hockey to anticipate where he would reappear. Silently, he detached Ascalon from his sacred gear and held it in his left palm as he rushed toward the predicted spot. When Cao Cao reappeared, he was surprised to be forced into blocking a sword strike immediately. He went on the defensive as Isse's powerful swings allowed little room to maneuver. Isse's sword skill was not at the level of some masters, but he was above average, and his superior strength and speed gave him an edge. Seeing himself being boxed in, Cao Cao acted recklessly and invoked a bright benediction radiant jewel, sending an orb hurtling at A from close range. Not expecting such a rash move, E could not dodge. He gathered his aura toward his abdomen, strengthened his body with armament hockey, and braced for the hit. When the orb struck his armor, there was a massive impact that rang across the air. A shockwave reverberated through Isse, and he staggered from the force. He showed signs of injury but remained standing. His defenses and sturdy constitution lessened the damage, and his natural regeneration began to mend what was harmed. The blast sent him flying back, creating some distance between them. Cao Cao breathed harder, and his attention slipped. He had clearly used a great deal of energy on that attack and had expected it to be decisive. Seizing the moment, he produced a small vial of dark goop and discreetly coated the tip of Ascalon before tucking the vial away. Cao Cao looked up in shocked confusion and remarked that the orb should have destroyed most of Issei's body, noting that the ability overlapped with a weapon-destroying power and was unclear in application. Issei coldly asserted that he was more resilient than he appeared and then charged again. Knowing Cao Cao was still drained from his last move, Cao Cao chose to block the incoming strike rather than teleport. Issei had anticipated this and had set a trap. As true Longinus and Ascalon connected, the viscous substance flew from the impact and struck Cao Cao's face. He reflexively closed his eyes, fearing temporary blindness, and then staggered. Pain racked him. He bent at the waist and coughed, crying out in agony as his body convulsed. Cao Cao wheezed and demanded to know what had been done to him. Issei stated emotionlessly that it was Samuel's blood, the same essence Shalba had used against him, extracted from his previous body by Ophis for use now. Realization spread across Cao Cao's expression. He looked down at his damaged eye, terrified, understanding in that instant how the poison had undermined him. Issei pointed out that Medusa's serpent heritage made her vulnerable to Samuel's curse, and that it was ironic. In chasing power, Cao Cao had drifted from his most defining traits, leaving a fatal weakness. Cao Cao laughed bitterly, accepting the harsh truth that his mostly human constitution could not withstand the curse as others had. He then declared that he would use Truth Idea and began invoking the spear's invocation, calling it the true holy spear that pierces even the divine and appealing to the ambition within him. Light erupted from the tip of his spear, building to a magnificent crescendo, but the glow faltered and faded. When the light died, the spear tip remained open and inert. Cao Cao stared in shock, confused at why the attack would not activate, and then, after a few seconds, a look of grim understanding crossed his face as he comprehended the role Issei's will had played in the failure. Cao Cao announced with a shocking declaration that Issei had chosen Hyoudou dream over his own ambition. Even Issei found it hard to understand why. Valley arrived and noted that Cao Cao had received the curse. Cao Cao managed a weak, bloody smile and praised Vala's rival. Vala stepped forward with a challenging smirk and refused to hand Issei over. He asked why the Truth Idea had failed, explaining that he had sensed its use as he approached the building. Cao Cao explained that the Truth Idea answered to the will of a god from the Bible. It reacted to the wielder's ambition and the opponent's strength, producing miracles that could be either overwhelming power or a blessing that swayed hearts. When it was used on Hyoudou, however, the answer had been silence, which implied the spear favored Hyoudou Issei's dream rather than Cao Cao's. Vala smiled in amusement at that revelation and remarked that the Holy Spear had chosen Hyoudou Issei instead of Cao Cao. He reminded Cao Cao that he had warned him to act before things spiraled out of control, and he insisted that he was the one entitled to challenge the Hyoudou. Cao Cao laughed bitterly. He coughed weakly, accepting that he had wanted to defeat Issei. He felt nauseated at the way the men spoke about him as if he were a prize to be won. Serorg arrived and declared that he would be the one to defeat Hyoudou Issei. Hyoudou added a comment about how popular his friend seemed. Issei, surrounded by so many men staring at him, felt uncomfortable and wished only to regain his strength before dealing with the aftermath. A familiar mist swirled around Cao Cao and then cleared to reveal George, who looked severely wounded and exhausted. He moved with difficulty, clearly traumatized. George urged Cao Cao to retreat. He took Cao Cao's hand, warned that they would be eliminated if they became entangled with the two heavenly dragons just as Shalba and the others had been, and activated a transportation circle. Cao Cao resigned, agreed, and they vanished. No one stopped them. The battle had already been won, and from Issei's perspective Cao Cao's chances were finished. His body had been compromised by Samuel's poison. Issei could have ended him, but he chose not to give Cao Cao an easy escape. He wanted Cao Cao to face the consequences for his actions and allowed events to take their course. For the moment, there was the mess left by the Chaos Brigade's incursion into the underworld to deal with. Soon after, Arthur appeared through a rip in space and reported to his leader that their rampage in Hades' dimension was complete. He issued a promise of a future fight to Hyoudou, who confirmed that he had defeated Siegfried. Vala and Arthur departed after Vala declared he intended to finish their duel later. Sarorg left to gather his peerage and begin repairing the underworld. Draig praised Isse for fighting not just with power but with strategy, saying that he had come a long way and was worthy of being the Security. Issei looked at his left arm in confusion. Draig's voice grew weak as he explained that he had used too much power to revive Isse's body and that he would soon lose consciousness, but he promised to make sure Isse could use the boosted gear even without him. Isse stared at his gauntlet with deep sadness, unable to imagine losing his partner's guidance. Draig expressed gratitude to his partner and called their journey a fun ride. He panicked when the voice cut off and fought to control his emotions with the exercises Draig had taught him. He treasured their strange partnership and feared not hearing Draig's voice again. That fear evaporated a moment later when a long, rumbling snore echoed through the space. He realized Draig was simply exhausted and had fallen asleep. Ophis had quietly approached and gently touched the gauntlet. She explained that Draig was sleeping after expending so much power in the dimensional gap. Relief washed over Isse. He joked to himself that he would tease Draig when he woke, perhaps by making him watch a marathon of some ridiculous dragon show. He smiled properly when he looked at Ophis and gently patted her head, and she purred softly at the gesture. Isse asked warmly if she was ready to go home. Ophis brightened, smiled, and happily agreed that she wanted to return with him. There was no better response he could have hoped for.